Chapter 101. Even in his last years of life, Milton Cheney gave the bloodline seed to Lyle Simpson. However, it's a pity that Lyle isn't quite a high-ranking individual in the Pure Yellow Tower. Even Lyle was sent to the remote Violet Continent because his potential on the bloodline wizard path had been exhausted. The Pure Yellow Tower is not any small wizard organization, it is a real large-scale organization that spans different planes. According to Lyle, there are as many as 4 planes directly under the control of the Pure Yellow Tower. This is not about a city or a country, but 4 authentic complete planes. If one were to compare the Radiant Academy to the Pure Yellow Tower, the former would undoubtedly be like a firefly's glow while the latter would be like the moon in the night sky. After giving away the bloodline seed, however, it is not like he got nothing in return. He obtained some hidden knowledge, as recorded in the final few lines of black text in the simulation. Age 212, ask Lyle about the bloodline refining technique. Lyle tells you that only by joining the Pure Yellow Tower can you have the opportunity to obtain the desired bloodline refining technique. You ask Lyle, does the Pure Yellow Tower really have the White Raven bloodline refining technique, and Lyle replies to you, as long as you can think of it, the Pure Yellow Tower has it. As long as Milton Cheney can imagine it, the Pure Yellow Tower has it. This was Lyle's own words in the text simulation. That means if the real Milton Cheney asks in the same way, he would get the same response. Such confidence. However, Milton Cheney doesn't really believe that the Pure Yellow Tower has everything. Milton Cheney could indeed mention something that the Pure Yellow Tower definitely does not have, but he himself does. The Pure Yellow Tower might indeed have the White Raven bloodline refining technique, or even a living White Raven, but that's too far beyond my reach. Milton Cheney sighs internally, his thoughts tangled, ending in resignation. After all, this is an organization controlled by a level 5 Grand Wizard. Despite possessing the simulator, Milton Cheney cannot guarantee that he will become a level 5 wizard in the future. And until his death, Lyle never told him how to join the Pure Yellow Tower. Milton Cheney thought it was perhaps because he was too old at the time, hence, Lyle did not believe he had any chance to join the Pure Yellow Tower and did not bother to tell him. After all, the simulated Milton Cheney was nearly 200 years old at that point. His potential had already been exhausted, and he was only a level 1 wizard. It was perfectly normal for the Pure Yellow Tower to look down upon him. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Milton Cheney let out a sigh. Thinking too much wouldn't help. Even if the simulated self of his truly joined the Pure Yellow Tower, there was no guarantee that everything would follow his plan. Even if he truly joined, it's uncertain whether he would be able to acquire the bloodline refining technique or obtain a living White Raven, everything was unknown. As of now, he, with the aid of the simulator, could force the bloodline to reach its limit within 3 to 4 years, thereby achieving the rank of level 2 Blood Wizard. Even with the bloodline refining technique, this rate of progress might not be achievable. What more could Milton Cheney ask for? People are too greedy. Milton Cheney planned to leave his apartment for a walk around Fen Island. As the puppet master behind the White Raven Society achieving stability, work had been getting less stressful for Milton Cheney. He no longer needed to take care of the internal affairs. Refining bloodline wasn't an instantaneous task either, so Milton Cheney decided to take a breather. Otherwise, a level 1 wizard such as himself would end up living a lifestyle like a hermit from his previous life. However, the moment he saw a core member of the White Raven Society approaching him, a hint of exasperation flashed in his eyes. All right then, it seemed, his relaxation time will have to be postponed. The core members of the White Raven Society were all level 3 wizard apprentices, hence if a core member sought him, it must mean something had happened. After the white-robed man came close to Milton Cheney, he respectfully opened his mouth. Lord, Red Raven asks you to the City Lord's Hall as a representative from the Radiant Academy has arrived. It does seem about time for tributes. Just submit the magic stones as normal. I've said before, matters like this don't need me to supervise, he can handle it himself. Hearing this, Milton Cheney responded. He thought it was something more serious, so it's actually this trivial matter. Although he appointed Black Raven as the city lord, Milton Cheney knew that the one really handling matters in the city was still Red Raven. Red Raven truly was loyal to him, so Milton Cheney didn't hesitate to delegate power. He had stated beforehand that such a matter doesn't need to be reported to him. However, calculating the time, it indeed was about the period for contributing magic stones to the Radiant Academy. Since the White Raven Society was now in control of Fen City, matters now naturally fell to them. Normal tribute, the Radiant Academy couldn't do anything about it as well. Lord, the one who came is a level 1 wizard. That wizard requested to meet you in person. Red Raven is dealing with the wizard in the meantime and asked me to immediately relay the information to you. The white-robed man spoke, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. This lowly person from Radiant Academy dared to ask for an appointment with their lord. Who did he think he was? Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney immediately remembered. He indeed didn't think about it a while ago. The black text about this matter in the simulation was only a simple line. Indeed, the one who came to Fen City to receive the magic stones this time was a level 1 wizard. However, this wizard wasn't here to give him trouble but rather to establish a good relationship with him. Since he didn't pose a threat to Milton Cheney, he instantly forgot about it. All right, I'll head over. Milton Cheney responded. The white-robed man in front of him nodded respectfully, transformed into 3 ravens, and flew away. I'll wait a bit longer. Don't worry, I knew that the White Raven Society has taken over Fen City before I got here. The Radiant Academy will not make things difficult for you. Chapter 102. Matthew eyed Bailey, who was speaking to him with a gentle smile, with some disdain. The fact that everything Bailey said revolved around Radiant Academy was peculiar, as if he was throwing his weight around. Yet, Matthew kept smiling and nodding on the surface. After all, Bailey in front of him was a real level 1 wizard. It was an honor that Bailey would actually converse with him. Not all wizards would bother to talk to you with a smile. Especially considering that he is merely a level 3 wizard apprentice. In the eyes of a real wizard, a level 3 wizard apprentice is nothing more than a mere ant. The next moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man appeared at the door. This middle-aged man was naturally Milton Cheney himself. Bloodline wizards have a kind of magic, not classified as magic, that allows them to change their physiques. This change is very difficult for a level 1 wizard of the spiritual system to detect without applying spiritual power. Of course, if they were to stimulate spiritual power and probe it all over, they would certainly notice abnormality. But at this moment, Cheney is not as before. Wizards are not permitted to casually observe each other. If someone was really foolish and overly curious about Cheney's true appearance, Cheney wouldn't mind giving them a proper lesson. At least, Bailey would not voluntarily use his spiritual power to probe Cheney. Cheney let his gaze rest on Bailey for a moment, then turned away, signaling Matthew to leave first. Matthew respectfully nodded as he passed by and left the room. Hello, Bailey Denson, I am here to collect the magic stones for Radiant Academy. As Cheney was scrutinizing Bailey, Bailey too was examining Cheney. He knew that the person before him was indeed the official wizard who had killed Albert, but there seemed to be nothing special about him. Nicholas, White Raven Society Master. Cheney responded. You shouldn't refuse a cordial hand, and although Cheney had simulated this conversation with the Radiant Academy several times, harboring feelings of extreme dislike towards them. But in reality this was his first meeting with anyone from Radiant Academy, and he was also a level 1 wizard just like him. So he didn't show any unnecessary emotions, rather quite indifferent. On the other hand, Bailey was very enthusiastic. I disliked Albert for a long time. You, Nicholas, have made quite a stir this time. By now, the news that you killed Albert and took control of Fen City has already spread across the northern continent. Bailey was being flattering as he spoke with a chuckle. Hearing this, Cheney let out a soft laugh. He may not know when Bailey got the news or how quickly he had rushed to Fen City. But it is utterly impossible that the news of his killing Albert has spread all over the northern continent. Cheney has learned a lot about the vastness of the northern continent of Corner Sea from his months of research. However, he didn't expose Bailey's intentional flattery, but rather seemed to be enjoying it. The two slowly began to chat, and towards the end, Bailey even suggested a waiving of the White Raven Society's tribute this time. But Cheney promptly refused, expressing that he wouldn't burden Bailey. The number of magic stones he would offer this time would be more, not less. If he had agreed to let Bailey waive this, then it would be the same as holding a leverage over Bailey. Cheney isn't foolish. His many simulations have shown him just how hypocritical the people of Radiant Academy can be. If they were to fall out later, Bailey would definitely reverse the situation. He would insist that Cheney himself refused the tribute, not that Bailey had waived it for him. After all, Bailey doesn't really have that authority. If it comes down to that point, who will Radiant Academy believe? Certainly not likely to be Cheney. When the Radiant Academy retaliates, they tend to concoct an absurd reason. And Cheney wouldn't let the waiver of magic stones become such an unfounded justification. The two laughed and chatted, but what they were thinking in their hearts, no one knew. Chapter 103, True Body Simulation in the Real World. Bailey left, taking away a considerable amount of magic stone in the process. To be honest, Milton Cheney felt a bit envious when he saw Bailey store the magic stones in his spatial treasure. However, Milton managed to suppress his desire to act. It's not a good habit to want to rob anyone he sees. After leaving the City Lord's Hall, Milton finally had a chance to relax on Fen Island. For a true wizard, Fen Island is not really big. If Milton put all his effort into it, he could explore the entirety of Fen Island in just one day. However, Milton chose to leisurely stroll around Fen Island over several days, as he was there to relax. In the following days, the control of Fen City by the White Raven Society went according to plan. Matthew managed Fen City well. The people of the city gradually went from panic to stability. They found that their lives did not have much change after the White Raven Society took over Fen City, but rather, the city management became even stricter. The incidence of outsiders causing trouble in Fen City also decreased. A weeb novel. This was because once someone started a fight in Fen City for no reason, the would be forcibly suppressed by those white-robed individuals from the White Raven Society, making them feel safer than before. Some people from the minor families also dared not to act recklessly, for the reality was not as before. The presence of a level 1 wizard on Fen Island deterred anyone with ill intentions from acting. The Spur family, who were they? They really weren't familiar. They now only recognized the White Raven Society, they were not familiar with anything else. The White Raven Society had over 1,000 members now, with nearly 100 level 1 and level 2 wizard apprentices. There were even as many as 15 level 3 wizard apprentices. Most importantly, the person in charge of the White Raven Society was Milton himself, a true level 1 wizard. Even Milton himself was a little surprised by this rate of development, as it was too fast. Fen City was now fully under the control of the White Raven Society. Of course, Milton currently had no intention of expanding his reach. Indeed, the White Raven Society has currently developed very quickly, but it also grew too rapidly, so it needed to digest the changes slowly. If they continued to expand their influence, it would not be beneficial for the current White Raven Society. So, under Milton's instruction, the White Raven Society gradually quieted down and began to manage Fen City. Time passed, and already over 5 months had passed since Bailey came to Fen City to collect magic stones. 5 months' time went by in a flash. Inside Milton's usual residence in Fen City, an apartment. Milton was somewhat puzzled at that moment, frowning as if he was thinking about something. The next moment, Milton's spiritual power moved and a bottle of magic potion appeared in his hand. Milton looked closely at the magic potion, comparing it to the knowledge he had gathered over the past few months, and eventually came to a conclusion. Perhaps it really is due to a lack of catalyst. Otherwise, I can't explain why there was no effect after taking the magic potion in all 5 simulations. According to probability, at least 1 trial out of 5 should have been successful. Milton rubbed his chin and then placed the magic potion back into his spatial bracelet. In the 5 simulations, although Milton followed the path of a bloodline wizard, he always took a half-wizard potion to try his luck. When the first 2 attempts were not successful, Milton considered it normal. But when the 3rd, 4th, and 5th attempts were also unsuccessful, Milton felt something was off. He then asked the White Raven Society to pay attention to books on this topic to help him find them, and finally found a statement in some obscure books. The statement said, most of the magic potions from the ancient times require the addition of a catalyst to have their original effect. But the problem was, Milton had no idea what the catalyst for the half-wizard potion was. In his last simulation, although he gathered some information, he still couldn't become a level 1 spiritual system wizard. Regardless, he could slowly experiment with the catalyst in the future. As long as the real Milton did not consume a half-wizard potion, the Milton in the simulation could continue experimenting. What he was wasting was only a bit of time in the simulation. His main path was still that of a bloodline wizard. After 5 simulations, Milton was now 1 step closer to becoming a level 2 wizard. If only he had a bloodline refining technique, he might already have reached the limit of a level 2 wizard. But this speed was already very fast. Milton was not dissatisfied at all. Moreover, in this simulation, he had established a good relationship with Lyle Simpson in advance, and Lyle eventually told him the way to join the Pure Yellow Tower. Although Lyle had given him the information, he did not think that Milton could really join the Pure Yellow Tower. After all, those methods sounded like they were just to make things difficult. At least now, Milton had already lost the qualification to join the Pure Yellow Tower. Of course, nothing is entirely inevitable. In less than a month, Milton could try the new function of the upgraded simulator True Body Simulation. Perhaps Milton could find a way in the True Body Simulation. Milton had been looking forward to this new simulation method for almost a year. After all, True Body Simulation could retain the realm, techniques, and memory. Most importantly, he no longer needed his subconscious mind to tell him what to do, because everything in the True Body Simulation would be done by him personally. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and more than half a month passed in an instant. At this moment, Milton's eyes flashed with anticipation, because a change occurred on the invisible panel in front of him. True Body Simulation Count, 1. It's here. True Body Simulation, only once a year. Start True Body Simulation. Yes. Milton didn't hesitate, his thoughts shifted. The next moment, the expected change didn't happen. He was still him, but the panel in front of him had disappeared. Panel? Milton thought in his heart, but there was no response. The simulator seemed to have disappeared, giving him no feedback. Has it already started? A flash of shock crossed Milton Cheney's eyes. Has it started already? Milton lifted his hand and flexed his body a little. Finally, he left his apartment and stepped outside. There was no change, his current sensations completely matched his real-life experiences. All his memories were intact. He could use all of his magic and none of his power had vanished. Aside from the missing simulator, there was no difference between him at this moment and the real-life him. Even the world itself was the same, not a single element of what he saw had changed, not even a bit. Milton activated 2 spatial treasures in his spiritual sea. The space key and the spatial bracelet appeared in his hands, nothing inside was missing. Call the Black Raven over. Milton spoke to the man in the white robe who was standing outside his apartment. The man in the white robe respectfully nodded, then left to find the Black Raven. After a short while, the Black Raven appeared before Milton. The familiar scent of blood remained unchanged, and the Black Raven maintained his same calm expression. He was no different from the real-life Black Raven. Milton glanced at the Black Raven. Seeing that Milton was observing him, the Black Raven stood there, not looking sideways. That's all, you can leave now. Milton waved his hand to let the Black Raven go. Without a word, the Black Raven respectfully nodded and then left the place. Now, Milton was sure. True Body Simulation was no different from reality. Not only him, but other people within the simulation were unaltered, indistinguishable from real life. At this moment, Milton started to suspect whether this was a parallel world. Because this was a true world, too real. Listening, smelling, and touching, all signal that this was a real world. But the thing was that Milton knew that this was a simulated world. The simulator was too exaggerated. Creating a world from nothing, with every person in it completely replicating reality. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that even the level 5 wizard, level 6 wizard, or even level 7 wizard simulator could be replicated? The most important thing was that True Body Simulation didn't have any cost. Was a yearly expenditure even considered a cost? It was more of a benefit. Even though Milton is now a level 1 wizard, he was still shocked. Such a feeling could not be brought by text simulation. Although text simulation would also shock Milton, it was only when he leveled up after the simulation ends. But True Body Simulation was different. It was constantly shocking Milton. I can't think any more. If I do, it will affect my Deo heart. Milton put away the chaotic thoughts in his mind and temporarily put the simulator aside. Since the simulated world was so real, then what if Milton just treated it as a real world? He wanted to see how far he could go without the use of external plugins. Standing in the courtyard outside his apartment, Milton took a look at the world and then went back to his apartment. Time passed, and a year went by. Milton had put the thoughts about the simulator aside for now. Master, there's progress on the news about Simon Raven. It seems that on the Violet Continent, the news about the level 3 wizard's treasure is being widely spread. Hearing this, Milton put down the book in his hand. He spoke, "Fan the flames a bit. Continue to spread this news from Fen Island." "Understood, Master. I know what to do." Milton's gaze was profound. "White Tower, since you're so interested in me, I'll give you another fire." 2 more years passed. Colon Island, White Raven City. Milton crushed the flower in front of him and shook his head. "It's still not working." Without further thought, Milton stepped out of the palace. Seeing Milton come out, a young man in a yellow robe who was standing by immediately greeted him. He respectfully said, "Master, the competition for the Mystic Realm has failed. The Radiant Academy made a move." "Then give up on it, it's just a small Mystic Realm." Milton spoke casually, without any change of expression. "Did you get any news about the totem's heart that I asked you to look into?" Hearing this, Simon Raven shook his head and respectfully said, "The only thing related to totem's heart is this Mystic Realm." Hearing this, Milton was silent for a while. Then he spoke, "Give up on the totem's heart for now, put it aside temporarily. Radiant Academy, you wait and see." The gears of time never stopped turning. With this turn, another 10 years had passed. Chapter 104. In the central continent of Violet Continent, within Sea Caw City. Lyle Simpson looked helplessly at Milton Cheney in front of him, finally shaking his head. A trace of disappointment showed in Milton's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Still not good enough? In 3 years, his relationship with Lyle had grown from being strangers to quite good. Lyle perhaps for the first time met someone who could understand him this much, and they were both bloodline wizards, so he didn't mind that Milton was only a level 1 wizard. Initially, he might have been suspicious of Milton having some kind of agenda, but now he thought differently. If there's an agenda, then let it be. A person who could become a level 1 wizard could never be a simple ordinary person. Their relationship was somewhat similar to the close friendship Milton had in his previous life. Lyle could only remain a level 2 wizard in this lifetime, his potential completely tapped, so he didn't care about Milton's intentions. After all, he was much more utilitarian than Milton during his youth. "Kid, joining the Pure Yellow Tower isn't as simple as you think. My mentor might have a way to help you join, but as you know, I can't contact him right now. Without the bloodline refining technique, you're destined to forever remain at level 1. You're still young, with plenty of time to enjoy life. Why be so persistent?" Lyle started to speak. He simply couldn't understand why the youngster in front of him was so tenacious. Despite knowing there's no chance for improvement, he still spends a significant amount of time on bloodline refining. As a level 2 bloodline wizard, Lyle knew very well how important the bloodline refining technique was to a bloodline wizard. Without the bloodline refining technique, no matter how high the potential of your bloodline, you would still end up as a level 1 blood wizard. This is essentially a law. From the advent of the bloodline wizard path till now, nobody has been able to break this. Just like Lyle himself, knowing he can never become a level 3 blood wizard, he had given up on his cultivation long ago. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney remained silent, shaking his head. After a while, Milton spoke, "Lyle, I plan to leave Violet Continent. Thanks for everything these past 2 years." During these 2 years, Lyle was more like a mentor-cum-friend to Milton. He didn't care about Milton's objectives, nor did he care that Milton was a lower-ranked level 1 bloodline wizard. "Kid, why bother?" Lyle knew Milton still didn't want to give up, so he didn't say more. Looking at Milton's retreating figure, Lyle seemed to see his own past self who had just exited the Pure Yellow Tower. The only difference was that his past self was full of despair, while Milton was filled with hope now. This perhaps was the difference between them. Thinking about this, Lyle suddenly felt like picking up the bloodline refining technique to refine his bloodline. But in the end, he didn't. Why waste any more time if he had already reached his limit? Leaving the central continent, Milton Cheney returned once again to the White Rose School. During these 10 years, it was not Milton's first time back to the White Rose School. The White Rose School was not what it used to be as the school had gained a new deputy sect master. The level 1 wizard who was newly promoted was none other than Milton's mentor, Morden. Milton met with Morden, they chatted for a while, and then Milton left the school. This time, leaving the Violet Continent, he might not come back for a long time. The pure yellow tower was still too far away from him. Milton no longer wanted to waste time on the violet continent. The world would not revolve around him, and the rules of the pure yellow tower would not change because of him. Without hesitating, Milton boarded the giant ship departing the violet continent. Time flies, and another 5 years passed. Corner Sea Continent, Colon Island, White Raven City. Society Master, people from the Radiant Academy are here again. This year, they've doubled the magic stones they're demanding. In the City Lord's Hall, Milton sat there while a man in a white robe next to him spoke respectfully. Hearing this, Milton rubbed his temples gently. People from Radiant Academy were too greedy, never satisfied. Over these years, the White Raven Society had become an unionurable wizard organization on the northern continent. But with this came a problem. Radiant Academy's appetite grew bigger and bigger. Milton didn't feel this during text simulation. Back then, he was only interested in the final outcome. But it was different with true body simulation. He himself had to physically go through everything. This experience was entirely different from text simulation. There was a reason why other wizard organizations couldn't develop on Corner Sea Continent other than Radiant Academy. Who could afford this if it continued year after year? Pay up. Milton spat out a word, then waved his hand, indicating the man in the white robe to leave. Another 5 years passed. Not much had happened on the Corner Sea Continent during these years. Colon Island, White Raven City, the Raven Palace. Society Master, this time Radiant Academy is demanding more magic stones and insists that we must provide 3 level 3 wizard apprentices. Milton sat in the center of the palace, his face unchanged on hearing this. Every year, the gain was minimal, but the contribution was increasingly more. While these magic stones weren't enough to cripple the White Raven Society, they certainly weren't a small sum either. Moreover, Radiant Academy was getting more demanding this year, not only demanding money but also people. 3 level 3 wizard apprentices wasn't much to the White Raven Society as it was now. But if this time, Milton Cheney really agrees to the request from the Radiant Academy, I'm afraid there will be 5 next year, and 10 in the 3rd year. The Radiant Academy is acting recklessly because they know that the White Raven Society does not dare to refuse. But this time, they might be disappointed. Milton Cheney pinched his fingers and spoke softly, how is the investigation into the Radiant Academy's branches on the northern continent going? As soon as he said this, a man in a yellow robe sitting below began to say, we have investigated everything. How sure are you? About 30%. 30%? 30% is enough to abandon the 3 islands and 4 cities controlled by the White Raven Society, launch the Dark Raven Plan. The Corner Sea Continent has been quiet for a long time, it's about time it got lively. 3 months have passed. The peaceful Corner Sea Continent, like a peaceful lake, has been dropped a bomb, and it has exploded. An unbelievable news suddenly swept across the entire Corner Sea Continent. The Radiant Academy, which has ruled the Corner Sea Continent for hundreds of years, is in trouble. On the northern continent, more than 16 branches of the Radiant Academy were investigated, and as many as 1,000 wizard apprentices were assassinated and killed. A total of 4 level 1 wizards have died. The first reaction of everyone upon hearing this news was that this was definitely a false rumor. You know, the invincible power of the Radiant Academy has permeated the entire Corner Sea Continent for 100 years. Those who dared to provoke the Radiant Academy undoubtedly became corpses in the end. Under these circumstances, someone dared to assassinate and kill the people of the Radiant Academy. Even 4 real wizards were killed. How is this possible? But it really happened, as you can tell from the crazy actions of the Radiant Academy. This giant machine that rules the entire Corner Sea Continent is now moving. And all of this was caused by a previously insignificant wizard organization on the northern continent, White Raven Society. The White Raven Society has become infamous this time, and it is known to everyone across the continent. It is even being called the Demon Raven Society by countless people. The White Raven Society has become the most notorious black wizard organization in the whole continent overnight. Of course, this is in the eyes of ordinary people. In the eyes of the wizard organizations that have long been oppressed by the Radiant Academy, the White Raven Society is undoubtedly a hero. Bailey's prophecy that everyone would know about it has come true. It's just a pity that Bailey isn't here to see it. Because Milton Cheney sent him off to meet God himself. Is there a God in the wizard realm? Never mind. At this time, Milton Cheney has already left the Corner Sea continent. The lively Corner Sea continent has nothing to do with him anymore. The White Raven Society has completely died down, except for some level 2 wizard apprentices being found and killed by the people from the Radiant Academy, or forced to reveal the whereabouts of the others. Most of the core members, relying on the White Raven mark, have changed their identities and are hiding among the thousands of islands in the Corner Sea continent. Finding all of them is undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. Freeway, N, Oval. They have turned into dark ravens, waiting for Milton Cheney's next call. Time will not stop for anyone. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. It has been 20 years since the Demon Raven incident. The White Raven Society has become a black mark in the history of the Radiant Academy. After all, that slap from 20 years ago was indeed too loud. Inside Brightling Manor on the southern continent of the Lilith continent, a beautiful woman lightly kissed Milton Cheney on the lips, then started setting up the food. "How is Zeus over there? You're showing concern for your child now. I thought Zeus was my child alone." Hearing this, Milton Cheney gave an embarrassed laugh. He indeed didn't pay much attention to his son over these years. Shirley gave Milton Cheney a glance, then continued, "Zeus has returned to the Black Forest cabin. Mentor Berlin says he has the potential to become a level 2 wizard apprentice before he turns 20. Milton Cheney nodded. His son indeed possesses better wizard talent than he did. Level 2 magic aptitude, if he puts his heart into it, he might even have a chance to reach the realm of a level 1 wizard. How are you considering the invitation from the Black Forest cabin?" Shirley curiously looked at Milton Cheney as she spoke. Milton Cheney picked up a piece of bread and began to eat slowly, shaking his head. "I'm not going, you know I don't want to be shackled by mundane matters." "All right, it seems Zeus lost another thing to brag about to others," Shirley said with a smile, then pushed the food in front of her towards Milton Cheney. In these 20 years, Milton Cheney has fully considered this place to be a real world. After all, how long has he been living in the real world since he last crossed over? It's only been a few years at most. And how long has this true body simulation lasted? It's been almost 50 years. That is to say, Milton Cheney has been living in this world created by the simulator for 50 years. He has a wife, a child, and he's also heard news about the half-wizard potion primer. Everything is on the right track. Maybe in this true body simulation, he could become a real level 1 spiritual wizard? The true body simulation part ends in the next chapter. It'll be done in 3 chapters, please praise me. Chapter 105. Inside a small laboratory at Brightling Manor, Milton Cheney held an extremely worn-out book in his hands. Milton Cheney's gaze paused on one of the book's pages, he then studied it again and again. "I can only give it a shot now. Even if it fails, I might still have a chance in future," Milton murmured to himself, then closed the worn-out book. With a flicker of his spiritual power, a magic potion appeared in his hands. The next moment, a red gem appeared in his hands. Half-wizard potion, Totem's Heart. Milton opened the magic potion, then directly crushed the gem with his hand. The gem's dust flowed from his hand into the bottle. After the powder of Totem's Heart was poured into the half-wizard potion, the potion underwent intense changes. Glug! Glug! Like water boiling, the magic potion started bubbling non-stop. Cheney could feel the searing heat of the potion in his hand, but this heat didn't pose any problem for him. Under Milton's gaze, the color of the half-wizard potion slowly changed from a light black to red. Until it completely turned red, the color of fresh blood. When all the changes stopped, Milton picked up the half-wizard potion and shook it in front of his eyes. It was very viscous and somewhat resembled the fresh blood of some beast. Can this really be consumed? Won't something bad happen? Cheney brought the bottle close to his nose to smell it. An acrid smell wafted out. But since he had already concocted it, even if the Totem's Heart wasn't the catalyst, the half-wizard potion was already ruined. So, Milton didn't hesitate and drained the potion in one gulp. That gulp caused him to nearly vomit. It was just too awful to drink. Milton felt like he was drinking bloody mucus. After drinking it all, Milton immediately started the Black Tower meditation technique. There wasn't any change, the meditation was as usual, not any progression. As expected, it's still not working. Milton was somewhat disappointed, but his emotion didn't swing too extreme. After all, he's been working with the simulator for more than days. He still had a lot more time. If it didn't work this time, there's still a next time. However, when Milton was preparing to stop the meditation, the change happened. Milton's mind got impacted, the scene of the laboratory disappeared in front of him. Everything in his sight underwent massive changes. For an instant, it seemed as if he was suspended over a vast sea. Milton was not a stranger to the broad sea under his feet, it was the spiritual sea of a wizard. However, Milton was sure that this spiritual sea was definitely not his own, because it was too big. Comparing his own spiritual sea with this one was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. How vast is this spiritual sea? Milton didn't know, but he felt it was bigger than the whole corner sea. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Milton didn't know how long had passed. Until, a massive shadow appeared in front of him. A giant-like shadow. This shadow brought a touch of clarity to Milton's murky eyes. Very familiar. It seemed to be him. This thought unconsciously sprung into Milton's mind. But how could this be possible? The shadow almost pierced the sky, it seemed to be larger than a planet. Could this be him? Or was this the him he fantasized? Next moment, the giant moved, it turned around and looked at him. Milton's mind got impacted, it really was him. At least, the face didn't have any difference. A thought suddenly popped into Milton's mind at this moment. That's me. That's future me. Suddenly, the whole scene in front of him shattered like a broken mirror. Milton's mind went black, and he fainted. Milton's eyelids twitched, then he opened his eyes. The first thing that appeared in his sight was white, then it was worried Shirley by his side. Shirley, holding Cheney's hand, asked worriedly, "Why did you suddenly faint in the laboratory? Were you doing a dangerous experiment?" Milton lightly tapped Shirley's hand, indicating that he was fine and she didn't need to worry. His body wasn't affected, at least, right now. Milton felt that his body was full of strength. Milton sat up and said, "It's nothing, Shirley. Don't worry." Hearing Milton's robust voice, the worry on Shirley's face finally faded a bit. "Then you rest well for a while. I'll prepare some food for you." Milton nodded. Shirley gave him a gentle peck on the corner of his mouth then left. Milton, sitting on the bed, rubbed his temple. The memory before he fainted appeared somewhat blurred. It seemed like he saw his future self. The effect of the half-wizard potion was to borrow some power from the future self and feedback it into the present. So, was seeing his future self normal? Normal my ass. If that was really the case, it's impossible that not a single book mentioned this effect of the half-wizard potion. Also, was his future self really so powerful? Just taking a glance gave him the feeling of watching a world. His wizard talent was only level 5. According to reasoning, his future self should be at most a level 1 wizard. Right, the simulator. A thought suddenly sprung up in Milton's mind. He almost forgot about the simulator. If what he saw was his future self with the simulator, then it made sense. Of course, Milton wasn't sure. He didn't know if it was an illusion caused by consuming the potion. Next moment. Huff. Milton's spiritual power swept across the room like a breeze. Some curtains moved due to this breeze and made some noise. Chapter 106. Level 1 Spiritual Wizard. Milton Cheney kept his spiritual power at bay, feeling somewhat introspective. Before he became a level 1 spiritual wizard, he had yearned deeply to reach this realm. However, after he genuinely became a level 1 spiritual wizard, he did not feel as astounded as he thought he would be. Everything seemed to have happened so naturally. Perhaps it was because Milton had already become a level 1 wizard once. Or perhaps it was because after witnessing the massive shadow of himself in the future, a level 1 wizard didn't seem as significant anymore. Milton didn't know one thing many books about half-wizard potions didn't mention but was indeed true. That is, 50% of people who become official wizards due to half-wizard potions are level 1 wizards with wizard talents. The grand wizards who developed the half-wizard potions probably never thought that someone of level 5 qualification could become a level 1 wizard after taking the potion. Milton attributed his ability to become a level 1 wizard to the half-wizard potion. What he didn't know is that the main reason he could become a level 1 wizard was not the half-wizard potion, but his future self. Time passed swiftly, and another decade flew by. In the experimental zone of the Black Forest Cabin Wizard Academy, within a giant laboratory, Milton stopped what he was doing and looked at the young man in front of him, who somehow resembled himself. Zeus, his son. First ring magic, Eye of Truth. After scanning with the Eye of Truth, Milton nodded and opened his mouth. Good, but you've just become a level 2 wizard apprentice and you're a bit unstable. Remember not to get arrogant or impatient. There are people far more talented than you. Some even become wizards at the age of 20, so there's nothing for you to be proud of. Hearing this, Zeus looked at Milton as if he was joking. Become a wizard at 20? That would be a miracle, even for a god. I understand, father. But Zeus still responded respectfully. The person he respected most was his father. Therefore, he kept every word Milton said in his heart. Take a mission from the academy and go out for some experience. Don't stay in the academy all the time. Yes, father. Zeus nodded and then left the lab after saying goodbye to Milton. Milton watched Zeus's silhouette for a moment, then turned his gaze away. Time passed, and 50 years went by. In his estate, Milton stopped his bloodline refining process. As expected, the older you get, the slower you can refine the bloodline. Calculating, this simulation has already lasted for 103 years. Milton was 124 years old at this point. Although his physical functions hadn't declined and was just like when he was 30. The speed at which he refined the bloodline was gradually slowing down. Though he already knew about this situation from many text simulations he did before, the sense of powerlessness he felt experiencing it now was not something he could glean from text simulations. In the text simulations, he could refine the bloodline relentlessly until he fell. He could refine the bloodline for 23 hours a day. But in reality, he obviously couldn't do this. Although he was a wizard, he was also a human, not a machine. Father. Seeing Milton stopped his cultivation, Zeus, who was by Milton's side, moved closer and spoke softly. 50 years had passed. Zeus was now a middle-aged man, with a beard and much more stability in his demeanor. He had a wife and a family of his own, and he did not normally live with Milton. It's your mother's Memorial Day tomorrow. Stay the night here at the estate. Milton spoke faintly, and a wisp of nostalgia flickered in his eyes before quickly disappearing. All right, father. Zeus's eyes also showed a touch of grief. Shirley died naturally, and even Milton couldn't do anything about it. In Shirley's last years, Milton looked all over the continent but couldn't find a way to prolong her life. He had countless cultivation resources, but those resources could not bring a level 2 wizard apprentice to the realm of a level 3 wizard apprentice. In the end, Milton had no choice but to watch as Shirley closed her eyes with a smile on her face. The day after, Shirley's Memorial Day passed. Milton called Zeus over. Father. Zeus, I am going to leave the continent. The moment Milton spoke, Zeus's face changed. Father, you. Don't try to persuade me. I'm not originally from the Lilith continent. This departure does not mean I will never return. You've hit the limit of a level 3 wizard apprentice, right? Milton didn't put on a serious attitude anymore. Instead, he spoke with a light smile. Zeus nodded. In the next moment, Milton manipulated his spiritual power, and a bracelet appeared in his hand. He handed the bracelet to Zeus. The things inside will be enough to support your cultivation until you become a level 1 wizard. Consider it as my compensation for not paying enough attention to you over the years. Take it. I hope when I come back, you will have become a wizard. Milton Chaney spoke with a faint smile. The items in the bracelet would make even a level 1 wizard envious, but Milton didn't mind, because they were of no use to him. Milton was unsure whether this world built by the simulator was part of a parallel universe or completely fake. But Milton didn't care. Since he was here, he had to leave something behind. After all, Zeus was his son. If the bloodline seed was not problematic, Milton would have also left it to Zeus. After all, everything might disappear after the simulation ends. Shirley must exist in reality, but Milton did not know if he in reality would have any connection with her. The current Milton has accepted everything. He treated everything in the simulation as a real dream. Time passed, and it has been another 50 years. When the last white raven mark in Milton's mind dissipated, it represented that besides him, there was no one else left from the White Raven Society. Over the years, he had not used the White Raven mark anymore. Because he didn't need to raise any more influence, he wanted to see the world with his own eyes. Milton Cheney had stepped foot on each of the 4 continents of the corner sea. Time was like a knife, and the familiar faces from the past had become history. Morton had died, and the White Rose School was still around, but the disciples were all different now. When Milton stood on the sea as waves rolled around him, a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared quickly. He still had 100 years to live, but over the years, he had been obsessing over something. The current him was going to use the remaining time to break through this obsession. Time passed, and this time, a full 100 years have passed. A middle-aged man exuding a sense of decay stepped off the giant wheel. Stepping on the ground, a hint of laughter appeared on the man's face. No one in the surroundings paid attention to this middle-aged man, as if he didn't exist. Kazan subcontinent. The moment Milton closed his eyes, the world began to fragment like a shattered mirror. Time seemed to be rewinding. Until a certain moment, Milton opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was so unfamiliar. Unfamiliar apartment, unfamiliar room. I'm back. Looking at everything in front of him, Milton spoke with a slight sigh. True body simulation end. Realm, techniques, memories retained. Memories of hundreds of years slowly became clear, and the power he possessed did not fade in the slightest. Moreover, his body seemed to have been purified, his signs of senility disappeared. The current Milton could now understand the reborn characters in the novels of his previous life. The current him had just reborn. When the stranger attribute panel appeared in front of him again, he wanted to say a line to the simulator, external plugin, do you know how I spent these hundreds of years? Name, Milton Cheney Spiritual, 15.5. Physique, 16.2. Night Realm, Grand Knight Spiritual Wizard Realm, Level 1 Wizard. Bloodline Wizard Realm, Level 1 Wizard. Breathing Technique, Golden Lion Breathing Technique, Perfect, Meditation Technique, Black Tower Meditation Technique, Perfect. Night Skills. Spiritual Magic, Eye of Truth, First Ring, Dark Flame Technique, First Ring, Healing Light, First Ring. Bloodline Magic, Raven Swarm, First Ring, White Raven Mark, First Ring. After glancing at the panel in front of him, Milton turned it off with a thought. Even though his body was no longer old, the vicissitudes of life in his eyes were not easy to dissipate. The current him needed some time to adjust. Chapter 107. Time passed quickly, with more than a week flying by. Milton Cheney, who had wandered around Fen City, returned to his apartment. He had to admit, the experience of real body simulation was much more outrageous than he had imagined. This was not only reflected in the enhancement of his realm and technique. While his body had returned to its youth under the influence of the simulator, his psychological age remained unchanged, as if he were centuries old. After all, the world in the real body simulation had no difference from reality, it was too realistic. So it resulted in his 100 years of experience in the simulation lingering in his mind. Although this experience is certainly a great wealth, it now makes him uninterested in anything. Just as Milton Cheney was wrapped up in his own memories, a familiar mechanical voice rang in his mind. Host's mental abnormality detected, simulator's automatic protection functionality activated. The moment the mechanized voice rang out, Milton Cheney instinctively lifted his head. In an instant, his mind was like a breeze blowing through, feeling refreshed and comfortable. Milton Cheney closed his eyes to feel the change brought by the simulator's protective functionality. The next moment, when Milton opened his eyes, there was no trace of vicissitudes in his gaze. The simulator even has this function. Milton Cheney was a little surprised. The centuries of memory still existed, but the simulator had changed the way it stayed. Now, he didn't feel uninterested in everything anymore. The feeling was very peculiar. It was like he had watched a long movie, in which he was the protagonist, and everything that happened in the movie was clearly printed in his mind. This feeling was completely different from before. Although Milton Cheney still knew some things about the future centuries, these things had, however, changed from the first person to the third person. You may be emotionally stirred by a movie, but you can't always be emotionally stirred by a movie. This was how Milton Cheney felt now. He felt that he had suddenly become much wiser, which was not only reflected in his physical age but also in his psychological age. The automatic protection function of the simulator came in time. If he hadn't had this function, then in the future, Milton would have to be very careful dealing with real body simulation. After all, with his realm's enhancement and his lifespan's increase, his simulacrum would live longer and longer. If he went through this several more times, Milton Cheney might not be able to handle it. Now that the simulator could offer him protection, he no longer had any worries. In the future, if real body simulation occurred, Milton Cheney would just treat it as if he watched a movie. After enabling automatic protection, Milton Cheney felt much more relaxed. He didn't know how those in the novels who lived for hundreds of years and then returned from a rebirth managed to handle it. He almost didn't recover his stride from just this one time. If it weren't for the simulator, he guessed that it would have taken a great deal of time for him to adjust his mindset. He never thought that the simulator had other functions besides simulation. Milton Cheney was in a good mood. He had gained a lot from the real body simulation and also discovered a hidden function of the simulator. The next moment, just as Milton Cheney was in high spirits, he perceived something and opened the door of the apartment with his spiritual power. A young man in a yellow robe stood in front of the door. He lowered his hand, which was ready to knock on the door. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw Milton Cheney. The society master indeed lived up to his name. His temperament had changed again and again. But in the next moment, he spoke respectfully. "Master, part of the group that went to Colin Island has returned, and they brought back a lot of useful information." Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. The White Raven Society couldn't avoid dealing with Colin Island if they wanted to expand outwards. Being the closest island to Fen Island, Colin Island was a bit larger than Fen Island, but not by much. After all, both were small peripheral islands of the corner sea continent. Let those who went to Colin Island lay low for a while, the plan is not in a hurry. Milton Cheney said, and, while speaking, information about Colin Island surged through his mind. As an island where he had spent decades in real body simulation, and the base of the White Raven Society, Milton Cheney was more familiar with Colin Island than with Fen Island. At Milton Cheney's words, Simon Raven nodded. The current White Raven Society was in a rapidly developing stage and indeed was not in need of causing any trouble. Simon Raven respectfully left, while Milton Cheney remained, deep in thought. Centuries of memory allowed Milton Cheney to know many things others didn't know. For instance, there was a secret realm on Colin Island that hadn't been discovered yet. There were things inside that realm which interested Milton Cheney. In the simulation, the secret realm was ultimately monopolized by the Radiant Academy. However, in reality, Milton Cheney wouldn't give Radiant Academy the chance. Besides this secret realm, Milton Cheney could intercept other things that others didn't know yet but only he knew. Milton Cheney, who had nothing on at that moment, decided to get his hands on the things in the secret realm first. As soon as he said it, he did it. Milton Cheney moved and vanished from the apartment. Several days later, a small strait on Colin Island. Boom! Milton Cheney called forth his enormous spiritual power, causing a considerable disturbance. The sea waves roared, and a somewhat illusory spiral gate appeared in front of Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney withdrew his spiritual power and took a step into the mystic realm. The moment he entered, the scene before him transformed. The strait disappeared, replaced by a vast plain. First ring magic eye of truth. His spiritual power formed an eye floating high above the mystic realm. With his own eyes shut, the scene inside the mystic realm still materialized in his mind. After a moment, Milton withdrew the spiritual eye. Milton's body transformed into a flock of ravens, dispersing and flying away in all directions. Soon, a white raven landed before a stone statue and transformed back into Milton. Milton shifted his gaze onto the statue before him, reaching out and gently patting the statue. The moment he touched it, the statue turned into dust and scattered into the wind. A red gem fell from the original location of the statue. Milton reached out and caught it, storing it in the spatial key. In an instant, he vanished only to reappear elsewhere. Another statue. The same method. And so, Milton collected a total of 4 red gems. The red gems, naturally, were the totem's heart, one of the key items he needed to become a level 1 spiritual wizard in the true body simulation. The use of the totem's heart is not just for creating the half-wizard potion, and many people even do not know about this function. The most well-known use of the totem's heart is to enhance a wizard's spiritual power. Yes, it may not sound very special at first. However, the key is that the totem's heart forcibly boosts a wizard's spiritual power, and it does so without any side effects. Regardless of your qualifications, whether you're a wizard apprentice or a level 1 wizard, you can rely on the totem's heart to enhance your spiritual power. This item is somewhat similar to the experience potion in the game Milton once played in his previous life. One could say it's an alternative experience potion. The ability of the totem's heart to act as a catalyst for the half-wizard potion might also be attributed to this effect. The totem's heart may not be that important to others, but it's different for Milton. He can fully utilize the benefits of the totem's heart through the simulation. 4 totem's hearts acquired in one simulation, 40 in 10. As long as the real Milton doesn't use up the totem's heart, he could repeatedly exploit it from the simulator. This is too easy. Is this the benefit of foresight? Milton sighed slightly as he stored the 4 totem's hearts into the spatial key. In the true body simulation, he had to rack his brains just to get one totem's heart. He even planned the Dark Raven plan way in advance, and in the end, he only managed to obtain one. In reality, he effortlessly acquired 4 totem's hearts. The difference between the two was just one true body simulation. Moreover, there's more than just the totem's heart on Milton's mind. The corner sea continent is filled with undiscovered treasures, many of which were known to Milton. He didn't intend to stay long in the mystic realm. Since he was here, the totem's heart wasn't the only thing he intended to snatch. The next moment, Milton's figure disappeared from the spot. Outside the mystic realm, Milton manipulated his spiritual power to shatter the illusory vortex gate that still existed. Crescent Bay, Island. Milton activated his bloodline power, drying the damp clothes on his body. In his hand was an ordinary-looking wooden wand. The wand had been thoroughly soaked, feeling heavy in Milton's hand. The next moment, he mobilized a tremendous amount of spiritual power. The spiritual power surged into the wand, cleansing it. A scream came from the wand, but Milton, as if he hadn't heard it, continued to channel his immense spiritual power. As time passed, the scream subsided. The originally brown wand gradually took on a black hue and several patterns emerged around the wand. Dark Star Magic Wand. Milton muttered to himself, his eyes filled with a hint of joy. As for the scream just now, he completely ignored it. It was merely a damaged spiritual thought form, not enough to pique Milton's interest. A good item, indeed. Even in the simulation, Milton only heard of this magic device, but when he found out that the Radiant Academy ultimately acquired this device, he had the White Raven members investigate the most detailed information. This was a level 2 magic device, a wand-type device that enhanced the power of magic. Moreover, it was inscribed with second ring magic Dark Star. It can be said that this is now the most valuable thing Milton possesses. Milton observed the Dark Star magic wand more closely, and then stored the wand in the spatial key. It was hard to believe that so many treasures that would make even wizards envious could be found on such a small island like Island. The annual output of the text simulation was limited to a few paragraphs, all from Milton's first-person perspective. So no matter how many times he experienced the text simulation, he would remain oblivious to the details he wasn't aware of in the first place. The true body simulation was different, offering a comprehensive and detailed experience. If Milton hadn't experienced the true body simulation, he wouldn't have imagined the number of treasures hidden on the small Island. This trip to Island brought plentiful rewards. Chapter 108. The island of Colon, shrouded in darkness, was peaceful and quiet. At this moment, on a mostly unknown part of Island, a middle-aged man in a purple robe was solemnly surveying his surroundings. The next moment, he closed his eyes, using his spiritual power to carefully probe his environment, but found nothing unusual. The middle-aged man sighed a sigh of relief, feeling a roller coaster of emotions. Where did that monster come from? His relaxed feeling didn't last long, when suddenly his expression changed. His spiritual power was instantaneously summoned, rapidly spreading outwards from him. First ring magic soul light curtain. A faint golden light screen blanketed the middle-aged man's body. Boom! A loud noise echoed, causing the light screen to ripple violently before restoring its calm. Simultaneously, in the blink of an eye, a magic disc appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. The manifestation of his spiritual power made his form disappear from his original location. Milton Cheney, standing on the sidelines, without showing any facial expression, also vanished from the same location. Island, in an unknown location. Benny Bayer suddenly appeared, his face somewhat sour. He licked the gaps between his teeth, the taste of blood in his mouth brought some clarity to his mind. He instinctively surveyed his surroundings but found nothing abnormal. But this time, he didn't breathe a sigh of relief, for his last teleportation disc had been used. His current self, if found, wouldn't be able to escape. Radiant Academy. Benny murmured to himself, his eyes filled with a trace of hatred, but it quickly disappeared. Compared to the fear in his heart, at the moment his mind was primarily filled with bewilderment. He had no idea why he had attracted the attention of the people from the Radiant Academy. Could it be that they discovered he killed one of their students long ago? But that was in the distant past, they wouldn't wait a few decades and suddenly seek to avenge their student. Moreover, as a respected level 1 wizard, the Radiant Academy would seek trouble with him for an apprentice wizard who passed away? That seemed highly implausible. Especially considering that the wizards of the Radiant Academy are people who wouldn't rise early without any benefits, they wouldn't lift a finger for a mere wizard's apprentice. Apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any other way he might have offended the Radiant Academy. His heart was brimming with questions and puzzles that he couldn't solve, but clearly, no one could answer them for him now. He took out a magic potion from his pocket and drank it in one gulp, recovering some of his strength. The gradually recovering spiritual power brought him a sense of safety. After a final inspection of his surroundings, Benny called upon every bit of the remaining spiritual power from his spiritual sea. First ring magic wind walk. His body seemed to transform into a whirlwind and quickly disappeared from the area. At this point, he didn't care why the people of Radiant Academy were after him. He knew he had to get off this cursed island of Colon. As he made his exit, he felt he wouldn't be returning again. While he was still uncertain as to why the people of Radiant Academy were on to him, the corner sea continent was after all, under the control of the Radiant Academy. But before he could fly any considerable distance, his vision was suddenly fixed on the silhouette of a person. Again. Benny gritted his teeth, instantly changing direction. But faster than him was Milton Cheney, who appeared in front of him in just a twinkling of an eye. Looking at Milton, who unexpectedly appeared before him, despair filled Benny's eyes. By now, he was running out of spiritual power in his spiritual sea. The majority of his usable abilities consisted of zero-ring magic only. But these zero-ring magic techniques weren't going to change the dire situation at hand. His death seemed to have become inevitable now. Benny, who was blessed with an unusual talent and a first-class wizard's qualification, who became a level 1 wizard before reaching the age of 100. Just when he was facing such an unclear predicament, his heart was filled with hatred towards the Radiant Academy. If only he knew back then when he became a level 1 wizard, he would have slain them all. Give up your resistance, release your spiritual sea, and I'll give you a chance to live. Just as Benny decided to face death courageously, Milton in front of him spoke. The tone was indifferent, as if the conversation was a casual chat. Hearing these words, a glimmer of hope flashed in Benny's eyes, but disappeared just as quickly. You want me to be your dog? How could he, Benny, blessed with an extraordinary talent and a first-class wizard qualification, who became a level 1 wizard before reaching the age of 100, possibly become someone's lapdog? He fully understood the implications of opening up his spiritual sea. In the face of this man's power, opening up the spiritual sea was tantamount to giving his life to the man in front of him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be? All right. Benny made a firm decision and closed his eyes, completely opening up his spiritual sea. After some thoughtful consideration, which actually just took a second, Benny chose to open his spiritual sea. Living was more important. He could be somebody's dog. Becoming a dog wasn't so bad, as long as he could at least continue living, right? After all, living was more important than anything else. When you die, everything is lost. He spent nearly 100 years to become a level 1 wizard, and it wasn't so that he could end up buried in the ground. Moreover, the man in front of him was incredibly powerful. He was the most powerful level 1 wizard that Benny had ever seen. There wasn't anything bad about being his dog. Benny continuously brainwashed himself. Observing Benny's actions, there was no surprise in Milton's eyes. As expected of you. Milton Cheney was never planning on killing Benny. Killing Benny would bring no benefit and would not contribute to the White Raven Society's control over Colon Island. Moreover, Benny was a unique individual. Cheney had found that out in the simulation. The main reason the White Raven Society could so easily control Colon Island in the simulation was because Benny had abandoned it. Moreover, Cheney didn't even have to lift a finger. Benny just ran away. Benny didn't even bother to assess the strength of the White Raven Society before running, not stopping for a moment. After all, Colin Island was his territory, where he had spent decades. However, when the White Raven Society arrived, Benny simply disappeared. Afterwards, Cheney tried to investigate Benny's whereabouts. He was able to obtain some information but couldn't find the man himself. Benny was highly talented and had a knack for survival. By the time Cheney left the Corner Sea continent, Benny had even become a level 2 wizard. Since Benny was so cooperative, Cheney didn't feel the need to push further. He swiftly imprinted the White Raven mark into Benny's spiritual sea and his bloodline. With these dual imprints, Benny would never escape Cheney's control unless he changed his body, even if he became a level 2 wizard. Lord. Benny adapted to his new status rapidly. Cheney nodded and informed Benny about the affairs of the White Raven Society. He then delegated control of Colin Island to Benny. In terms of efficiency, subjugating one person and gaining control of an island was unmatched. Saying the White Raven Society slowly erode Colin Island was far less efficient than simply taking direct control. I understand, Society Master. Benny respectfully nodded and spoke. Since he was already a part of the White Raven Society and couldn't resist it, he decided to embrace it. Benny believed he still had a bright future. Besides the Society Master, he was the only level 1 wizard in the White Raven Society. Given the Society Master's capabilities, the future of the White Raven Society was certainly promising. By then, he could even be regarded as an elder member of the society. Seeing the energetic Benny, Cheney didn't say more and left the place. Benny had controlled Colin Island for decades and needed no extra instructions regarding this aspect. Several months later. Society Master, news has been received. A level 3 wizard level treasure has been discovered in the Violet Continent 6 months ago. The news has gradually spread to our Corner Sea continent. The man in white robe who was speaking in front of Cheney couldn't hide his desire. After all, this was a level 3 wizard's treasure that would make anyone's heart race. If the treasure didn't originally belong to Cheney, he would probably have had the same reaction. Hearing this, Cheney didn't show any reaction. He knew very well that the news about the level 3 wizard's treasure couldn't be concealed. If the people from White Tower couldn't find him, it made sense that they would spread the news. But now, Cheney had no more worries, as the level 3 wizard's treasure was no longer linked to him. The level 3 wizard's treasure belonged to Cheney, but what did that have to do with the Society Master of the White Raven Society? Pay no mind to it. If any disturbances arise in the city, suppress them. Cheney spoke. Unlike his choice to fan the flames in the simulation, he didn't think that it was necessary in reality. This news couldn't be kept a secret and would inevitably be leaked. However, compared with the simulation where Cheney himself helped spread the news, the spread of the news in reality was slower. What about the people from Radiant Academy? Society Master, the people from Radiant Academy have left. The Red Raven has handed over all the magic stones as we agreed. Cheney nodded. The current Radiant Academy wasn't as reckless as they were in the simulation. The amount of magic stones they demanded this year was not more than last year's, rather, it was a bit less. But, once the White Raven Society began to develop rapidly, the demands of the Radiant Academy would gradually increase. Cheney waved his hand indicating for the man in the white robe to withdraw. The man in the white robe duly took his leave, leaving Cheney alone in the apartment. Within a few months, the influence of the White Raven Society extended to 2 small islands around Fen Island. Of these 2 islands, Colin Island had already fallen into Cheney's hands. As for controlling the remaining island, it wouldn't be too long now. The development of White Raven Society in reality was much faster than in the simulation. Now, there was no need for the White Raven Society to actively recruit members. There were plenty of people who wished to join them. However, at the moment, Cheney was contemplating whether to make the journey back to Kazan Continent. In the true body simulation, he had finally found a way back to Kazan Continent. However, the trip back wasn't a matter of a few months. In the text simulation, his fastest trip had taken a total of 3 years. If he were to return again, the round trip would consume 6 years in total. There were 2 whole continents between the sea region of Corner Sea and the sea region of Kazan Continent. Even so, because Cheney had chosen to physically traverse the sea regions instead of traveling by a giant ship, the journey was manageable. If he had taken a ship instead, 10 years still wouldn't have been enough time. This was too long, so Cheney was only considering it and hadn't made a decision yet. In the end, Cheney chose to temporarily set aside the idea of returning to the Kazan continent. Of course, he hadn't completely dismissed the idea, he just postponed the plan. As for when he would go back? Once he became a level 2 wizard, he would definitely make the trip. Chapter 109. Age 185, the speed of refining your bloodline becomes increasingly slow, so you give up refining bloodline and switch to practicing the meditation technique. Age 190, the slow pace of cultivation makes you a little anxious, but you do not despair because your plotting continues. In the same year, your eldest son, Zeus Wesley, passed away. Age 195, you stop refining bloodline and practicing the meditation technique to concentrate on the development of your family and the White Raven Society. Age 200, you hand over the positions of family patriarch and society master of the White Raven Society to your respective grandsons and begin to wait for the end patiently, knowing your time is short. Age 205, 5 years have passed, and still there is no news. Age 210, the wait is long for you, but it is also a kind of hope. Age 215, another 5 years, the 100 years of waiting eventually bears no fruit, but you still harbor a glimmer of hope. Age 220, in the end, your direct descendant, Brofin Wesley, never returned from the pure yellow tower, and your hopes were completely dashed. You're powerless to do anything about it. Age 225, your hidden injuries erupt, and you die. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. Retain realm. With a single thought, Milton Cheney's whole body starts to surge with blood. After a moment, Milton Cheney's body returns to calmness. At this moment, Milton Cheney was one step closer to becoming a level 2 blood wizard in the bloodline path. Too bad, it's still not working. Despite the improved Cheney, he didn't feel any joy. Instead, a hint of helplessness flashed across his face. Because his 100 years of plotting in text simulation once again proved futile. Since the time he became a level 1 wizard, he had already begun to consider his future. His White Raven bloodline could help him become a level 2 blood wizard, but what about after becoming a level 2 blood wizard? But as soon as he becomes a level 2 wizard, even if he has the simulator, he can't become a level 3 wizard if he only forcefully refines his bloodline. The potential of the White Raven bloodline was limited. Even the original master of the White Raven bloodline only reached the status of a level 3 wizard. Unless Milton Cheney can possess the bloodline refining technique and the real White Raven. Otherwise, after becoming a level 2 blood wizard, he will not have any further advancements. The same is true for the spiritual system. Even though each simulation provided him with 4 totems hearts to enhance some spiritual power, these upgrades were too small and slow. Furthermore, the Black Tower meditation technique was ineffective after he became a level 1 wizard. Black Tower meditation was for the cultivation of wizard apprentices, not for level 1 wizards. He needs to find an advanced meditation technique that can support him to keep cultivating. In fact, if it were to find an advanced meditation technique that only supports cultivation until level 2 wizard, Milton Cheney already had it. Or one could say he obtained it during the true body simulation. After all, with hundreds of years of true body simulation, Milton Cheney naturally gathered many benefits. But Milton Cheney was not satisfied with this. He wanted to find a meditation technique that would allow him to cultivate up to a level 4 or level 5 wizard. After becoming a real wizard, changing meditation techniques each time is a tricky thing. However, for Milton Cheney who possesses a simulator, changing meditation techniques is not difficult. A single simulation is enough to allow him to perfect transitioning to a new meditation technique. Regardless of the future of his bloodline wizard path or his spiritual wizard path. One organization can satisfy all of these, and this organization is no stranger to Milton Cheney. Pure Yellow Tower. Yes, it is the Pure Yellow Tower that has appeared many times in Milton Cheney's simulations. Since knowing the power of the Pure Yellow Tower, Milton Cheney has attempted to join the Pure Yellow Tower while practicing the Bloodline Wizard path in nearly every simulation. This has pretty much become a mission in his text simulations. However, for this mission, from when Milton Cheney became a level 1 wizard to now being a dual cultivation level 1 wizard, dozens of simulations have passed, and he hasn't been able to join the Pure Yellow Tower once. Milton Cheney thought he had a chance of joining the Pure Yellow Tower after becoming a dual cultivator of the bloodline path and the spiritual system. But the reality was that he was overly optimistic. The Pure Yellow Tower simply did not accept him. This simulation was the closest Milton Cheney got to the Pure Yellow Tower. Because in this simulation, although he did not join the Pure Yellow Tower himself, his direct descendant, Brofin Wesley, was inducted into the Pure Yellow Tower after his wizard talent was tested. Yes, in this simulation, Milton Cheney chose a different way. That is, having a child. Milton Cheney was lucky, but he was also unlucky. The lucky part was one of his direct bloodlines indeed joined the Pure Yellow Tower, something that even Milton Cheney himself hadn't anticipated. Before the simulation, Milton Cheney didn't hold any expectations and just tried it out. Unexpectedly, it worked. However, the more expectations he had, the more disappointed he was. Because his direct bloodline, who joined the Pure Yellow Tower, didn't come back even once for hundreds of years. This unavoidably reminds Milton Cheney of the simulation he ran many years ago. In that simulation, he likewise chose to develop the family. However, in the end, not one of his 15 descendants returned to the subcontinent. Chapter 110. This time, it was remarkably similar to that time. Special wizard qualifications? Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Unexpectedly, he, a person with level 5 qualification, could actually produce a direct bloodline with special wizard qualifications. However, all this had nothing to do with him anymore, since the simulation had already ended. No matter how unwilling, he couldn't change the outcome. Milton Cheney remembered the condition that needed to be met to join the Pure Yellow Tower, must have special wizard qualifications. He could never fulfill this condition. Even if he had level 1 wizard talent, the Pure Yellow Tower would not care, they only wanted people with special wizard qualifications. Although until now, Milton still didn't understand exactly what effects the special wizard qualifications had. But the requirement of the Pure Yellow Tower was just like that, there was nothing he could do about it. He had to give up on the path to the Pure Yellow Tower. The wizard realm wasn't just about this one transcendent wizard organization. As he gradually grew stronger, the real appearance of this world would someday reveal itself in front of him. Discarding his chaotic thoughts, Milton made the faint blue light screen disappear. Since the simulation for this month had ended, that remaining piece of the island should also fall into the hands of the White Raven Society. Bryn Island, moon-gazing field. Boom! The dark red flames filled the sky, painting the sky blood red. First ring magic dark flame technique. The flames lingered, seemingly never to extinguish. Milton withdrew the dark star magic wand in his hand back into his spiritual sea. The next moment, Milton's spiritual power surged and the surrounding flames started to gradually disappear. With the disappearance of the last trace of flames, a blackened corpse appeared. Milton moved and appeared in front of the corpse. Then, Milton waved his hand, taking the corpse into the spatial key. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. This was the last one. Up until now, the 2 level 1 wizards on Bryn Island had died by his hand in 3 days. Now, Milton was like a king commanding over ordinary level 1 wizards. Left hand with bloodline magic, right hand with spiritual magic. An ordinary level 1 wizard had no chance of fighting back against Milton. As for why he killed these 2 wizards instead of taking them into the White Raven Society, the reason was simple, he couldn't take in any more. Milton's White Raven mark wasn't limitless. At least, he could only control 1 level 1 wizard at this stage. What's more, the fewer wizards in the White Raven Society, the more at ease the Radiant Academy would be. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. This month, nothing major had happened in Corner Sea Continent, but something big had happened on Bryn Island, near Fen Island. The only wizard organization on Bryn Island was annihilated, 2 wizards were killed, and the control of Bryn Island was handed over to another wizard organization, the White Raven Society. The newcomers dominating Bryn Island were familiar to many on the island. The news of the White Raven Society destroying the Spur family's control over Fen City hadn't spread throughout the entire northern continent, but the residents of Bryn Island knew about it. Some of them had even moved from Fen Island. But they never thought that this organization would not only take control of Fen Island, but also gain control of Bryn Island. However, these people didn't intend to leave Bryn Island this time. Leave and go where? To Colin Island? Seeing the aggressive momentum of the White Raven Society, who knew if Colin Island would eventually also fall into their control. Having finally settled down, they didn't want to keep moving anymore. Besides, regardless of whether it was the White Raven Society or Thornheart, it had nothing to do with these ordinary people who controlled the island. As long as they don't cause any trouble, they won't face any repercussions. What they don't know is that Colin Island has indeed fallen under the control of the White Raven Society, it just hasn't revealed itself yet. Colin Island, Magnolia City, inside a palace. Milton Cheney, seated at the head of the palace council hall, listened to the reports from below, occasionally nodding his head. This palace used to be the residence of Benny Bayer, but now it naturally belongs to Milton Cheney. Milton had also modified the palace's main hall, transforming it into a simple council chamber. Milton was not unfamiliar with this palace, having lived in it for several years during his true body simulations. Milton, sitting at the head of the table, spoke up. 3 islands are already the limit for the White Raven Society's current control. Further expansion would do more harm than good. Having captured Bryn Island, the White Raven Society has now entered the line of sight of the Radiant Academy. However, in the eyes of the Radiant Academy, the White Raven Society has only revealed Fen Island and Bryn Island while Colin Island is still regarded as Benny's territory. Milton did not intend to expose Colin Island, because Colin Island belongs to the White Raven Society, whether it is exposed or not. The current strength of the White Raven Society is not enough to confront the Radiant Academy head-on. And presently, the Radiant Academy doesn't seem to be overly concerned with the White Raven Society. Even if the White Raven Society were to control 3 islands in the eyes of the Radiant Academy, they wouldn't care too much. Of course, if the White Raven Society steps beyond these 3 islands and continues to expand, the Radiant Academy may not be able to stand it anymore. After all, the Radiant Academy would not allow anyone, even the slightest, to threaten their position. Milton isn't a fool, he naturally wouldn't stand out and instigate trouble. Having 3 islands is sufficient, Milton is not short of magic stones anymore. With these 3 islands as a foundation, it is enough for his simulations to get off to a good start each time. In simulations, Milton might choose to continue expanding his power to see what he can achieve eventually, but in reality, Milton has no intention of expanding further. After Milton's words fell, everyone nodded and retreated respectfully. Only a young man in a yellow robe stayed behind. Society Master, the person you asked me to keep an eye on has appeared. He arrived on Fen Island 1 day ago and is currently residing in Bryn City on Bryn Island, reported Simon Raven respectfully, divulging all the information he had. Hearing this, Milton showed no change in expression, and waved his hand to indicate Simon Raven could leave. Simon Raven retreated respectfully, while Milton sat in the palace seat, deep in thought. As expected, the same as in the true body simulation, Vladimir from the White Tower has indeed come to the Corner Sea continent. Milton muttered to himself. Until now, although the progress of the White Raven Society in reality is faster than in the true body simulation. However, some events that happened in the true body simulation are still happening in reality. For instance, Vladimir Kingsley of the White Tower arrived at Fen Island a day ago, just as in the true body simulation. He subsequently went from Fen Island to Bryn Island, then from Bryn Island to the inner islands of the northern continent of Corner Sea. The people of the White Tower are not fools. They knew that as soon as Milton might not be on the Violet Continent, they rushed to search for his whereabouts on various continents. And Vladimir Kingsley is the one who has come to the Corner Sea continent. A wizard who has lived for at least 200 years. Should I take action? Actually, this is what Milton is pondering at this moment. In the true body simulation, he had found out too late to take action, and even if he had, he wasn't sure he could take Vladimir down. After all, at that time, he was only a level 1 bloodline wizard. In comparison, he might still be somewhat weaker than Vladimir. However, now it's different. He isn't just a level 1 bloodline wizard, but also a level 1 spiritual wizard. And he also has helpers. It doesn't seem right not to take action at this moment. Without any further hesitation, Milton's figure moved and disappeared from the seat. Milton never considered himself a gentleman. He usually avenged his grievances immediately. If he couldn't do so immediately, then when the opportunity for revenge presents itself, Milton wouldn't hesitate to seize it. The White Tower has been spreading the news that he possesses a level 3 wizard level treasure all over the continent. Milton would be strange if he could endure it. Chapter 111. First Ring Magic Eye of Truth. The spiritual power transformed into the Eye of Truth that floated in the sky. Everything that the Eye of Truth saw was projected into Milton Cheney's mind. The next moment, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. "They're here." Without waiting for Cheney to continue, Benny Bayer, who stood beside him, made his move. His spiritual power surged, his figure disappeared, and by the time he reappeared, he was already in front of Vladimir. First Ring Magic. Scorching Flame Hand. Numerous spiritual power surged from Benny's spiritual sea, transforming into a giant hand radiating intense heat, and it struck towards Vladimir. Watching Benny suddenly appear in front of him and the prompt magic being cast towards him, Vladimir's expression didn't change much, only his eyes slightly narrowed. He had encountered this sort of thing too many times. He didn't say a word, opening his right hand, a light yellow metallic magic wand appeared in his hand. The next moment, he tightly gripped the magic wand, his spiritual power surged wildly. First Ring Magic, Concussive Light Wave. Boom! The sound of the clash of the magic was enormous. The red and light yellow intertwine, the imposing spiritual power scattered in all directions. Benny's expression was somewhat solemn, just from the collision of one magic, he already knew that the White Tower Wizard in front of him was not a normal level 1 wizard. If he were to face this White Tower Wizard by himself, there was a high probability that he would not be able to cope. But luckily, he was not alone. The next moment, he suddenly activated his spiritual power once again. First Ring Magic Psychic Impact. This magic was a Core 0 ring magic that Benny mastered when he was a Level 3 Wizard Apprentice. Now, it had been rebuilt by him into a First Ring Magic. Vladimir slightly frowned, he was certain that this was his first visit to the Corner Sea continent in decades. But the man in front of him seemed to have life and death enmity with him, and initiated a large-scale activation of spiritual power right from the start. This was not very rational in a wizard duel. Vladimir didn't think much, he lightly tapped the ground with his magic wand and a ring of light centering around him spread out rapidly. This spiritual power was enormous, the psychic impact was directly destroyed by the ring of light. Benny understood, Vladimir wanted to quickly end this meaningless fight. First Ring Magic, Soul Light Curtain. What he had to do was to stall, to wait for the opportunity. Spiritual power transformed into a light screen that enveloped Benny's body. When the ring of light rolled over, it hit the light screen. Boom! The massive sound radiated out in all directions from the center of the two of them. Just then, Benny suddenly felt the white raven mark within his mind slightly heat up, he realized that his mission had been accomplished. He shifted his gaze to Vladimir in front of him, a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, Vladimir, who was preparing to launch a deadly attack, seems to have sensed something. His face changed. This was his first change of expression. Regardless of what transpired earlier, his expression never wavered. Vladimir retracted his spiritual power and a magic disc glowing with a golden light instantly appeared in his hands. But before he could attach his spiritual power to the magic disc, a formidable spiritual power that transformed into a dark light screen had bound him in place. Second Ring Magic Dark Star. Vladimir felt that all his spiritual power in his spiritual sea was immovable, not even a trace could be moved. His spiritual power was as if it had been chained up in the spiritual sea. In this instant, Vladimir was no longer calm, his heart churned. A level 2 wizard. His face had a touch of shock, his eyes had a touch of despair. What sort of person harbored such a deep grudge against him, that they could mobilize both a level 2 and a level 1 wizard? Perhaps the only ones in Corner Sea continent that could do this were from Radiant Academy. But he was sure that he had never provoked the Radiant Academy. Even this time, it was only his second visit to the Corner Sea continent. The last time he visited the Corner Sea continent was decades ago. It wasn't until Milton Cheney appeared in front of him did he realize that this white-haired man was the level 2 wizard that had a run-in with him. Just as he prepared to beg for mercy, a large hand had already been placed on top of his head. An enormous spiritual power instantly shattered his spiritual sea. His eyes began to lose focus. After a wizard's spiritual sea was shattered, the probability of survival was extremely low, one could say it was negligible. However, at the moment his spiritual sea was shattered, his eyes suddenly showed a hint of disbelief. It was not unbelievable that Milton Cheney was only a level 1 wizard, because it had nothing to do with him, because he was dying. But at the moment of his death, the golden origin token that was suspended in his spiritual sea turned red. "It's you." This was the last thought in his heart. His heart was filled with numerous incomprehensions, filled with numerous doubts. How was it possible for a level 3 wizard apprentice to become a level 1 wizard in the blink of an eye? How could he know his movements so clearly? Of course, no one could explain these doubts to him anymore. Gazing at the fallen Vladimir, Milton Cheney mobilized his spiritual power and retrieved the spatial magic device from Vladimir's shattered spiritual sea. Then, he placed Vladimir's corpse into the spatial key. The body of a level 1 wizard had considerable value. Society Master Benny Bayer, standing nearby, respectfully interjected. Milton Cheney glanced around at the desecrated environment, finally trailing his gaze away. "Let's go." Inside a lavish room in the palace at Colon Island, Milton Cheney sat in a wooden chair, toying with a golden origin token in his hands. The golden origin token wielded by the level 1 wizard was identical to the 3 that Milton Cheney had previously acquired, all golden origin subordinate tokens, without any difference. To take on the people from the White Tower, Milton Cheney had to use the second ring magic Dark Star engraved in his Dark Star wand. Launching this magic once necessitated the recharge of the wand with thousands of magic stones. Yet even after recharging it with magic stones, one could not constantly use the second ring magic Dark Star etched into the Dark Star wand. As of now, the Dark Star wand had around 3 more times it could activate Dark Star. For Milton Cheney, that was sufficient. After those 3 times, the Dark Star magic wand would remain a level 2 magic device, it just wouldn't be capable of casting Dark Star. Its amplifying effect on magic would still be present, however. Dark Star was akin to the active skill of the wand, while its amplification of magic was more like a passive skill. As for the thousands of magic stones, it was no loss to Milton Cheney. With the White Raven Society now controlling 3 islands, the society was hardly lacking in magic stones. The magic stones of the White Raven Society were his magic stones. There was nothing to dispute. Of course, the primary reason was for safety. Milton Cheney had tested it in his simulation. This would bring unnecessary trouble which would be a loss for Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney sought revenge against the White Tower, not to fan the flames upon himself, so he naturally took measures to ensure Vladimir's death. Even if it consumed a use of Dark Star, he was indifferent. Milton Cheney placed the golden origin token back into the spatial key, then, he opened the attribute panel for a glance before concealing the light blue screen. With the now fully controlled 3 islands under the surveillance of Benny, Milton was ready for a return trip to the Violet mainland. After all, both in reality and in simulations, the White Rose School had offered him no insignificant amount of assistance. His mentor, Morden, had also treated him well. Milton Cheney ascending to become a level 1 wizard was mainly due to the bloodline seed in the White Rose Sanctuary. If it weren't for that seed, perhaps he'd still be stuck at the limit of a level 3 wizard apprentice. With the White Rose School soon to launch a school war, Milton Cheney didn't mind helping out, as a form of paying back some favors. To him at present, this did not constitute a dangerous situation. After all, he had already conducted an experiment in his simulation. Another reason was that there remained undiscovered treasures on the Violet mainland. Milton Cheney's foresight could allow him to seize these treasures ahead of time. Achieving 2 objectives in one action, why wouldn't he? Milton Cheney used the White Raven mark to summon Benny, who appeared swiftly in his palace in just a moment's time. Society Master Benny stood beside Milton Cheney, respectfully speaking up. "I'm going back to the Violet mainland for a while, I should be back within a year. During this time, I'll leave the White Raven Society to you. We don't need to expand the White Raven Society's influence anymore. You and Luca will manage the 4 cities." Milton Cheney spoke. The White Raven Society was now a relatively large wizard organization, its every move affecting not just itself. "Understood, Society Master. When the Radiant Academy collects magic stones, just hand them over as usual. If Red Raven can't deal with it, you can reveal yourself. If anything potentially threatening to the White Raven Society occurs, activate the White Raven mark and go into hiding until I return." Hearing this, Benny nodded respectfully, "I understand, Society Master." Once Milton Cheney finished his instructions, Benny respectfully withdrew. Milton Cheney moved and vanished from sight. "Black Raven, you will accompany me to the Violet mainland this time." Looking at the Black Raven in front of him, Milton Cheney spoke. Then, he took out a black robe from the spatial key and handed it over to Black Raven. Put it on. It can mask your blood scent. Without a word, Black Raven impassively took and donned the robe. Once Black Raven donned the robe, his blood scent indeed disappeared. This was worth its weight as a magic device. Even an apprentice level 1 had its magical uses. On this journey to the Violet Mainland, Milton Cheney decided to bring Black Raven along. After all, it would be wasteful not to use an available subordinate. Even if Black Raven was only a level 3 wizard apprentice, having him allowed Milton to avoid undertaking every single matter firsthand. This was the benefit of having a loyal subordinate. Of course, Milton had many loyal subordinates. However, this time he only needed one by his side. Chapter 112. Violet Continent, Southern Continent, Sea City. Milton Cheney stepped onto the streets in the city, with the Black Raven following behind him. He recalls the last time he was here was to leave the Violet Continent as fast as possible. Almost 2 years have passed, and everything has changed when Cheney returned. Sea City remains the same, yet he is no longer a level 3 wizard apprentice but a bona fide level 1 wizard. He used to have to sail across the continent on the giant ships of the Wave Trading Company. This time, he could traverse the sea of the Violet Continent and the Corner Sea Continent area directly with his physical body, even bringing along the Black Raven. And all this happened within a mere span of less than 2 years. Walking through the city, there were a lot of people in Sea City. Sea City had never been crowded in the past. Most of these people were wizard apprentices. Most were level 1 and level 2 wizard apprentices, and Cheney also spotted several level 3 wizard apprentices. Conversations would occasionally reach Cheney's ears. They were discussing treasures of level 3 wizards. Cheney had underestimated the impact of the level 3 wizards' treasures on the Violet Continent. Sea City was just a small city on the edge of the Violet Continent, and yet so many people here were discussing about the treasures of level 3 wizards. Cheney could imagine it would be even more so in the entire Violet Continent. The White Tower had spread news that Cheney possessed a level 3 wizard's treasure, causing many to covet it. Who wouldn't want to soar to great heights? To these wizard apprentices, obtaining a level 3 wizard's treasures was akin to an instant ascension. Cheney also heard mention of the White Rose School in the discussions. As expected, his background with the White Rose School had been found out by the people from the White Tower. Nevertheless, it was unsurprising since Cheney had revealed himself at a shop managed by the White Rose School. As long as the people from the White Tower were not foolish and investigated along this clue, it was normal that they found out that he came from the White Rose School. Of course, they would not attack the White Rose School just because Cheney came from there. After all, the White Rose School possessed 2 level 1 wizards anyhow. Let's go. Cheney spoke, and the Black Raven behind him nodded. Without lingering in Sea City, Cheney remembered why he had come to the Violet Continent this time. The outskirts area of Collins City, within Collins Mine. Cheney stood on an empty field surrounded by scattered mine caves. Only the Black Raven was beside him. This was the abandoned southern mining area of the Collins Mine. The southern mining area had long been fully exploited by the Nature Church and was left in a devastated state, leaving only abandoned mine caves behind in large areas. Cheney stared at the scene before him, his eyes devoid of emotional fluctuations. This was the place where he was inexplicably transported to the Violet Continent. Years have passed and it has now become an abandoned mine area. Very few places in the Collins mine were still under mining operation. The majority of the mine caves were abandoned after being fully exploited. "Wait for me outside," Cheney said softly and then stepped into one of the abandoned mine caves. This was the cave he woke up in years ago, and its condition was almost the same as it was back then. Cheney walked further in, discovering that the place where he had buried the body had been dug up and the body was gone. It should come as no surprise that the body was discovered. The person who was in charge of the southern mining area was a level 2 wizard apprentice back then, so it was not unusual that they found the body here. Cheney stopped in front of an ordinary stone wall. He waved his hand gently, dispersing the dust around. This place remained just as it was before, completely ordinary. It was as though Cheney was randomly transported to the subcontinent. First ring magic, Eye of Truth. Spiritual power surged from Cheney's spiritual sea, forming an eye in front of him. Cheney closed his eyes, allowing the Eye of Truth to rotate, observing the surrounding environment meticulously. He attempted to find any anomalies within the normalcy. A moment later, Cheney opened his eyes and shook his head lightly. It seemed like he was overthinking. This place was just an ordinary abandoned mine cave. Although he had been here in his text simulation before, it was still somewhat disappointing when he found nothing unusual upon checking this place in reality. It seemed that he was indeed randomly transported here back then. Having been in the wizard continent for many years now, Cheney transformed from a level 1 wizard apprentice to a level 1 wizard. His knowledge has grown tremendously compared to before. Therefore, Cheney now understood some things that he didn't back then. That is, the sacred altar he encountered on the subcontinent back then was definitely not a magic array like teleportation array. Teleportation arrays are extremely rare in the wizard realm. There is no teleportation array on the 4 continents of the Corner Sea region. Moreover, a teleportation array is a connection between 2 magic arrays and cannot randomly teleport him to anywhere. The magic stone consumption for 1 teleportation by the array is also high. Cheney had only used up 12 magic stones back then. But all these were secondary. The most important point was the teleportation array could not have manipulated someone's spirit, making him unconsciously use the magic stones. Cheney still felt somewhat shocked when recalling it now. It felt like an invisible giant hand was behind him, pushing him to the wizard continent. Of course, even at this moment, Milton Cheney was not sure about the facts. He shook his head slightly to clear the mess of thoughts in his mind. He took a long look at the mine cave, then turned and strode out of the abandoned mine. Society Master. Seeing Milton emerge, the Black Raven respectfully uttered. He didn't know why the Society Master would come to this abandoned mining area, let alone enter an abandoned mine cave. But he didn't ask. What the Society Master wanted him to know, he would eventually learn. What he didn't want him to know, he wouldn't be interested in. Let's go. Milton took one last look at the mine, then uttered softly. After this departure, he might never come back to this place. There was still a month before the school war between the White Rose School and the Nature Sect. During this time, Milton did not return directly to the White Rose School because it was not yet time to return. Milton planned to aid the White Rose School from behind the scenes. The reason he came back was to see Morden. After all, Milton is not familiar with the other people in the White Rose School. To openly help the White Rose School could indeed do good and make a name for him, but it could also attract unnecessary trouble. What Milton dreaded the most was hassle, especially in reality. The people of the White Tower have been keeping an eye on the White Rose School. If Milton were to make a name for himself, it would inevitably make the White Tower associate the Level 3 Wizard's Relic incident with him. After all, the sudden departure of the leader of a wizard organization from the Corner Sea continent to help an unfamiliar wizard organization, no matter how one looks at it, was unusual. At this time, above the Tri-Origin wilderness on the southern continent of the Violet continent, Milton was strolling in the wilderness. The Eye of Truth floated above Milton's head, sweeping leisurely around the environment. It's not here. Milton muttered to himself, disappeared on the spot, then moved again. It has to be said that this first ring magic minor teleportation technique is really handy. No wonder it's a first ring magic spell that has been recorded for the longest time in the Black Forest cabin. The next moment, the disappeared Milton reappeared at another location in the wilderness. The Eye of Truth still hovered above his head, scanning the surrounding environment. It's not here either. Milton's face did not change, and he disappeared on the spot again. The real him in the true body simulation had only heard that a relic was discovered here, but where was the relic? Milton didn't know. However, since his text simulation counterpart could find the relic, there was no reason why his counterpart in reality couldn't find it. Time passed and the 3 suns hanging in the sky slowly set. Milton, who had set foot all over the Tri-Origin wilderness, still hadn't made any discoveries. His spiritual power surged, and Milton once again increased the search range of the Eye of Truth. Found it! Milton opened his eyes, a flash of light in them. The moment when the Eye of Truth's detection was blocked was exceedingly brief, but Milton felt it. Normally, the detection of the Eye of Truth should not possibly be blocked. If the Eye of Truth was blocked, there could only be 2 reasons. One was that it detected a wizard much stronger than Milton, and the other that it detected something above a level 1 wizard's level. And the relic in Milton's memory naturally belonged to the latter. First ring magic, minor teleportation technique. Milton disappeared on the spot and reappeared in a place that seemed to hold no special features. Like the surrounding area, it was a wilderness full of weeds. But Milton knew that the so-called relic was right under his feet. The Dark Star magic wand appeared in Milton's hand, and a massive amount of spiritual power surged out from Milton's spiritual sea. First ring magic, earthquake. Milton slammed the Dark Star magic wand heavily onto the ground of the wilderness. Boom! A loud noise spread out from Milton like ripples. The birds were startled into flying up, making a rustling sound. Milton's body hovered slightly, underneath his feet was the ground that had cracked open. Milton's spiritual power followed this crack and spread inward until his spiritual power touched something, and then a bigger commotion happened. Boom! Like a rolling mole, there was a thunderous sound beneath Milton's feet. It was as if something under his feet was about to burrow out. This commotion is too big. It's going to attract quite a few people. Milton muttered to himself, moving his body aside. After all the commotion had subsided, Milton sent a surge of spiritual power from his spiritual sea to touch the relic and then entered it. It didn't matter if people were attracted. Probably by the time they arrived, Milton would have already gone. Wanting to snatch the relic from Milton was naturally impossible. Not to mention eating the meat, they probably won't even get to drink the soup. Chapter 113. Milton Cheney felt a flicker before his eyes, and the next moment, his body appeared inside the ancient ruins. The wilderness disappeared, and a structure resembling a palace group came into Cheney's view. The arrangement of these dozen or so palaces in front of him was incredibly compact, and each one had its unique style and architectural features. This was the difference between ruins and mystic realms. Both small and large mystic realms were naturally formed from fragments of broken space. The ruins where Cheney now was, were clearly man-made. Without a doubt, a powerful wizard had constructed these ruins. Cheney took a look at his surrounding environment, then stepped into the palace group. There was no imminent danger in these ruins. The wizard who left these ruins didn't plan for any traps or schemes here. Perhaps this ruin was simply his creation out of whimsy. Cheney took steps into the interior of a palace. The interior decoration of the palace was extraordinarily extravagant: wooden furniture, artworks, murals, sculptures, none of these were lacking. This place didn't feel like ruins at all, instead, it felt more like the residence of a noble family member. Moreover, there were no signs of damage or incompleteness, all things were in perfect condition. It's important to know that most ruins are often severely damaged. Because most ruins have usually endured the erosion of wind and rain as well as artificial destruction for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Therefore, within the ruins, buildings would inevitably be in various states of ruin, with clear signs of damage, breaks, and collapses. This situation clearly did not exist in these ruins. In the hundreds of years of true body simulation, Cheney had been to many ruins, but he had never seen such fully intact ruins before. First ring magic. Eye of truth. Cheney's spiritual power was mobilized, transforming into an eye. Cheney's figure moved and vanished from the spot. He was not here to admire the landscape of these ruins. The completeness of these ruins may have surprised Cheney, but it didn't incite any excessive emotions in him. After all, he had seen many more shocking landscapes during his true body simulation. In the next moment, Cheney's figure appeared inside a room that resembled a storage room. His surroundings were filled with piled-up items. Massive piles of magic stones were casually stacked in one corner of the room, without even a box to contain them. Other than magic stones, there were many stacked books on the wooden table. On the room's walls hung several magic devices that emitted a dim glow. On the metal racks were neatly arranged bottles of magic potions. Although the Cheney in the text simulation had been to these ruins once, he was still somewhat shocked when he came here in his true body. The books that he first approached were those that were casually stacked up. Picking up one casually, the mysterious symbols on the book cover caught Cheney's eyes. They were all spells. These stacked books represented different spells. From ordinary zero-ring magic to core zero-ring magic, from first ring magic to second king magic, they had everything here. It could be said that solely these stacked books constituted a huge fortune. Although Cheney was currently a level 1 wizard and could not construct second ring magic in his spiritual sea, that did not hinder him from owning these spells. Spirits surged, and all these books were absorbed by Cheney into the spatial key. Following that, everything came in like the wind. All the remaining magic stones, magic devices, and magic potions were collected by Cheney into the spatial key. The resources accumulated by the White Raven Society over more than a year probably couldn't compare to what he obtained from this expedition to the ruins. In just a short while, all the valuable items in these ruins were completely ransacked by Cheney. Even some of the artworks and murals in the palace were absorbed by Cheney into his spatial treasures. Who knew if these artworks or murals had some secrets hidden? Although the probability was small, Cheney had plenty of spatial treasures, and they could all fit with ease. Once he had taken these items, there would be plenty of time for him to study them later. Cheney would naturally not find such handy tasks bothersome. Of course, there were some things that Cheney couldn't take with him. Say, these dozen palaces, Cheney couldn't take them with him as his spatial treasures were still too small. Leave these palaces to those that were drawn to the commotion. Hopefully, they won't be dismantled until nothing is left. After all, coming from afar, it was only proper to leave them something. Just as Cheney predicted, the ruins were discovered very quickly after he left. The appearance of unknown ruins in the Violet Continent was not common, thus naturally attracting countless prying eyes. Even several level 1 wizards got involved. Cheney was quite interested to know the reactions of those wizards when they found the ruins to be nothing but an empty shell. That being said, whether they received any gains and to what extent, had nothing much to do with Cheney now. At this moment, Cheney was tallying up his spoils from the trip to the ruins. Gravity bracelet. Cheney was fiddling with a bracelet in his hands. Many mysterious symbols were engraved around the surface of the bracelet. Level 1 magic device, gravity bracelet. The trip to the ruins had brought Cheney quite a few new magic devices. This gravity bracelet was one of them. The first ring magic gravity technique engraved inside was relatively formidable even among the first ring magic. Chapter 114. Besides the gravity bracelet, there were few other magic devices. 2 level 1 magic wands, 1 level magic pendant, and a wizard's robe. A total of 5 magic devices, all being of level 1. As for the magic techniques, there were 12 zero-ring magics, 4 first-ring magics, and 1 second-ring magic. The only 2-ring magic, meteorite fall, could be said to be the biggest gain for Milton Cheney from this exploration to the ancient ruins. Milton Cheney has also counted the magic stones, there were more than 4,000 pieces in total. You must know that in the half-year when Milton Cheney just took control of Fen City and amassed wealth on a large scale, he had only harvested more than 2,000 magic stones in total. This time, just one exploration to the ancient ruins, Milton had harvested magic stones which were twice of what he had gained in the half-year before. Of course, there were also magic potions. A simulation with true body of hundreds of years of experience had let Milton easily identify all these magic potions. However, most of these magic potions were not much of use to Milton Cheney. He didn't know whether the wizard who left these relics had certain problems, as most of these magic potions were related to that aspect. It would be more appropriate to refer to them as replenishing potions rather than magic potions. The gravity bracelet was again stored back in spatial key. A moment later, a white raven flew into the courtyard and then transformed into a human form. Society Master, some wizard apprentices of the nature sect have appeared in the city, Black Raven said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. The school war between the White Rose School and the nature sect was about to begin. Many wizard apprentices who were in nature sect naturally stepped out, and their first stop was Collins City. Milton Cheney had no intention of waiting for their war to start and then persuade them to stop fighting. However, these wizard apprentices who appeared in the city were not the target of Milton Cheney this time. His target was that level 1 wizard of the nature school. Several text simulations had let Milton Cheney become well aware of the trend of the newly promoted level 1 wizard from the nature sect. In this school war, Milton Cheney would only make a move secretly. Helping White Rose Society to deal with a level 1 wizard would be regarded as repaying some favors of the White Rose School. During the war between the two schools, a level 1 wizard had a huge impact, which was enough to affect the entire situation of the war. If the nature sect were short of a level 1 wizard, they would mostly end up in a major defeat when facing the White Rose School. Unless they could find another level 1 wizard to make a move. Obviously, such a possibility was very small. For Milton Cheney, dealing with a wizard who had just become a level 1 wizard was almost the same as dealing with a level 3 wizard apprentice. The next moment, a surge of spiritual power enveloped the body of Milton Cheney. First ring magic minor teleportation technique. Violet Wizard Continent, Southern Continent, Collins Mountains. Nature Sect was located within the Collins Mountains. Most schools and academies were established in remote areas such as mountains and forests. Wizard organizations like Milton Cheney's White Raven Society, which were scattered in cities and in control of cities, were rare in the Violet Wizard continent. Most of the city-controlling entities were either a family or puppet parties deployed by wizard academies. The Collins Mountains could be ranked amongst all the mountain ranges in the southern continent of Violet Wizard continent. Towering peaks rose from the ground and wound their way up. Between several peaks, deep valleys and passages crisscrossed, while a clear stream burst out from the mountains, forming a series of clear rivers. Clouds and fog linger around, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Simply speaking about the scenery, it was probably slightly more beautiful than the White Rose School, which sat in the Tuya forest. Milton Cheney, standing in the middle of the mountains, showed no change in expression, surrounded by steep peaks. Speaking of which, Milton Cheney had some connections with the Nature Sect. The Collins mine where he appeared after being sent to the Violet Wizard continent from the subcontinent, actually belonged to the Nature Church. He had even killed an outer peripheral member of the Nature Church, who probably searched for him after they found out later. But he had already joined the White Rose School by that time, so it would surely be unusual if the Nature Church could find him. The next moment, the Eye of Truth hanging in the sky disappeared, and the Dark Star magic wand appeared in Milton Cheney's hand. That level 1 wizard of Nature Sect appeared. With spiritual power surging, Milton Cheney mobilized the minor teleportation technique in his spiritual sea, and disappeared from the spot. What are the survival odds for a level 1 wizard who has been sneak attacked by Milton Cheney without any precautions? This level 1 wizard of the Nature Sect would tell you it's 0. First ring magic gravity technique combined with bloodline magic. White Storm. This deputy sect master of the Nature Sect who had just stepped into the realm of level 1 wizard for only 3 years was instantly obliterated. There wasn't even a hint of resistance. This level 1 wizard might not even know what happened before his death. The one responsible for all this, Milton Cheney, returned the Dark Star magic wand to his spiritual sea. Too poor, not even a spatial treasure. Milton Cheney shook his head, his figure moved, and he left. The following matters were none of his concern. If the White Rose School still couldn't match up to the Nature Sect even without a level 1 wizard, it would be quite unreasonable. The death of a level 1 wizard in the Nature Sect might not be discovered for a while. But given enough time, they would definitely find something wrong. Of course, even if they discover the anomaly, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to Milton Cheney. There was no need for him to stay in Collins City any longer. He had collected the treasures of the ancient ruins, killed the people of the Nature Sect, and now it was time for him to move to the next place. Next, Milton Cheney would stay in Curved Corner City for a while. If the White Rose School really runs into any surprises, Milton wouldn't mind offering additional help. After all, it wouldn't cost him much effort. Several days had passed by the time Milton Cheney and the Black Raven arrived at Curved Corner City. Walking into the city, Milton Cheney looked around, while the Black Raven behind him kept his gaze straight ahead. Compared to Sea City, there were far more people in Curved Corner City. And not just 1 or 2 more, but more like double or even triple the number. With such a large crowd, even Milton Cheney, who had returned to Curved Corner City after several years, was quite surprised. He started to doubt whether he had come to the wrong place. Was this still the same Curved Corner City from a few years ago? Inside the city, the number of wizard apprentices was much more than it had been a few years ago. Years ago, Milton Cheney hardly saw any level 3 wizard apprentices here. But now, not too long after Milton had entered the city, he had already spotted nearly 4 level 3 wizard apprentices. Milton Cheney was all too clear about what these people were aiming for. It can be said that level 3 wizards' treasures were simply too attractive for these people. Some of these people probably haven't even seen level 1 wizard's treasure up to this point in their lives, let alone a level 3 wizard's treasure. This was like in Milton's past life, where a millionaire held up a photo and told everyone that he would give them $1 billion if they could find the person in the photo. Apart from those who were not short of money, everyone else would definitely be interested. Even if some people knew deep down that it would be challenging to find the person in the photo, they couldn't help but think, what if I really found her? The same rule applied to level 3 wizards' treasures. As long as the level 3 wizard's treasure that Milton owned was not found by someone else, the desire in these people's hearts would never vanish. Walking through the city, Milton Cheney stopped in front of a shop. Seeing that Milton had stopped, the black raven behind him also halted. The White Rose Magic Disc Shop. Looking at the signboard of the shop, Milton suddenly remembered that when he had left the White Rose School, he had taken on a school mission. What was that mission again? It was not important because it had long been pushed to the back of his mind. He stepped into the shop. There were quite a few people in the shop, and Milton unconsciously activated the Eye of Truth. A level 1 wizard. Milton was somewhat surprised, as he found a level 1 wizard in this small shop. At this time, that level 1 wizard was going through the magic discs in front of him, and the one introducing them to him was Winona. Milton's expression remained unchanged, revealing nothing unusual. It was indeed surprising to see a level 1 wizard in this place, but it didn't evoke any particular emotion in him. Perhaps several years ago, his reaction after seeing a level 1 wizard would have been markedly different. The news of a level 3 wizard's treasure being available had probably worn out the doorstep of the White Rose shop. After all, Milton Cheney had spent quite a bit of time here. However, the people from the White Tower surely had checked over this place. Given that they announced the news, they had evidently not found what they were looking for here. But what he didn't expect was that after all this time, a level 1 wizard would still come here to try his luck. Chapter 115. Just as Milton had predicted, the nature sect couldn't stand against the White Rose School without a wizard. Even the speed of their defeat was faster than Milton had expected. Less than half a month after the school war began, the nature sect was completely defeated. They forfeited a significant amount of profit to the White Rose School and put an end to the school war. One level 1 wizard could significantly influence the battlefield. Naturally, with one less level 1 wizard, the nature sect stood no chance against the White Rose School. After the end of the school war, Milton returned to the White Rose School and met with Morden, left him some things, and then left the White Rose School. Naturally, the other members of the White Rose School were unaware of Milton's meeting with Morden. After leaving the White Rose School, Milton didn't return to the Curved Corner City but chose to leave the southern continent of the Violet Continent. Returning to the Violet Continent, there was still one place he had to go. The central continent of the Violet Continent, where the real Violet Continent was located. Originally, the Violet Continent was a small continent. The last person to control the Violet Continent was a level 3 Grand Wizard who had forcibly attracted much of the land to the continent. Inside the Golden Origin City in the central continent, Milton rented a small courtyard in the Golden Origin City as his temporary residence. He couldn't stay here for long, at most half a month if nothing unexpected happened. Once he got what he needed, Milton would leave here and return to the Corner Sea continent. In reality, he didn't plan to contact the level 2 wizard of the Pure Yellow Tower. Firstly, it would be too time-consuming. Secondly, contact would be useless. In the simulation, he had tried everything he could, but in the end, he was still unable to join the Pure Yellow Tower. So the result in reality would naturally be the same, which made Milton give up the idea of meeting the level 2 wizard of the Pure Yellow Tower in reality. Compared to the cities of the southern continent, the cities of the central continent were much more prosperous. Moreover, there were more wizard organizations here than in the southern continent. The ruler of the Violet Continent was a level 2 wizard, but that didn't mean there were no other level 2 wizards on this continent. Lyle had refined his bloodline to the limit of a level 2 wizard. Although it wasn't possible for him to progress any further, he was still among the strongest of the level 2 wizards. Furthermore, not all level 2 wizards could control a continent. Controlling a continent required many prerequisites. Of course, if you were from a cross-realm wizard organization, those prerequisites wouldn't matter. It's good to rely on a big tree for shade, and the same goes for a large wizard organization. In the courtyard, Milton laid down on a wooden deck chair, flipping through a second ring magic book in his hands. The pages were filled with chaotic magic symbols, but Milton found them fascinating. Second ring magic was still very far from the current Milton. Because Milton's spiritual wizard path had progressed very slowly, it would probably be a long time before he could become a level 2 wizard. But this didn't dampen Milton's enthusiasm for second ring magic. In the true body simulation, Milton had seen many second ring magic techniques but was restricted by his own realm and couldn't learn them. Compared to the spiritual wizard path, Milton's progress on the bloodline wizard path was not bad. According to the current speed, it might only take about 2 years for Milton to become a true level 2 blood wizard. This speed was quite astonishing. Even Lyle, who had the bloodline refining technique, Took a full 70 years to become a level 2 wizard from a level 1 wizard. Of course, if the time in the simulator was included, the time Milton spent would be tens of times longer than Lyle's. It wasn't until a raven flew into the courtyard that Milton closed the magic book in his hands. The black raven, transformed into human form, said, "Master, the Red Robe Wizards Club has sent a message. The great mystery of Truin has opened." Milton nodded and put the magic book into the spatial key. The Red Robe Wizards Club, in the central continent of Violet, was without a doubt one of the strongest wizard organizations. The Society Master Red Robe was a bona fide level 2 wizard. The difference between the Violet continent and the Corner Sea continent was evident here. The Violet continent was very inclusive. Perhaps it was due to Lyle's disinterest, or perhaps for other reasons, several level 2 wizard organizations had established themselves here. The Corner Sea continent was different. The Radiant Academy had undisputed dominance there, being the only level 3 wizard organization on the continent. What followed were countless level 1 wizard organizations. In other words, the Corner Sea continent did not allow the existence of any level 2 wizard organizations, not even one. "I see," Milton said. The great mystery of Truin was a mystic realm owned by the Red Robe Wizards Club. However, it was not exclusive but shared with several wizard organizations. Each time this realm was opened, countless people could enter, but there were also requirements. That is, one must have reached the realm of a level 1 wizard, and could not exceed a level 2 wizard. So this realm would always support some external wizards to enter each time it was opened. Of course, certain conditions would need to be met. Even though the condition for this year had not yet spread from the Red Robe Wizards Club, Milton Cheney, who had undergone text simulation, learned about it in advance. The great mystery of Truin was the last place Milton Cheney intended to visit on the Violet continent. After the mystic journey, Milton Cheney would leave the Violet continent and return to the Corner Sea continent. By then, his task would be simple, to survive until becoming a level 2 wizard. Apart from the great mystery of Truin, nothing on the Violet continent could attract Milton Cheney now. The Black Raven retreated, and Milton Cheney brought up a light blue screen. He shifted his gaze to the text simulation count. Text simulation count L. As spiritual power surged, 100 magic stones appeared in front of Milton. "Cheney, do you wish to initiate text simulation?" "Yes." Without hesitation, Milton Cheney replied affirmatively. The magic stones disappeared, and lines of black text began to appear on the light blue screen. Milton Cheney did not want any unexpected occurrences on this mystic journey. Just as a new text simulation became available, Milton Cheney decided to use it immediately instead of accumulating. Nowadays, Milton Cheney seldom accumulated simulations. Usually, he used them as they became available. After all, it was also nice to experience some improvements every month without hoarding. Age 23, the great mystery of Truin opens, and you choose to enter. After entering, you start to search for the treasure you remember. Ultimately, you succeed in acquiring it after a great battle. Age 24, you leave the Violet continent and return to the Corner Sea continent. You absorb the energy from the totem's heart to enhance your spiritual power, and you begin to refine your bloodline. Age 28, you spend almost all your daily time refining your bloodline. You hand over the White Raven Society to Benny Bayer and begin to cultivate and refine your bloodline in secret. Age 35, the development of the White Raven Society hits a bottleneck. Provoked by the Radiant Academy, you, Benny, and over 1,000 apprentices from your society carry out the Dark Raven plan, catching Radiant Academy off guard. Meanwhile, you leave the Corner Sea continent. Age 50, you return to the Kazan subcontinent. At this point, the Golden Lion family has become the marquee family of the kingdom, and your father, Earl Arthur, has become an epic knight. Father and son finally reunite. Age 52, you help the Golden Lion family eliminate all obstacles. The Golden Lion family gains complete control over the Frost-Winter Kingdom. You bid farewell to your family and leave the Kazan continent once again. Age 150, Mason is quite satisfied with you and finally decides to give you a chance. Unfortunately, you lose yourself in the illusion realm constructed by Mason, forever losing your chance to join the Ouroboros ring. Age 151, you're somewhat desperate, but there's nothing you can do. Eventually, you decide to leave the Melland Wizard continent and continue your wanderings. Age 180, you return to the Corner Sea continent. The world has changed. The Corner Sea continent is no longer the one you knew. The only familiar thing remaining here is the Radiant Academy. Age 203, you have a great battle with a level 2 wizard. In the end, the level 2 wizard is injured, and you die. Simulation ends. Please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. Retain realm. Once the simulation ends, Milton Cheney typically chooses to retain realm. The next moment, his blood begins to churn, and his spiritual sea expands a little as well. After everything settles down, Milton Cheney closes the transparent screen in front of him that only he can see. It was another 200-year simulation. During these 200 years, in the simulation, he experienced hope, disappointment, despair, but never abandoned his pursuit of the wizard path until his death. Ouroboros Ring. This cross-continent wizard organization might be his greatest gain from this simulation. A cross-continent wizard organization on par with pure yellow tower. The Snake Master of the Ouroboros Ring, just like the Tower Master of the Pure Yellow Tower, is a level 5 Grand Wizard who has conquered multiple planes. In this simulation, he gave up the path of the Pure Yellow Tower but unexpectedly met a level 3 wizard from Ouroboros Ring. So, the path of the Bloodline Wizard is not deserted. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Even though Milton's realm improvement was similar to his previous simulations, he learned a lot of secrets. These secrets, even in his true body simulation, were unknown to him. The Bloodline Wizard path was not the abandoned wizard path. In some parts of the wizard realm, some people exclusively followed the Bloodline Wizard path and looked down on the spiritual wizard path. The Ouroboros Ring was a pure Bloodline Wizard organization, and they only recruited Bloodline Wizards. The level 3 wizard that Milton met was a Bloodline Wizard. Milton had a slight chance of joining the Ouroboros Ring, but sadly, he failed in the end. He didn't pass Mason's test and missed the opportunity to join the Ouroboros Ring. Chapter 116. The Great Mystery of Truin is located in the Truin Forest of the Central Continent. Strictly speaking, this place is not within the influence of any wizard organization. But at this time, there are quite a few people here. If Milton Cheney scanned the area with the Eye of Truth, he would find that all of these people were level 1 wizards. Including Milton, there were exactly 12 level 1 wizards here. 3 level 2 wizard organizations sent a total of 6 level 1 wizards, and the remaining 6, including Milton, were independent level 1 wizards. However, since there is a level 2 wizard in a red robe, Milton did not use the Eye of Truth indiscriminately. His Eye of Truth could perhaps escape the detection of a level 1 wizard, but a level 2 wizard would notice it. Let's begin. As time slowly passed, the man in the red robe spoke. The next moment, a tremendous spiritual power surged from the red-robed man's spiritual sea. Milton had seen many level 2 wizards in the true body simulation, so he didn't show any emotional reaction to this scene. But the others were different. For some level 1 wizards, this was their first time seeing a level 2 wizard mobilize their spiritual power, and they couldn't help but feel awed. The vast spiritual power attracted the space fragment of the Truin Forest, that is, the Great Mystery of Truin. The space fragment became an illusory vortex-like portal, opening its door to all the wizards present. The time in the Great Mystery of Truin is synchronized with the wizard realm. You will be sent out of the secret realm after a month, said the man in the red robe. The next moment, he signaled the wizards present to enter the secret realm. First, the level 1 wizards of the 3 wizard organizations controlling the secret realm entered, followed by the independent level 1 wizards, including them. Obvious to none, Milton also stepped into the illusory vortex-like gate of the secret realm. What's the difference between minor and major secret realms? The most significant difference is, a major secret realm is much larger. Some large secret realms are even bigger than the entire Violet Continent. Of course, the Great Mystery of Truin is not that large, it's roughly equivalent to half of the Southern Continent. This already falls into the category of a large secret realm. You know, the entire Southern Continent of the Violet Continent is about the same size as the Kazan subcontinent. In other words, the Great Mystery of Truin is roughly equivalent to half of the Kazan continent. Milton felt a bout of dizziness, and the next moment he appeared inside the secret realm. After steadying himself, Milton subconsciously mobilized the structure of the Eye of Truth spell in his spiritual sea. There were no level 2 wizards here, so Milton could use the Eye of Truth without concern. The Eye of Truth hovered above Milton's head, scanning the surroundings. The secret realm was vast and infinite, looking out it seemed like a limitless plain. There were no uneven ground, no weeds growing wildly. Milton stood on pale black soil. In the entire secret realm, to the naked eye, there was nothing here. Pale black was the main theme. There was no sun in the secret realm, but it was still bright. It was hard to sense the passage of time here, the stillness could make one feel uneasy. However, Milton felt nothing of the sort, perhaps due to his extensive experiences in the true body simulation. None of this had any effect on him. First ring magic small displacement technique. Milton moved, mobilized the spiritual power in his spiritual seed to activate the minor teleportation technique, and then disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in another location. The only constant was the Eye of Truth hovering above his head. Everywhere in the great mystery of Truin looked the same. However, Milton could effectively divide the secret realm with the Eye of Truth, ensuring he didn't repeatedly scan the same place. This secret realm has been controlled jointly by 3 level 2 wizard organizations for hundreds of years. Naturally, any treasure should have been discovered long ago. But it wasn't the case because of the special environment of this secret realm, and many wizards who entered lacked the means to search. So even though hundreds of years have passed and many level 1 wizards have entered, there are still many undiscovered treasures here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be several foreign wizards vying to enter every time the secret realm opens. If there really was nothing left here, there wouldn't be 6 level 1 wizards spending a huge number of magic stones to access this secret realm this time. Just like them, Milton had not spent 2,000 magic stones just for a trip. Milton had perfected the use of the minor teleportation technique. Every time he appeared in a place, after scanning with the Eye of Truth, he would instantly teleport to another location by activating the minor teleportation technique. Then he would continue scanning the surroundings with the Eye of Truth. A month's time was enough for him to go through the entire secret realm once. Although this method somewhat consumes spiritual power, it was the most efficient method. Otherwise, it would take Milton a considerable amount of time to fully investigate the great mystery of Truin. Given that the secret realm was only open for a month, the time was somewhat pressing. He managed to obtain the true word magic book in the text simulation, but that involved a massive battle with other wizards. The real-life Milton did not want such trouble, so he decided to locate the true word magic book as soon as possible, preferably without being discovered by anyone else. Time passed. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. 10 days had passed, and Milton Cheney's footsteps had almost covered the entire great mystery of Truin, but there was still no trace of the true word magic book. Milton could be sure that there was no oversight in the places he explored, so the true word magic book could only be in places he had yet to explore. This is what's bad about text simulation. If Milton himself came to this mystic realm in a true body simulation, he would probably have obtained the true word magic book by now. Ring magic. Raven swarm. The next moment, Milton's body transformed into hundreds of white ravens, flying out in all directions. It wasn't that Milton didn't want to use the minor teleportation technique, but the long-term use of this magic had depleted his spiritual power. Therefore, Milton had no choice but to use bloodline magic to continue exploring and slowly recover his spiritual power. Milton, in the form of hundreds of white ravens, was incapable of using the Eye of Truth. Thus, Milton used bloodline magic to try his luck and to recover his spiritual power. 3 days, 5 days. Another 5 days passed, and Milton did not use the minor teleportation technique again. After a total of 15 days, Milton was certain that he had thoroughly explored the entire great mystery of Truin without any oversight, yet he still did not find any traces of the true word magic book. The Eye of Truth also couldn't detect it. Milton frowned slightly, murmuring to himself. Milton was sure that among all the first ring magic, the Eye of Truth was definitely one of the highest-ranking ones. Moreover, the spiritual power consumed by using the Eye of Truth was minimal. These days, Milton had been running tirelessly through the great mystery of Truin. The Eye of Truth had completely explored this mystery realm within 15 days, but still did not find any abnormalities. If so, how did he obtain the true word magic book in the text simulation? The next moment, a sudden realization dawned in Milton's eyes, before quickly fading away. He thought he might have fallen into a thinking trap. Had previously assumed that he had found the true word magic book first, which was then discovered by others who had entered the mystic realm, leading to a big battle. Therefore, Milton was eager to find the true word magic book as soon as he entered the mystic realm to prevent conflict with others. But, why couldn't others have found the true word magic book and then Milton initiated a battle with them? Milton believed it was highly possible. Just because he didn't find it didn't mean others didn't. The one who sparked the battle for the true word magic book in the text simulation might not be someone else, but Milton himself. As for why he fell into this thought trap, the reason was simple. Because, just like in reality, Milton in the simulation also had the eye of truth magic. Perhaps due to his overconfidence in this magic, he believed that no one could find the true word magic book before him. After realizing this, Milton made a move and disappeared on the spot. He had actually encountered the other 11 level 1 wizards these past few days. Although Milton saw them, they did not notice him. Next, it was quite simple, he could play the part of the Siskin. As time passed, another 3 days went by. The hundreds of ravens scattered throughout the secret realm suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, a raven suddenly morphed into a human form. "It's you." Milton had a thought and opened his eyes. As he suspected, the first to find the true word magic book wasn't him, but one of the 12 wizards, a foreign wizard. Milton had never paid attention to this man before. Why this man could find the true word magic book didn't interest Milton. However, it was time for the Siskin to make its move. Milton put on his wizard robe and hood. First ring magic. Small displacement technique. The next moment, Milton disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, Connor Bryan was staring at the catalog that suddenly appeared before him. He was taken aback, then subconsciously urged his spiritual power to take the catalog into his hands. He opened the catalog and casually flipped to a page. The next second, his pupils dilated, as though he had seen something incredible. A 50-page true word magic book. Connor was shocked in his heart, finding it hard to believe. This was the true word magic book. Even he, a level 1 wizard, had only seen it in texts. His heart was filled with joy. The reason he came to the great mystery of Truin this time was to try his luck, but he didn't expect to hit the jackpot. Trading 2,000 magic stones for a 50-page true word magic book, this deal was just too profitable. Just as he was about to put the true word magic book into his spatial treasure, his vision suddenly went black, and his spiritual sea was shaken. He seemed to see a man in a black robe, but he couldn't see anything else. In a daze, he felt like he had lost something from his hand. Chapter 117. More than a month had passed since the journey to the mystic realm. By now, Milton Cheney had long left the central continent of the Violet Continent. Now, he was located at a seaside city on the edge of the southern continent. Counting this time, this was Cheney's third visit to Sea City. It wasn't that Cheney had a different feeling about Sea City, but rather because it was the closest departure point to his destination, Fen Island in the corner. Sea Continent. In a courtyard within Sea City. A 50-page true word magic book. Milton held a catalog book that looked no different from ordinary books in his hands, a faint smile on his face. This is what he had to secure on this trip to the Violet Continent. True word magic book. Though it only had 50 pages, it could definitely serve as an ace up Cheney's sleeve. In a simulation, this item may not be of much use, but in reality, the true word magic book was incredibly useful for him. The effect of a true word magic book was simple, it could inscribe magic spells on the pages. It seemed somewhat similar to the magic disc, but there was a significant difference. The creator of the magic disc was inspired by the true word magic book. Because the true word magic book didn't require the elaborate inscription of magic symbols like the magic disc did. Instead, it directly allowed the magic from one's spiritual sea to adhere to the pages of the true word magic book. During use, the magic on the pages could be triggered directly for instant casting. 50 pages of the true word magic book symbolized 50 spells. The magic attached to the pages of the true word magic book could be used by anyone, as long as you can mobilize the spiritual power in your spiritual sea. Which meant, a level 2 wizard apprentice with a true word magic book could even kill a bona fide level 1 wizard. The premise was that a level 1 wizard helped him fill up the true word magic book. In a sense, the true word magic book was even more valuable than a bloodline seed. At the end of the last simulation, Cheney had a massive battle with a level 2 wizard. He managed to injure that level 2 wizard due to this true word magic book. It's almost impossible for a level 1 wizard to harm a level 2 wizard. Because the gap between a level 1 wizard and a level 2 wizard was too vast, even exceeding the gap between a level 3 wizard apprentice and a level 1 wizard. But the True Word Magic Book undoubtedly narrowed that gap. In ancient times, all wizards in the wizard realm were fond of the True Word Magic Book. But with the passage of time and the lost method of creating True Word Magic Books, these bugbear items gradually faded out of the wizard realm. The 50-page True Word Magic Book in front of Cheney might be the only one left in the Corner Sea region's 4 wizard continents. Turning the pages with his spiritual power, 20 out of the 50 pages were emitting a faint glow. In the past few days, Cheney was not idle. He had filled nearly half of the pages of the True Word Magic Book, ensuring they weren't left blank. It's a pity there are only 50 pages. If there were 100 pages, even becoming a level 2 wizard wouldn't lack any means. Cheney mumbled to himself, then closed the True Word Magic Book and placed it back into the spatial key. The number of pages in a True Word Magic Book not only represented the number of spells that could be inscribed, but also the level of the book. The 50-page True Word Magic Book was the lowest level. It could only inscribe 0 ring magic to 1st ring magic. If it was a 100-page True Word Magic Book, it could even inscribe 2nd ring magic. If you think about it, what kind of feeling would it be to have 100 2nd ring magic spells pouring over you? The wizard realm has never lacked gifted talents. It's hard to imagine how powerful the wizard who invented the True Word Magic Book was. There's no denying it, it seems quite normal for a powerful wizard to conquer countless planes. After all, no one knows how many means they possess. Having spent some time in Sea City filling up the empty True Word Magic Book, Cheney didn't plan to stay here for much longer. He was very satisfied with his return to the Violet Continent this time. The harvests from the ancient ruins and the mystic realm were tremendous. This was the advantage of foreknowledge. Without the real body simulation and several text simulations, Cheney wouldn't have had such a major haul. If he were to estimate the total worth of all the items in his spatial treasure in terms of magic stones, it would probably reach 6 digits. Instead of choosing to sail on the Wave Trading Company's giant ship, Cheney chose to cross the sea region in his physical form alongside the Black Raven. At this stage for Cheney, crossing the sea region in his physical form wasn't too troublesome. Months passed in the blink of an eye, and the figures of Cheney and Black Raven appeared over Fen Island at the edge of the Corner Sea continent. Upon reaching Fen Island, Black Raven left first. Cheney didn't use the minor teleportation technique any further, but walked toward Fen City. The population of Fen City had increased, or rather, the population of the Corner Sea continent had increased. If Cheney had sailed with the Wave Trading Company's giant ship, he would have found that not only had the ticket prices increased but every trip was fully booked as well. And the one responsible for all of this was naturally Cheney himself. Once a level 3 wizard's treasure was revealed to the world, countless people rushed to the other 3 continents like madmen. Any fool knew that the person who possessed a level 3 wizard's treasure definitely would not stay on the Violet Continent for long. So, the Corner Sea continent, which was closest to the southern continent of the Violet, became the primary target for countless people. Not just Fen City, but numerous people from the Violet Continent have flocked to the few cities on the edge islands of the Corner Sea continent. Scanning with the eye of truth, everyone in the city had no secrets in front of Cheney. "It seems that the Radiant Academy is quite interested in the level 3 wizard's treasure," said Cheney. Chapter 118. Milton Cheney's steps did not halt. Most of the new arrivals in the city were wizard apprentices from the Violet Continent, but not all of them. For example, in a short while, Milton has already detected 2 level 3 wizard apprentices from the Radiant Academy. The interest of Radiant Academy in level 3 wizards' treasures was normal. After all, the Corner Sea continent was their territory. If there were level 3 wizards' treasures in the Corner Sea continent, it was natural for them to be attracted. However, they were destined to be disappointed. After bypassing some buildings, Milton entered the City Lord's Hall in Fen City. Fen City has always been managed by Matthew, and there had been no mistakes in the past 2 years. This proves Matthew's ability was enough to set Milton's mind at ease. After entering the City Lord's Hall, Matthew immediately appeared before Milton. The mark of the White Raven embedded by Milton not only ensured their loyalty to him but also had several other effects. With Milton's continuous refining of his bloodline magic has become much stronger now compared to when he first became a level 1 bloodline wizard. This strength was not only reflected in the power of a bloodline wizard. For example, Milton at this moment was able to send some simple messages through the White Raven mark. Previously, the White Raven mark did not have this effect. Society Master Matthew spoke respectfully. As the Black Raven had just been here, Matthew had already learnt that Milton had returned from the Violet Continent. Milton nodded his head. Then Matthew continued, respectfully reporting to Milton the development of Fen City during this period. From the moment the White Raven Society completely controlled Fen City's progress in some aspects under Matthew's management, has far exceeded the time when the Spur family was in charge of Fen City. After all, those from the Spur family who used to manage Fen City were no match for Matthew. Have people from Radiant Academy visited again? Milton asked. If anyone on the Corner Sea continent could influence the development and expansion of the White Raven Society, it would be the Radiant Academy. And as the White Raven Society's influence grew, their contact with the Radiant Academy would grow. Although such interaction was not a good thing, it was inevitable. So now, Milton made the White Raven Society pause its expansion so as to lower the Society's prominence in front of the Radiant Academy. In fact, with the resources that Milton now has for cultivation, he can abandon the White Raven Society at any time. After all, when he initially set up a power, it was just to help him accumulate wealth. Now, Milton didn't lack these cultivation resources. However, Milton didn't disband the White Raven Society, as having a wizard organization could still help him accomplish many things, even if it wasn't used for accumulating wealth. They did come once, but not to collect magic stones, but for level 3 wizards' treasures. Radiant Academy asked the White Raven Society to help keep an eye out for level 3 wizards' treasures, and Benny also received a notice from Radiant Academy. Matthew said. The news about level 3 wizards' treasures in Fen City had been spread, so it was known to everyone. If he had no interest, that was impossible. Don't bother about it. Milton spoke softly. Radiant Academy asking the White Raven Society to help keep an eye out for level 3 wizards' treasures? One must say that Radiant Academy indeed found the wrong person. Milton chatted with Matthew for a while longer before leaving the City Lord's Hall. After leaving City Lord's Hall, Milton Cheney left Fen City. Upon returning to Colin Island, he met with Benny and after a short conversation, Milton returned to his palace. The management of the 3 islands was already on track and Milton didn't need to worry about the development of the cities. There were hundreds of wizard apprentices in the White Raven Society, many of whom were good at this aspect. Milton's task was to be a good hands-off boss. Now, he only had one goal, and that was to become a level 2 bloodline wizard. If he were to rely solely on text simulation, in about 2 to 3 years' time, Milton could become a level 2 blood wizard on the path of the bloodline. Plus 2 true body simulations, and Milton would be even more confident. 2 more months and the second true body simulation would refresh. Knowing the benefits of the true body simulation, naturally Milton had to plan well. After all, a true body simulation is akin to reliving a lifetime, it could not be wasted in vain. Milton Cheney did not achieve perfection in his first true body simulation. As time passed, several days later, in the palace room, Milton Cheney lay on a lounge chair, and before him was a pale blue transparent light screen, invisible to others. Text simulation count L. Initiate text simulation. Yes. Years old, you obtained the Book of Truth, spent several months filling the Book of Truth, then started refining your bloodline. Years old, you absorbed 4 totems hearts to enhance your spiritual power, continued refining your bloodline. The White Raven Society was left in Benny Bayer's hands, and you were refining your bloodline relentlessly every day. 30 years old, implemented the Dark Knight plan, you took all the magic stones and left Corner Sea continent. First you went to Lilith continent, then left the sea boundary of the Corner Sea from the Lilith continent. 40 years old, you arrived at Melland continent and started lying low waiting for an opportunity. You used magic stones to purchase a large amount of magic potions, but the potions were not very effective for you. 141 years old, Mason decided to give you a chance. You prepared yourself fully, but in the end still failed. You felt something missing, but you couldn't pinpoint the crucial factor. Years old, you no longer had the opportunity to join the Ouroboros ring, so you left Melland continent and crossed the sea to an unknown direction. Years old, encountered a pirate wizard organization, the Unicorn Pirates, couldn't beat their level 2 wizard, and you died. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. Retain realm. Milton Cheney uttered this in his heart. This simulation still did not manage to be admitted into the Ouroboros ring. He felt something missing in his simulacrum, but couldn't pinpoint the crucial factor. What was missing? Another month slipped by. Initiate text simulation. Yes. Years old, you filled the Book of Truth, absorbed 4 totems' hearts, handed the White Raven Society over to Benny Bayer, and then chose to leave Corner Sea Continent. Years old, arrived at Lilith Continent, then left the sea boundary of Corner Sea from the edge of Lilith Continent. 33 years old, you arrived at Melland Continent, and joined a wizard organization on the continent. 40 years old, you spent a great amount of time daily to refine your bloodline, and in your spare time, you guided some of your students. 52 years old, a struggle for a mystic realm erupted. After killing 2 level 1 wizards, you chose to leave. 100 years old, the rate of refining your bloodline began to slow down, but you never gave up. Years old, you told Mason of your wish to join the Ouroboros ring. Mason was surprised because at this time, your life was already past its midpoint. He thought that you should be enjoying life. Years old, unable to dissuade you, Mason finally let you try. His plan was to let you give up on this idea. As expected, you were still sunk in the illusion realm magic of the Ouroboros ring, losing the opportunity to join Ouroboros ring. Years old, you hoped to use the bloodline seed to trade for another chance to test for the Ouroboros ring, but Mason denied it. You were helpless and left Melland Continent. 240 years old, you reached the end of your lifespan and died. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. Retain realm. Milton Cheney's blood surged all over his body and the spiritual sea began to slowly expand. Moments later, everything calmed down. It was still not successful. In all 3 text simulations, Milton had tried to join the Ouroboros ring, but the results were obvious, all were failures. However, Milton was beginning to locate the problem. He still didn't know if his guess was correct. The true body simulation after a month would be his final validation to see if he could join the Ouroboros ring. Time flies, a month passed in the blink of an eye. The scenes of the true body simulation will be condensed into 1 chapter for your knowledge, rest assured. Chapter 119. Milton Cheney stood in the Palace Council Hall, his eyes staring straight ahead. In front of him was a pale blue transparent light screen invisible to others. True body simulation count, 1. Initiate true body simulation. Initiate. Milton muttered to himself, and the subsequent moment, the pale blue transparent screen in front of him disappeared. Beyond that, there were no other changes. Having already experienced 1 true body simulation, Milton knew that the simulation had indeed begun. This time for the simulation, Milton had some plans, but he was uncertain about how much he would gain in the end. The next moment, Milton's figure flickered and vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in Benny Bayer's office. Benny is now solely responsible for the city on Colin Island outside meditation. He takes charge of the affairs within the city every day. Fortunately, Benny managed well, and since Colin Island was still his territory in the eyes of outsiders, it was no different from his past management, not taking up too much of his time. Society Master. Benny, I have to leave the Corner Sea Continent for a while. I will leave the White Raven Society entirely up to you. During this departure, it's probable that I won't be back for a long time. If the White Raven Society encounters anything subversive, have the members go into hiding. Milton looked at Benny before him and spoke. For this simulation, he had to leave the Corner Sea Continent as soon as possible, as it could no longer provide him with any help. Yes, Society Master. Benny responded respectfully. He did not question Milton's reasons for leaving, all he had to do was his job. Milton nodded, gave a few simple instructions, then his figure flickered and disappeared. As for when he would return this time, he did not know. This time, he was leaving alone, leaving the White Raven Society to grow untamed on the Corner Sea Continent. Time flew by, 2 years later. Within a border city of the Cashew Wizard Continent in the Magic Spirit Ocean region. In an apartment, Milton absorbed the last totem's heart. All 4 totems' hearts were absorbed, and the enhancement of his spiritual power was evident. If he had followed the meditation technique, achieving this kind of improvement would have taken more than a decade. It's time to leave. Milton kept the magic potion bottle that was beside him back into the spatial magic device, then his figure flickered and disappeared. The Cashew Wizard continent did not belong to the Corner Sea region, but was under the Magic Spirit Ocean region. The entire Magic Spirit Ocean region had 3 level 2 wizard continents. Compared to the 3 level 2 wizard continents in the Corner Sea region, and 1 level 3 wizard continent, this place was indeed smaller. Of course, Milton's final destination was not here. This was just a transit point for him. Time passed, 5 years later. Within a mountain range bordering the central mainland on the Melland continent. This was the territory of the Level 2 Wizard Organization, Grim Wizard Estate. And now, Milton was a mentor in this wizard organization. Mentor, I feel that my recent cultivation with the meditation technique has been somewhat stagnant and is completely different from the previous smooth cultivation process. Milton put down what he was holding, looking at the student in front of him. First ring magic Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth scanned the student, all his secrets appearing in Milton's mind without reservation. My goodness, how many magic potions had he taken? His spiritual sea was so inflated. You've taken too many magic potions. You have a good aptitude, why are you in such a hurry? Stop cultivating the meditation technique for a while, and consolidate your spiritual sea. Don't take any more magic potions for the time being. Otherwise, your chances of becoming an official wizard would greatly decrease. Milton began to speak. A level 2 wizard apprentice taking magic potions in such large quantities is no different from ruining his foundation. The little time he saves now will be doubly repaid in the future. Unfortunately, his student has not yet understood this. The path of a wizard's cultivation has never been accomplished overnight. Rome wasn't built in a day. Yes, mentor. The young man responded respectfully and then took his leave. However, Milton still noticed a hint of discontent in his eyes. Milton shook his head. Many wizard apprentices have a dependence on magic potions. They attained rapid improvements by relying on magic potions, and if they were asked to stop taking them and cultivate themselves instead, they could hardly bear the extremely slow pace. Once a dependence on magic potions forms, the chance of becoming an official wizard in the future is slim. Milton's eyes held a hint of depth. In this true body simulation, he had already arrived on the Melland continent at the age of 30. He still had a lot of time ahead to plan. Ouroboros ring. This time, Milton was determined to investigate this cross-border wizard organization. Time passed, 10 years later. Inside the Grim Wizard Estate. Nicholas, I'm considering transferring the position of deputy estate owner to you. I've noticed your contributions to the estate all these years. An old man in a white robe in front of Milton spoke softly. After he finished speaking, he looked at Milton. A hint of surprise flashed in Milton's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. Deputy estate owner? I just joined a random wizard organization for a temporary landing point, and now I'm about to be promoted to deputy estate owner? But it makes sense. Over the years, he had found 2 unclaimed mystic realms for the estate. This contribution alone was enough for him, a level 1 wizard, to become a high-ranked member of this wizard organization. Chapter 120. Moreover, his contributions went far beyond that. Over 12 years, his 4 students transformed from level 2 wizard apprentices to level 3 wizard apprentices. But what Milton Cheney did not expect was that he was about to leap to the highest ranks of this level 2 wizard organization, second only to the estate master. Master, I will follow your arrangement. Milton nodded and spoke up, not choosing to hypocritically refuse. In the Melland continent, having the identity of a deputy estate owner in a level 2 wizard organization was quite good, and the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Seeing Milton agree, a smile appeared on Grimm's face. He did not care if Milton faked his loyalty to win his trust and then plot something. As long as he could keep up the act for a lifetime, it would be true loyalty. Grimm had been a level 2 wizard for many years and believed that his judgment of people was not bad. This individual called Nicholas, he saw as posing no threat. That could be attributed to his confidence as an experienced level 2 wizard. Good. Time passed, and this time, it was 20 years later. The Serpent Palace at the center of the Melland continent. Mason looked somewhat surprised at Milton Cheney standing behind him with a face of respect. With a touch of puzzlement, he said, Nicholas, it's not that I won't let you undertake the illusion magic trial, but your experiences at present are still too limited. You're only about 60 years old, and you've had too little experience. You're totally unable to withstand any illusion magic. Having said that, Mason shook his head. In his eyes, Milton was still too young. To pass his test and join the Ouroboros ring was like dreaming. Although the Ouroboros ring did not care about one's wizard talent, joining it wouldn't be any easier than it was for those wizard organizations that did. According to his thinking, if Milton refined himself for another 100 years under his advice, there might be a glimmer of hope for him to join the Ouroboros ring. Now? Absolutely impossible. How much rich experience could a 60-year-old person have had? Likely, he would be lost in the illusion realm in an instant. You really want to join the Ouroboros ring? You should know that you only have one chance. If I were to let you undertake the trial now, there's a very high chance that it will just be a waste of that only opportunity. Mason thought highly of Milton Cheney and naturally hoped that he could join the Ouroboros ring. After all, to have already become a level 1 wizard in both the Bloodline Wizard and Spirit System Wizard paths by 60 years old, is very rare. Lord Mason, I still decide to give it a try. Hearing Milton's respectful words, Mason frowned at Milton, and after a while, he said, "Okay, but you must know, you only have this one chance. If you fail, you will lose the opportunity to join the Ouroboros ring, no matter what." Milton nodded to show he understood. He had a suspicion in his mind. If joining the illusion trial had anything to do with one's life experience, then Milton indeed had plenty of life experience. Considering his previous life and his true body simulation, along with this true body simulation, Milton has lived for 4 lifetimes. Tomorrow I will open the illusion magic trial for you, you can go back and prepare today. Mason said. This time, Milton did not refuse any more. He said his goodbyes to Mason and left the Serpent Palace. Time flew by, 1 day passed, and the next day. When Milton saw Mason again, Mason held a magic wand in his hand that wasn't there yesterday. Stand on the platform. Milton didn't say anything and just stepped onto a platform made of purple stones. Close your eyes, don't resist. In the instant when Milton closed his eyes, a huge amount of spiritual power transformed into a purple aura that enveloped him. Third ring magic. Hades snake ring. Milton's vision went black. Mason, watching Milton who was covered by the Hades snake ring, put away his magic wand and quietly waited on the side. Even he, the initiator of the magic, could not see what Milton experienced in the illusion. But he clearly understood that this illusion would stir up the deepest memories within one's heart. To shatter the illusion is exceedingly difficult. A ray of light penetrated Milton's eyelids, causing him to slowly open his eyes hazily. High-rise buildings, mansions, a constant stream of cars. A sun hung in the sky, people waiting for the bus at the end of the road. All of this seemed like a dream. Bang! A loud noise erupted from the middle of the road. This loud noise made Milton's blurred eyes clear up a bit. He shifted his gaze toward the origin of the noise. A few cars collided together, the vehicles had been smashed. People around, startled, stood there dumbstruck. A horrible car accident had unfolded before their eyes, leaving them not knowing what to do at the moment. I'm back to the time just before the car accident. Milton's eyes were somehow complex. Under his gaze, that red car was so familiar. The main reason he crossed to the wizard realm was because of that crumpled red car. Milton thought he should understand why his text simulation self was immersed in the illusion realm. Because the text simulation self did not have the memory of the simulator, but carried the memory of his previous life. In text simulation, his so-called pursuit of strength didn't actually have a specific aim, all of it was guided by Milton's subconscious, guiding the text simulation self to become stronger, to join the Ouroboros ring. But after entering the illusion trial, those guides should no longer have any effect. That's why his text simulation self might have thought of the experiences in the wizard realm as a dream. Chapter 121. With that thought, Milton Cheney tried to mobilize the spiritual power within his spiritual sea, only to find that he couldn't. In the illusion realm, he was no more than an ordinary person. Cheney's expression turned complex as he subconsciously placed his hand into his pocket, touching something hard inside. A mobile phone, something non-existent in the wizard realm. Unlocking the mobile phone and opening his contacts, he stared at the sequence of familiar, yet strange numbers. He picked one of the numbers and dialed it. Dialing, connected. A woman's voice came from the other side. Hello, my son. What made you think of calling me? How is your job going? Cheney gripped the phone tightly but couldn't utter a single word. He had so much to say, but all that came out was silence. Hello, hello, what's going on? What kind of signal is this? Mum, it's good. Everything at home is fine too, right? Oh, it's fine again. Everything is fine, don't worry about home. I'll be at ease once you bring a wife home. I'm waiting to hug my grandson, after all, you are. Listening to the familiar chatter, Cheney refrained from moving the phone away from his ear and placed it back again. Given the circumstances, this might be the last chance to listen to such chatter in his lifetime. Okay, I see, Mum. Cheney stood still as he held the phone listening to the dial tone coming from the phone. People were already dealing with the scene of the accident, with quite the crowd gathered around. Cheney observed the many passers-by, some even taking a glance at this somewhat strange young man. He dialed another number from his contacts. After a while, a steady male voice emerged from the other end. Hey, you called your mother and now me. Could have just talked to me through your mother's phone, why waste your own phone allowance? What happened? Hearing this voice, the complexity on Cheney's face faded away, transforming into a relaxed smile. It's nothing, Dad. Just felt like calling you. If you're not busy recently, come for a visit. It's not that far anyway, just a few hours by train. Alright, got it. After hanging up, Cheney dialed his sister's number but failed to get through. His sister was probably in military training, so her not picking up was normal. After putting the phone back in his pocket, Cheney looked around at this familiar yet foreign world. For some reason, he felt inexorably out of place here. Even though he had originally crossed from this world into the wizard realm, this realm now struck him as tremendously unfamiliar. And so, for the half-year that followed, Cheney quit his job, went home to spend some time with his parents, and also visited his sister at her school. Standing once more beside a bustling street, Cheney slowly closed his eyes. The world began to fracture. Just like a smooth mirror smashed by a large stone. In a fleeting moment, the whole world turned into a phantom. In reality, shattering this illusion was simple. One must completely sever their attachment to this world from within. Seems easy? Not quite, because one can never lie to oneself. If even a hint of lean towards this world remains, one would remain trapped here forever. I'm already a dead man. The next moment, the scene before him drastically changed. The bustling street disappeared, and what came into Cheney's sight was Mason's surprised face. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. Mason's face returned to normal as he spoke softly. Quite the miscalculation. Unexpectedly, a 60-year-old young man was able to shatter the illusion created by third ring magic. Although this was just a trial and many elements of third ring magic weren't fully demonstrated, having completed this trial at such a young age as a level 1 wizard was a feat Mason had only seen in Cheney over the past 100 years. With the completion of this trial, you are now an official member of the Ouroboros ring. In a few days, someone will escort you to the real Ouroboros ring. Mason spoke softly. As a wizard completed the trial and joined the Ouroboros ring, he also received some rewards. Thank Yon. No need, it's what you deserve. Time flies, and before they knew it, several days have passed. When a man in a purple robe appeared before Cheney, he knew he had made it. He had truly joined the Ouroboros ring in this true body simulation. A cross-realm wizard organization with a level 5 Grand Wizard. White Raven. The man in the purple robe looked at Cheney, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. It seemed as if he had seen something interesting. However, Cheney was not privy to see the surprise in his eyes. The way he appeared in front of Cheney was always indifferent. As a level 3 wizard, you would only see what he let you see. The next moment, he placed his hand on Cheney's shoulder, while a token-like item appeared in his other hand. In an instant, the man in the purple robe and Cheney disappeared from the spot. When they next appeared, they were in the middle of nothingness. Close your eyes, lock your spiritual sea. You can't watch this place. A faint voice echoed in Cheney's mind, and he quickly complied. The next moment, he felt his body floating weightlessly through the void, no longer under his control. Unlock your spiritual sea. Upon hearing these words, Cheney opened his eyes and unlocked the spiritual sea. Before him was a world of purple, with purple airflows hovering around like little snakes spreading through the air. Chapter 122. Countless bizarre buildings were scattered all around. This is the spatial rift of the Boca Plain, where, unless something unexpected happens, you will spend the rest of your life, the voice echoed directly in Milton Cheney's mind. Milton turned his head. The man in the purple robe was standing right next to him, his expression as indifferent as ever. The purple-robed man looked at Milton. Moments later, he shifted his gaze, his figure disappearing from the spot. Before leaving, however, he left a message in Milton's mind. I suggest you wash away your White Raven bloodline and switch to another one. 20 years passed. Inside the Ouroboros ring, Milton stopped refining his bloodline in a certain estate. It had to be said, the Ouroboros ring, as a cross-border wizard organization specializing in bloodline cultivation, was indeed remarkable. Refining his bloodline here was far faster than when Milton was on the wizard continent. However, the excitement he felt when he first joined the Ouroboros ring was now gone. As a level 1 wizard here, he was nothing. He now understood what that level 3 wizard meant when he said he would spend the rest of his life here. If he were unable to become a level 2 wizard, he would be stuck here forever. It's far too much. Even if I were to exchange all my possessions for contribution points, it still wouldn't be enough to exchange for the White Raven bloodline refining technique, Milton mused. Why are the requirements so high? It's twice as much as the serpent bloodline refining technique. Milton frowned slightly, puzzled. That level 3 wizard had advised him to wash away his bloodline and adopt a different one before he left. But this was easier said than done. Milton had already refined nearly half of his bloodline, and it had been forced refinement. Now it was too late to switch bloodlines. At least, he wouldn't have enough time in this simulation. So, Milton had no choice but to plow ahead and complete missions issued by other members to earn contribution points. He just didn't know whether he would have enough time to do so. Another 50 years passed. Donnie, help me exchange all these for contribution points. Milton handed the 3 spatial magic devices in his hand to Donnie in front of him. I'm not a garbage collector, how much junk have you brought me over the years? Donnie complained, somewhat helpless. A tiny serpent coiled around the 3 spatial magic devices in Milton's hand and delivered them to Donnie. Donnie manipulated his spiritual power, enveloping the 3 spatial magic devices floating in front of him. Hi! Donnie's previously casual gaze sharpened. Level 3 White Raven Bloodline Seed, 50 pages of the True Word Magic Book, Half Wizard Potion. After inspecting all the items, Donnie turned his gaze to Milton. A bit surprised, he said, you've been holding out on me. I'll give you a total of 100,000 contributions for these items. He didn't ask where Milton got these items, as it was none of his business. Milton nodded, and handed him a token. Donnie collected the 3 spatial magic devices. Then he took the token, left the counter, and disappeared in front of Milton. Moments later, Donnie returned with the token and handed it back to Milton. 122,314. That was the number on the token. The total was 122,314, and the price of the White Raven bloodline refining technique was exactly 120,000. Please exchange it for the opportunity to practice the White Raven bloodline refining technique. Milton again gave the token to Donnie, and said. Donnie looked a little surprised but took the token and nodded. Then he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had an extra white book catalog in his hand. Attach your spiritual power to the refining technique, and the memory that will appear in your mind will be the bloodline refining technique. Milton nodded and attached his spiritual power to the bloodline refining technique. The next moment, he had the specific method of practicing the White Raven bloodline refining technique in his mind. After 130 years, he finally got the White Raven bloodline refining technique. From here on out, he had no bottleneck until the limit of a level 2 blood wizard. Island, Palace. Milton's eyelids trembled before opening. A trace of vicissitudes flashed in his eyes. The true body simulation was over. Chapter 123. True body simulation ends. Your realm, techniques, and memories have been retained. Host's mental state detected as abnormal. Simulator auto-protection is initiated. The weariness in Milton Cheney's eyes faded away, and he found himself imbued with more power than before. He had refined his bloodline to the limit of a level 1 bloodline wizard, and was on the brink of becoming a level 2 bloodline wizard. This was his gain from this round of true body simulation. The realm of a level 2 bloodline wizard was within his reach. Milton had gained substantially from this true body simulation. He had not only expanded his knowledge and experience by joining the Ouroboros ring during the simulation but also acquired the White Raven bloodline refining technique, which was crucial. From now on, he didn't need to forcefully refine his bloodline. With the White Raven bloodline refining technique, Milton's bloodline would have no bottlenecks till he reached the limit of the White Raven bloodline. That is to say, he might only need a few more simulations to become one of the strongest among level 2 wizards. In the next moment, Milton projected a mental command, and a translucent light blue screen appeared before him. Name, Milton Cheney. Spiritual, 16.2. Physique, 19.9. Knight Realm, Grand Knight Spiritual Wizard Realm, Level 1 Wizard. Bloodline Wizard Realm, Level 1 Wizard. Breathing Technique, Golden Lion Breathing Technique, Perfect. Meditation Technique, Forest Meditation Technique, Perfect. R Refining Technially, White Raven Refining Techniane, Proficient 67.2/1600. Night Skills, J. Spiritual Magic, Eye of Truth, Grade 1, Dark Flame Technique, Grade 1, Healing Light, Grade 1. Bloodline Magic, Raven Swarm, Grade 1, White Raven Mark, Grade 1, White Storm, Grade 1. His physique had already reached the limit of a level 1 bloodline wizard, and he was just a small step away from the realm of a level 2 wizard. It was a shame that he passed away too early in the true body simulation. If he had another 10 years, he would have become a level 2 bloodline wizard by now. Still, Milton was quite satisfied. After all, before this true body simulation, he didn't expect to acquire the White Raven bloodline refining technique. It was even uncertain whether he could join the Ouroboros ring. But once he successfully joined the Ouroboros ring in the simulation, he realized the significance of such a cross-boundary wizard organization. Lyle Simpson's words were perhaps not an exaggeration. Everything he could think of, this kind of wizard organization had. It's a pity, though, I won't be able to go to the Ouroboros ring anymore. Chen rubbed his temples. He now understood what the level 3 wizard meant when he told him to change his bloodline. Because his bloodline happened to clash with a grand wizard from the Ouroboros ring. Such collisions in bloodline were common in the Ouroboros ring. After all, they were all bloodline wizards, and it was normal to have the same bloodline. Just like most people in the Ouroboros ring, they had serpent bloodline. This bloodline was a lower tier 1, derived from the Ouroboros bloodline. Its highest potential could also reach level 3, similar to the White Raven bloodline. The issue was, the Grand Wizard whose bloodline clashed with Milton's had a bad temperament. A significant reason for Milton's early demise in the simulation was that Grand Wizard. Thinking of that woman, Milton shivered. Who knew what kind of life he had after practicing the bloodline refining technique? In his last years, he was almost drained completely. Stopping his turbulent thoughts, Milton dismissed the light blue transparent screen in front of him. Next, he would prepare to become a level 2 bloodline wizard. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Text simulation count L. Do you want to start the text simulation? Yes. Milton replied mentally. His only objective for this round of text simulation was to become a level 2 wizard. Age 23, after possessing the refining technique, your bloodline refinement speed has become much faster than before. You left the White Raven Society to Benny and started refining your bloodline frenziedly. Age 24, training in bloodline refining technique, refining bloodline. Tower. The White Tower Wizard organization ceased to exist in all but name. Age 35, you disbanded the White Raven Society and left the Corner Sea Wizard continent. After becoming a level 2 bloodline wizard, you continued to practice the bloodline refining technique. Age 152, the effect of your bloodline refining technique has gradually declined. You decided to shift to the forest meditation technique. After becoming a level 2 bloodline wizard, your speed in practicing meditation technique seems to be much faster. Age 185, you returned to the Corner Sea Wizard continent, crushed a few branches of radiant glory, went back to Violet continent for a short while and met Lyle Simpson. Age 186, your attempt to join the Pure Yellow Tower failed. You then left the sea region of the Corner Sea Wizard continent. Age 372, your body functions showed no signs of old age. You continued to slowly practice meditation technique. Over the years, you haven't stopped practicing meditation technique for a moment. Age 400, suddenly a voice sounded in your mind, the Bloody Sea realm is invading the wizard realm, all level 2 wizards and above must participate in this war. The next moment, you were taken away by a ball of light. Chapter 124. Age 402, you are dead, killed in the inter-realm war between the wizard realm and Bloody Sea realm. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. Inter-realm war. Milton Cheney was startled. He had heard of this term, it was not unfamiliar to him. The woman in the Ouroboros ring who almost sucked him dry had participated in an inter-realm war. However, this term implies that the wizard realm had initiated a war with another grand realm, hence the name inter-realm war. When did other grand realms dare to invade the wizard realm? Milton had never heard of the Bloody Sea realm before, but since it dared to actively invade the wizard realm, it certainly wasn't simple. At least it definitely wasn't comparable to those small planes. He didn't think about it anymore. This kind of war between realms and his present state had nothing to do with each other. Even in reality, 380 years later, Milton didn't know to what extent he could reach. But he understood one point. That was, as long as he was still alive by that time, he would definitely not stay in the realm of a level 2 wizard. Retain realm. Milton murmured in his heart. If someone was next to Milton now, they could see the blood flowing in Milton's veins on the surface of his body with the naked eye. White patterns immediately wrapped around Milton's entire body. The sound of his heart beating was like a drum, the dull sound emanating from his body. A burning sensation spread throughout his body. Milton felt as if he was thrown into a boiling pool of magma. He felt as though something was about to gush out from within his body. Suddenly, white feathers tore a hole in Milton's back and emerged. A touch of blood red colored the white pupils of Milton's eyes. Blood overflowed from his veins, staining his entire body with dark blood. Blood replacement. As time passed, the sticky blood on Milton's body gradually solidified. Milton's body gradually returned to normal, the bulging muscles slowly disappeared, and the emerging veins slowly receded. The sound of his heart beating gradually softened, and the feathers on his back also disappeared. When everything calmed down, Milton exhaled a breath of turbid air. Level 2 Bloodline Wizard. He succeeded. Milton clenched his fist, an unimaginable power was held within it. The difference was too great. Being a level 2 Bloodline Wizard and a level 1 Bloodline Wizard were a completely different picture. Milton at this moment could kill his former self with a punch, without using any spiritual power or magic. With just a simple punch, he could turn a level 1 wizard into a mist of blood. Milton had a thought, and a light blue light screen appeared in front of him. Milton shifted his attention to the attribute bar. Spiritual, 16.9. Physique, 25.2. A physique attribute of 25.2 was enough to reflect how powerful Milton was at this time. As the attributes displayed increase, it becomes more difficult to improve later on. Milton from being a level 1 bloodline wizard to the limit of a level 1 bloodline wizard, the overall improvement wasn't much. This time, just becoming a level 2 bloodline wizard, his physique attribute jumped up by 3 points. Of course, this is also related to his persistence in refining his bloodline after becoming a level 2 bloodline wizard in the simulation. Had he just become a level 2 bloodline wizard, the increase in physique attributes would not have been so exaggerated. Shifting his gaze from the attribute bar, Milton focused on the bloodline magic column. There were 3 more bloodline magic entries compared to before. These 3 were all second ring bloodline magic. Bloodline magic, White Raven True Form, second ring, Light of White Feather, second ring, Curse of the Deathbringer, second ring. One was a true form magic of the bloodline magic, one was an attack magic, one was a curse magic. This was the 3 second ring bloodline magic that Milton Cheney gained after becoming a level 2 blood wizard. The true body magic is something that every blood wizard will possess after they have ascended to level 2 wizard. This magic is somewhat similar to Milton Cheney's spiritual eye magic, it doesn't have a potential limit. It can elevate along with Milton Cheney's progress. No matter how far Milton Cheney will travel on the bloodline wizard path, even if he becomes a level 5 grand bloodline wizard, this magic will transform into level 5 bloodline magic. As for the remaining 2 magic techniques, Milton Cheney isn't unfamiliar with them. Too bad, there's no corpse devourer. With a thought, Milton Cheney concealed the pale blue light screen. Becoming a level 2 bloodline wizard does not guarantee obtaining these 3 magic techniques, instead, they are randomly acquired. The strongest bloodline magic technique within the White Raven bloodline is the second ring magic Corpse Devourer. This technique has not appeared in Milton Cheney's magic toolbar. However, fortunately, Milton Cheney owns a simulator which overlaps with the effect of the Corpse Devourer magic. If he doesn't have it, there is no need to force it. Even just relying on the simulator, he can still refine the White Raven bloodline to its limit in a short time. In the wizard realm, there is a reason why countless people regard the bloodline wizard path highly. Now, Milton Cheney understands why that is. As the spirit system wizard ascends to level 2 wizard, they definitely cannot immediately master 3 second ring magic techniques. Instead, they need to invest a lot of time in inscribing the structure of the second ring magic technique in the spiritual sea. Moreover, spirit system wizards, when they hit the limit of level 1 wizard, cannot swiftly ascend to level 2 wizard. What restricts the spirit system wizards is their potential, but what can restrict bloodline wizards is only the potential limit of the bloodline. Having experienced the Ouroboros ring firsthand in the true body simulation, Milton Cheney has become somewhat disinterested in the small White Raven Society he'd established. Not only the White Raven Society, even the Radiant Academy on Corner C continent no longer interests Milton Cheney now. However, he is quite intrigued about the level 3 wizard from the Radiant Academy. The experiences gained from the true body simulation have considerably broadened Milton Cheney's perspective. At the same time, it helped him comprehend many things that he did not understand before. For instance, the level 3 wizard from the Radiant Academy should be a person dispatched by an inter-realm wizard organization. There are many inter-realm wizard organizations in the wizard realm, Milton Cheney is clear about which. However, the name of the Radiant Academy does have resemblances to Radiant Harmony. Maybe the level 3 wizard controlling the Corner C continent is from the Radiant Harmony. Radiant Harmony is also an inter-realm wizard organization. But, compared to the Ouroboros ring and Pure Yellow Tower, it's rather weak, and its popularity in the wizard realm is quite low. In the wizard realm, most of the advanced level wizards are monopolized by large wizard organizations. This monopoly is reflected not only in knowledge and meditation techniques but also for deeper reasons. In other words, in the wizard realm, the existence of independent level 3 or higher level wizards is extremely rare. To become a level 3 wizard, more or less, there are influences from some large-scale wizard organizations. Milton Cheney is no exception in that regard. If he, in the simulation, couldn't join any large wizard organization, then the possibility of him becoming a level 3 wizard would be infinitesimally small. However, the wizards who were dispatched to control a continent may appear powerful. In reality, they are individuals who have exhausted their potential in various large wizard organizations. No matter if you are a level 2 or level 3 wizard, once you possess no hope of advancing further, you can choose to control a continent. Although this control sounds attractive, in reality, they want you to help accumulate wealth for the organization. As for those individuals who still have potential, they are not meant to be in the wizard realm. This is just like rearing bugs, level 3 wizards are nothing more than larger bugs compared to level 2 wizards. If your potential is exhausted, then you will be eliminated from the core circle of the large wizard organizations. Countless bugs fight viciously, and in the end, the bug king that ascends is who these large wizard organizations are looking for. Of course, this does not imply that the wizard organization will completely abandon you. If they completely gave up, they wouldn't toss a continent to you for control. It is more like abandonment, but actually it's more of a kind of pasturing. If you make further progress during your control of the continent, if your potential re-emerges, you might also have a chance to return to the core circle. Of course, at that time, you would be facing a new round of bug rearing. No matter if you are an old bug or a young bug, as long as you stand out and become a bug king, a different world will open up before you. Milton Cheney put away his jumbled thoughts and stopped contemplating deeply. At this moment, he's already a level 2 blood wizard, and it's time to sort out certain matters. After settling things, Milton Cheney should return to the Kazan subcontinent again. All things considered, it seems he has only been away from the Kazan subcontinent for 5 to 6 years. Chapter 125. Lilith Northern Continent, within the Bright Moon Forest. In the darkness of the night, the Bright Moon Forest seemed only a bit serene. In the forest, Griffin was moving swiftly, his figure continuously darting between the trees. Weeds and withered branches could not hinder his progress. In the next moment, Griffin instinctively halted. Because a white raven suddenly appeared on the tree in front of him. The raven's sharp claws seemed nailed onto the branch. Griffin could clearly see the snow-white feathers all over the raven. It wasn't until the raven turned its head, its crimson pupils locking eyes with him. What kind of feeling was that? In that instant, Griffin felt as if death itself was staring at him. Only in a flash, Griffin's brain blanked, and his soul and body seemed to be separated. Second ring bloodline magic eye of the Deathbringer. What would happen if a level 2 wizard launched a preemptive strike with the second ring magic? The result was simple, a level 1 wizard would have no chance of resistance. The white raven flapped its wings and flew to Griffin's corpse, transforming into a human shape. Milton Cheney's spiritual power surged and enveloped Griffin's body, inside the spatial key. Griffin of the White Tower, only one left. The moment Griffin's body disappeared, Cheney's figure also vanished. Second ring bloodline magic white feather light. A spotless white feather fell from the sky, emitting dazzling light just before it hit the ground. The person enveloped by this light slowly started to disintegrate, until then they became nothing. What was left in place was a golden token and a light blue ring. Cheney approached, placing the golden origin token into the spatial key, then claimed the spatial magic device ring as his own and placed it into his spiritual sea. The next moment, Cheney's figure disappeared from the spot. With this, the 3 level 1 wizards of the White Tower became a thing of the past, and the White Tower organization existed only in name. A wizard organization, without the protection of wizards, would find it hard to survive on this continent. The 2 level 1 wizards of the White Tower, against Cheney who had become a level 2 wizard, had no resistance ability. Even the strongest of them, Milton, who had already reached the limit of a level 1 wizard, also died under Cheney's second ring magic. The 3 level 1 wizards vanished into thin air, leaving only some level 2 and level 3 wizard apprentices in the White Tower, none of whom interested Cheney. Back at the palace on Colin Island, Cheney activated Benny's white raven mark from within his bloodline. In only a moment, Benny appeared before Cheney. Society Master. Benny, I will be away from the Corner Sea continent for a while, leaving the White Raven Society in your hands during this period, said Cheney. He didn't say when he would return from this departure, as the current Cheney didn't know when he would come back either. I understand, Society Master. When you can no longer balance the power, it's okay to give away some benefits. Cheney spoke. He knew very well what sort of people the Radiant Academy were. If he left for 1 or 2 years, the Radiant Academy might not take any action. After all, few wizards stayed in their own city all the time. However, once he stayed away for too long, people from the Radiant Academy might covet the rich profits of the White Raven Society. Benny nodded respectfully. Cheney gave a few more simple instructions, then left the palace. Reflecting on it all, it had been less than 6 years since Cheney left the Kazan subcontinent, was inexplicably transported to the Violet Wizard continent, and became a level 2 blood wizard. All things considered, it had been less than 6 years of time. If during this period Cheney had followed the growth trajectory he had originally planned, that is, to explore the wizard path after traveling through the kingdom, perhaps he would still be distant from being a level 2 wizard. In that case, it could be said that he had turned disaster into an unexpected blessing. Of course, it couldn't be exactly said that way, because these were 2 completely different paths. Cheney didn't know how far he would have come on the other path. Perhaps the other self would be stronger than he currently was, it was uncertain. At this point, though, Cheney didn't think much about it. Within the span of just 6 years, he had become a level 2 blood wizard. With this pace, what was there to be unhappy with? In the wizard realm, there might be people who had progressed as quickly as Cheney, or even quicker. But Cheney was confident that none of those people would have a rank 5 wizard ability. Above the sea, tumultuous waves were surging, and splashes flying high. The hurricane swept across the sea, arousing turbulent waves. The clash of waves stirred up what sounded like the roar of a beast. Over the sea, a gigantic white raven flew by. The hurricane it caused and the waves it stirred did not influence the giant raven in the slightest. This raven was fast. If anyone locked their gaze onto it, they would find that in the blink of an eye the raven disappeared from their sight. Close to the continent, the giant raven transformed into a human figure and its suspended body disappeared from above the sea. The next time it appeared, Cheney was already on the continent. Where Cheney suddenly appeared was surrounded by many people, but not a single person moved their gaze towards him, as if Cheney didn't exist at all. Monty Continent. After arriving here, the Kazan subcontinent was already just a small sea region away. Compared to the corner sea region, divided by two sea areas, this place is much closer to the Kazan subcontinent. The reason why Milton Cheney chose to stop here is quite straightforward: he was looking for someone. He hasn't forgotten how, when he first traversed, a small curse nearly took his life. No, it did take his life. The next moment, Milton was standing at the entrance of a tavern. Compared to other taverns, it was nothing out of the ordinary, with not a single customer inside. The reason is quite simple: it's not located in a bustling urban area, but rather in a scarcely populated place. The tavern's door was tightly closed, on which was engraved a pale yellow dandelion. Looking at the dandelion, a hint of unfamiliarity passed through Milton's eyes. Despite its shabby appearance, this small tavern possesses quite a reputation. There are many such small taverns throughout the wizard realm. They do not rule over lands but deal exclusively in information. This is naturally not the real Dandelion Tavern. After joining the Ouroboros Ring, Milton had gained an understanding of many major wizard organizations within the wizard realm. The Dandelion Tavern even ranks within the top 30 of all wizard organizations. The reason being that their proprietor is a level 7 wizard. This level 7 wizard is quite renowned among the major wizard organizations of the wizard realm. The reason being his possession of a spell that is considered one of the strongest within 7th ring magic Eye of the world. Yes, that is indeed the potential limit of 1st ring magic Eye of Truth, which Milton currently masters. It is indicated that the Dandelion Tavern is capable of probing into all information within the wizard realm. Of course, this refers to the real Dandelion Tavern. This particular one located on the Monty Continent naturally couldn't achieve it. However, they could still deal in the exchanging of some simple information. Milton's spiritual power surged, touching a little bell hanging outside the tavern. Ding, ding. With 4 tolls of the bell, the tavern door opened. A big client has arrived. Inside the tavern, a sturdy man with a bare chest was sitting at the bar. He was in a good mood, the reason being, naturally, the prospect of opening for business. 4 tolls of the bell meant that a level 1 wizard was here. Compared to wizard apprentices, there's undoubtedly more profit to be made from a level 1 wizard. Help me find out the specific details about this person, where he currently resides, where he originates from. He knows a type of cursed magic. 5 years ago he was a level 2 wizard apprentice. Milton spoke as with a surge of spiritual power he created the image of a middle-aged man before him. Upon hearing this, Caston's enthusiasm cooled somewhat. Is this some kind of mistake? You're a level 1 wizard here to inquire about a level 2 wizard apprentice? I thought I had a big fish here. Although the business wasn't as lucrative as he hoped, Caston didn't refuse. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat, a deal that should be done, should be done. Wait a moment, noble guest. I will look it up for you. Caston spoke in a very calm voice. Milton nodded, waiting patiently on the side. In reality, if Milton were to search personally, he might be able to find the person. However, after 5 years, Milton wasn't sure if that level 2 wizard apprentice was still in the Kazan subcontinent. So, instead of wasting his own time looking for a level 2 wizard apprentice, it's better to let the experts handle it. After all, he's not short of magic stones. The cost of investigating a level 2 wizard apprentice is something he can handle. Not to mention, finding 100 of them wouldn't be an issue either. A book had appeared in Caston's hand, the cover of which was engraved with a dandelion light. A black feather pen appeared in his other hand. Flipping a page, Caston started writing. The Book of Dandelion. Milton watched this scene with great interest. This book should be the Book of Dandelion. It is said that once you write a person's information on it, it could capture someone's image. Then through some means, you could find the person you were looking for. Milton was wondering if he were to write level 2 Blood Wizard, level 1 Spiritual Wizard, White Raven Bloodline, would he show up as the result? Even though he couldn't validate this hypothesis in the real world, he did have his simulator. The simulated Milton might have a chance to verify it someday. I found him. Dorian Kavis, currently located in the Jasmine Kingdom of the Kazan subcontinent. He practices meditation techniques from the Baker Wizard Academy, a level 1 wizard organization. His current realm is a level 2 wizard apprentice, and the magic he commands includes the zero-ring magic choking curse. This detailed. Milton was a little surprised. He had already anticipated it, but he couldn't help feeling amazed when all the information about this man was placed in front of him. The current Milton was even more curious whether his information was recorded in the book. Noble guest, the total is 720 magic stones. So expensive. Milton kept a straight face. With a surge of spiritual power, a pile of 720 magic stones appeared on the ground of the tavern. Upon seeing the magic stones, Caston's eyes lit up. Do you, dear guest, need to inquire about anyone else? Not only wizard apprentices but level 1 wizards as well. Caston said as he looked at Milton, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Milton shook his head. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 126. So poor. Caston casually collected 120 magic stones out of 720 into his spatial magic device. Then he threw the remaining 600 into a wooden trough. The next moment, with a flash of white light, the 600 magic stones in the wooden trough disappeared. Caston waved his hand, and the door of the Dandelion Tavern closed again. The smile on his face gradually faded and turned contemplative. A level 1 wizard from outside. His mind was entwined with thoughts, and ideas gradually surfaced in his mind. Caston took out Dandelion's book again and started writing some texts on it with a black feather pen. Hi! A trace of surprise appeared on Caston's contemplative face. It seemed that he saw something strange. The next moment, his spiritual power surged, and the text on the Dandelion's book gradually disappeared. He picked up the black feather pen again and started writing on the book. Hi! It still doesn't work. It seems this kid has a big background, can't afford to provoke. Caston closed the Dandelion's book, with a hint of regret on his face. Failed to find any information. This was normal, but also not normal, but he had encountered this situation before. If he wrote information about the Grand Wizards on the Dandelion's book, the result would be a backlash against him. Writing down customer information on Dandelion's book is something that everyone who controls the inn will do, and Caston is no exception. If he can't write down, there could only be a few reasons. Either it had a background, or it exceeded the investigation scope of Dandelion's book. The second one was unlikely, he was just a level 1 wizard. So it had to be the first one, this kid had a background, and maybe he was from a large wizard organization. Caston closed Dandelion's book, stopped thinking, and closed his eyes to rest. On the other hand, Milton Cheney, who had already left the Dandelion Tavern, chose to leave the Monty continent instead of staying. With his physical body crossing the sea, his ultimate destination was the Kazan subcontinent. 5 years ago, he had just become a level 1 wizard apprentice and started to travel the kingdom. 5 years later, he is now a level 2 blood wizard. Although he has only been away from Kazan subcontinent for 5 years, it exceeded 500 years if we consider true body simulation. In other words, on Kazan subcontinent, Milton Cheney is an invincible existence. On the edge of Kazan subcontinent, a figure suddenly appeared. There was a hint of different emotion in Milton Cheney's eyes. Kazan subcontinent, here I am. This was where he first lived after crossing to this world. Here, he became a knight, became a grand knight, and even became a level 1 wizard apprentice. Here, he got the spatial key and learned the spiritual eye magic. This continent may not be big, and it's incomparable to the wizard continent, but Milton Cheney has a different feeling for this continent. This feeling led him to return here again after becoming a level 2 wizard. Milton didn't continue to use the minor teleportation technique with the spiritual power in his spiritual sea, but instead started walking. On the edge of the Kazan subcontinent, this place belongs to Jasmine Kingdom. Jasmine Kingdom is still a considerable distance from Frostwinter Kingdom. Frostwinter Kingdom is also a kingdom at the edge of the continent, but it is not the most edge compared to Jasmine Kingdom. Of course, the distance between the two kingdoms is just a moment of effort for Milton at this time. First ring magic raven swarm. The next moment, countless pure white ravens suddenly flew out of Milton's body. These ravens immediately scattered and flew around after appearing. After becoming a level 2 wizard, all of Milton's original 3 first ring bloodline magic were greatly strengthened. The current raven swarm magic no longer needs Milton himself to transform into a raven swarm. Instead, it can summon a raven swarm. These white ravens are equivalent to Milton's another set of eyes. Milton kept walking forward, ravens non-stop flying out around him, and then the ravens flew around. Just passing by Jasmine Kingdom, some old grudges should be settled. As time passed, a white raven flew back and landed on Milton's shoulder. The pure white raven had a pair of scarlet eyes. The next moment, Milton disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in a city. The city was not small, but it looked small compared to the cities on the wizard continent. But this was the largest city in the Jasmine Kingdom, the royal city of Jasmine Kingdom, Jasmine City. The king of Jasmine Kingdom lives in this royal city, and the person Milton was looking for was naturally here as well. Doing quite well, he's become the kingdom's attendant. Milton chuckled in his heart. Everything that the white raven saw appeared in his mind, including that familiar face. A level 2 wizard apprentice, even in a subcontinent, could become the attendant of a small kingdom. You should know that a level 2 wizard apprentice is nothing on the wizard continent. But once upon a time, a level 2 wizard apprentice was also a presence that Milton had to look up to. But now? If he wasn't seeking revenge, even 100 level 2 wizard apprentices wouldn't pique Milton Cheney's interest by a bit. The next moment, the white raven spreading its wings and took off from Milton's shoulder, flying over countless buildings in the city. Finally, it perched on the wall of a luxurious palace. Its claws dug tightly onto the edge of the wall, a trace of vitality sparking in the raven's crimson eyes. The next moment, a middle-aged man in lavish clothing stepped out of the palace. A smile was plastered on his face, as if he was in a good mood. But suddenly, a white raven swooped down and landed on his head, its claws digging into his scalp. Dorian trembled, a chill shot through him. He stood frozen, his scalp tingling in shock. A myriad of unspeakable emotions welled up in his heart. Wizard! In the next moment, a pair of crimson pupils flashed in his eyes. The white raven, hanging upside down, appeared in his line of sight, its head turned as if forcibly twisted. The colorful world before his eyes disappeared, replaced by a sea of red. Second ring magic Deathbird's Eye. In that moment, Dorian's mind went blank, as if he was struck with a heavy blow or his soul was forcibly removed by a big hand. He felt as if his body wasn't his anymore. His consciousness gradually faded until there was nothing left. Dorian never thought death would come so swiftly. Until his death, he remained oblivious to the cause of his demise. Dorian collapsed on the spot, the white raven perched on his lifeless body, its vitality faded into dead silence. Flapping its wings, the white raven soared away from the palace. All that was left behind was a corpse. After a while, a maid passing by noticed Dorian's lifeless body on the ground. Her pupils dilated in shock, her hand covering her mouth to stifle her scream. She slowly approached Dorian, taking a look at his lifeless body. The Wizard Lord is dead. On the other side within the city, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. The white raven had returned and landed on his shoulder. The original host died due to Dorian's cursed magic. Now, Dorian met his end the same way. Except, the former was killed by zero-ring magic while the latter by second-ring magic. The vast difference between the two was as distinct as heaven and earth. Milton had avenged the former host, albeit for his own purposes as well. Dorian's death held value after all, for not everyone gets to die by second-ring magic. Frostwinter Kingdom, East River Province. The three suns suspended in the sky rotated tirelessly. In front of the Brutus Grand Canyon, Milton took a step forward and entered. Returning to this place after several years had passed, Milton couldn't help but feel a certain nostalgia. The eye of truth hovered above his head, tirelessly scanning the surroundings. Yet it found nothing of note. No swarm of snakes, no sacred altar. Even the hole made by the night sword on the canyon wall long ago sealed off again, had disappeared. Everything seemed to be an illusion, suggesting that Milton's transport to the Violet Continent never happened. But having experienced it firsthand, Milton knew it was all real. Behind the scenes, an invisible force seemed to be silently manipulating everything. In these years, Milton's experiences were profound. 2 true body simulations meant Milton lived an extra 500 years. The experience of 500 years and 5 years were worlds apart. Milton knew that there was hardly any pie falling from the sky. If you thought the pie was falling from the sky, it probably had a price tag hidden behind it. Perhaps he simply lacked the ability to repay it at the moment. Whether someone was plotting something behind his back, he wasn't sure. But Milton knew if there was someone pulling strings behind the scenes, that person might be glaring closely at him right now. Milton found that all the strange things that had happened before, as strange as they could be, suddenly became clear after his analysis. The spatial key, the spiritual eye magic. Even the so-called ancestor of the Golden Lion family. Perhaps he wasn't even an official wizard, yet he left all these precious items in a destitute earl's family in the subcontinent. But it was certainly a precious magic spell. Milton gazed profoundly at the Brutus Grand Canyon. The eye of truth hovering above him gradually faded. The next moment, Milton disappeared from the spot. Including true body simulations and text simulations, along with reality, this was the third time Milton had returned to Brutus Grand Canyon. Undeniably, the first two simulations yielded nothing. Hence, he did not hold much hope for this visit. However, since he returned, he figured he should at least pay one last visit. After a few minor teleportation techniques, a familiar estate appeared in front of his eyes. Golden Lion Estate. Chapter 127. The core area of the Golden Lion family. Over 5 years have passed, and it seems like nothing has changed here. The estate is still the same estate, with the Golden Lion garden beside it, still standing strong as ever. Milton Cheney looked at the Golden Lion estate not far from him, his spiritual power poured out from his spiritual sea, sweeping across the area like a breeze. All the scenes of the Golden Lion family's core area emerged in his mind. He saw Earl Arthur resting in the mansion, saw his once home mini estate still being kept clean. The next moment, Milton's figure shifted and vanished on the spot. By the time he reappeared, he was already inside the estate. Milton did not intend to hide his presence, so the moment he appeared in the Golden Lion estate, a gust of wind attacked. Boom! The wide night sword collided against the barrier Milton had formed with his spiritual power, creating a loud noise. Milton's strands of white hair has been blown by the gust. Wizard! The countenance of Earl Arthur became grave, the golden flow of air around him surged, eventually centering the night sword. Father! Watching this scene unfold, Milton softly said, a light smile dawning on his face. Earl Arthur, with a more ample beard and a touch more world-weariness on his face compared to 5 years ago. If these were ignored, Earl Arthur seemed to not have changed at all, still a handsome middle-aged man. Hearing this familiar voice, Earl Arthur seemed somewhat stunned. He instinctively lowered the night sword he was holding, and the golden current flowing around him gradually disappeared. Earl Arthur fixed his gaze on the young man standing in front of him. He wondered if he was hallucinating. But that familiar face was right in front of him, and that familiar son of his was standing right in front of him. Only, compared to a few years ago, his son seemed to have changed. His golden hair had turned white, he had matured a lot, and his entire demeanor was vastly different from a few years back. He and Nicholas had searched for Milton Cheney for nearly 3 years, turning the entire kingdom upside down, but found nothing. But now, his son suddenly appeared in front of him. It was quite sudden, but incredibly normal as well. He felt as if everything were a tad unreal. The grave look on Earl Arthur's face dissipates, his voice slightly trembling. Milton smiled and nodded. After nearly 6 years, he was finally seeing his father again. You. Arthur had a myriad of things to say, many questions in his heart, but when he tries to speak, he finds himself at loss for words. Father, I'll explain everything slowly. Milton spoke softly. Wizard. You're saying you are a level 1 wizard now? Earl Arthur was somewhat taken aback, it wasn't his first reaction like that. His son's experience over these years was more like a fantasy novel, full of mystery. Seeing Milton's nod, Earl Arthur still found it hard to believe. A wizard, what a powerful existence that is. And now Milton unexpectedly appeared before him, saying that he had become a wizard. How could Earl Arthur not be shocked? Whew! Earl Arthur let out a long sigh. He needed to recuperate, there was just too much news for him to digest. Wizards and knights, they were completely different paths. He remembered his son had level 5 wizard qualifications. Can a level 5 wizard qualification become a wizard? Earl Arthur felt like his view of the world had been shattered. Weren't you a level 5 wizard qualification? Hearing this, Milton nodded and said, I am not a spiritual wizard, I am a bloodline wizard. Bloodline wizard? Earl Arthur was a bit confused. What's the difference? He only knew that above the wizard apprentice was the level 1 wizard, he didn't understand the differences among wizards. Milton nodded, he knew about the confusion in his father's heart, so he started explaining. Time fades, father and son discussed inside the room in the Golden Lion estate. After not seeing each other for years, there was so much they both had to say. Most of the time, it was Milton speaking and Earl Arthur listening. Occasionally, Earl Arthur would let out an exclamation. His usual composure was now completely discarded. Anyone who heard about Milton's experiences would have found it tough to remain calm, and Earl Arthur was no different. Milton had actually hidden a lot. Because some wizard-related matters would be hard for his father to understand even after he explained them. Thus, what Milton narrated was mostly his experiences in true body simulation. For instance, he didn't mention the large wizard organizations but told his father that he had joined a wizard academy. From what you've said, the Violet Land continent seems far from here, how did you come back? Earl Arthur was somewhat reflective, his younger son's experiences over the years were much more exciting than his own. Father, you're underestimating wizards. Oh, right. Earl Arthur also realized that he had asked a silly question. Wizards are extremely powerful, traversing continents for a wizard should be a very simple task. At this point, as if remembering something, Milton spoke. Father, where is William, why haven't I seen him? Hearing this, a touch of nostalgic emotion appeared in Earl Arthur's eyes. These years, the Golden Lion family mobilized almost everyone, with the family shadow guards spread throughout Frostwinter Kingdom, just to find Milton. Chapter 128. At least in life, we can see people, in death, we can see bodies. In order to find Milton Cheney, the Golden Lion family had offended many families in the kingdom over the years. But 3 years went by, and the Golden Lion family turned over the entire kingdom, but ultimately found nothing. William has left Frostwinter Kingdom. Earl Arthur spoke in a low voice. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that William watched Milton Cheney grow up. With Milton missing, he was nowhere to be found in the kingdom. So William left the kingdom. After all, if he wasn't in the kingdom, he must be outside of it. In fact, Milton was indeed outside the kingdom, but he was a little further out. If you calculate the time, William will be back soon, but this year, I think he's destined to return disappointed. Earl Arthur was in a good mood and made a joke. And not just disappointed, Milton Cheney was right in front of him now. It would be strange if William could find him. What about Big Brother? Your big brother is still in the royal city, I sent a letter to him a few days ago, calling him back for a family gathering. Milton Cheney chuckled and shook his head, no need for that, I will go to the royal city to bring my brother back once William returns. Earl Arthur was taken aback, then nodded. How could he forget that his son was already a level 1 wizard? Methods of wizards were beyond his imagination, likely Milton traveling to the royal city to bring Nicholas back would be faster than sending a letter. Father, here is something for you. Milton swirled the spiritual power in his hand, producing a bunch of booklets. There were about 20 of them, appearing thickly stacked in Milton's hand. What's this? Earl Arthur casually took them, flipping through a few pages. The next moment, a touch of surprise showed in his eyes. Having experienced the legends around Milton, it was hard for very much to surprise Earl Arthur anymore. But in this moment, he was somewhat surprised. Are these all night skills? He randomly pulled a few more from the pile of booklets, flipping through them. Realizing they were all night skills, he felt that compared with what he had in his hands now, the night skills of the Golden Lion family were nothing more than garbage. However, considering his son was now a level 1 wizard, it was quite normal for him to obtain these. And there's also these. Milton unloaded some more items from his spatial key. This time he was coming back to the family, of course, Milton wasn't unprepared. More. Earl Arthur took the items handed to him by Milton. But compared with the obviously valuable night skills, these things were a bit confusing. Earl Arthur picked up something that looked like a batch, looked at it closely, but found he couldn't seem to understand its value. This is a Holy Knight's medal, a tool of an epic knight, you might try imbuing it with some life energy. Milton spoke softly. Hearing Milton's words, Arthur channeled some of the golden airflow from within his body. The golden airflow attached to the Holy Knight's medal in his hand. The next moment, the Holy Knight's medal emitted a faint glow. Earl Arthur was startled because he found that the life energy he could command had increased by about 50%. Good stuff. Earl Arthur said, then put the Holy Knight's medal aside. Next, he would pick up an item, and Milton would explain to him its purpose. Oh, this is good stuff too. He put it down, then picked up another. This one is also decent. Put it down again, picked up a broadsword similar to a knight's sword. Hi, this one is interesting. By the end, Earl Arthur's reactions had become quite casual. In fact, all these knight skills and treasures combined didn't cost Milton more than 1,000 magic stones. Which for him now, was nothing. He had also prepared a real meditation technique and a few magic books for the Golden Lion Familv, which were the mere cost. But yet, for him, these didn't count as anything. Milton could now be described in 2 words, that is, rich. He returned to his own little estate. Milton Cheney casually looked around his surroundings. Then he realized that everything was exactly the same as it was a few years ago. The place was the same as it was when he left his family to travel around the kingdom a few years ago. Returning to his room in the small estate, Milton laid on his bed. The book, The Kingdom's Architecture History, was still at his bedside. Milton picked it up and flipped through the pages. He would read a bit before going to bed every night. He had read the kingdom's architecture history several times already. Despite years of absence, Milton felt not the slightest bit out of place. He felt extremely relaxed and comfortable instead. Ever since he was inexplicably sent to the Violet Continent, his emotions were always tense and rarely relaxed. But now, returning to the Kazan subcontinent, Milton felt incredibly relaxed. This relaxation might be related to his becoming a level 2 wizard, but the bigger reason was that this was a familiar place for him. For the next few days, Milton strolled around the core area of the Golden Lion family. Of course, he also didn't neglect his cultivation of the refining technique. However, it wouldn't be like when he was in the simulation, refining for 23 out of 24 hours a day. Young Master. A somewhat surprised voice came from behind Milton. As a level 2 wizard, Milton naturally noticed William behind him, but he didn't break the silence. Milton turned around and nodded at William with a smile. William was a bit confused as he had just returned to the central area of the family and passed by the garden. He saw a figure that somewhat resembled Milton, but he wasn't sure. This figure significantly differed from the Milton he remembered. However, he still spoke up. But when Milton turned around, the familiar face reassured William that it truly was his young master. When did you come back? I just got back not long ago. Let's talk while we walk. Milton said, then walked ahead, with William following him. Time passed, and their conversation stopped when they arrived at the Golden Lion estate. William looked shocked. In the short distance they had just covered, he felt like they had been walking for a long time. His young master had actually become a wizard? How old was his young master? Not even 25 yet, right? Were there any wizards that young? This small amount of time wouldn't even be enough to become a wizard apprentice. William's reaction to Milton becoming a wizard was pretty similar to Earl Arthur's. Both were in disbelief. However, William eventually accepted the news. With William back, only Milton's older brother, Nicholas, was left to return. To Earl Arthur and William, the wizard Milton was a strange curiosity. They wondered what method he would use to bring Nicholas back from the royal city. Seeing their curious expressions, a smile appeared on Milton's face before he disappeared on the spot. Earl Arthur and William exchanged glances when they saw Milton suddenly disappear. Less than half of a 2-hour period had passed by. 2 people suddenly appeared in front of Earl Arthur and William. One was Milton, the other, naturally, was Nicholas, who had just calmed down. Speaking of which, the name Milton used most frequently during his years on the wizard continent was Nicholas. Father. Seeing the stupefied Earl Arthur, Nicholas, who had just calmed down, spoke up. Earl Arthur immediately reacted, lightly coughing to conceal his surprise. This was a bit embarrassing. This is a wizard, huh? Their methods are just too mysterious. In just a short amount of time, Milton had brought Nicholas back from the royal city to the Golden Lion estate. How long had it been? It seemed like less than a 2-hour period had passed. What he didn't know was, the conversation between Milton and Nicholas took nearly half of a 2-hour period. As for the actual time it took Milton to cover the distance from here to the royal city, it was merely an instant. In the following days, Elm was also brought back by Milton. Milton's return has finally brought relief to Earl Arthur. At the banquet, Milton sipped from his wine glass, his eyes as deep as a starry sky. Chapter 129. In the Frostwinter Kingdom, within the royal city. Within a tower-shaped building, Milton Chaney had withdrawn his hand. In front of him was a middle-aged man with black hair, his face full of reverence. After giving his instructions, Milton didn't linger here any longer and vanished on the spot. He had been back on the subcontinent for several months now. During this time, Milton had cleared many obstacles for the Golden Lion family covertly. He even improved the strength of the family's shadow guards a bit and planted some sequels in Tneark. Put it this way, there were no rivals left for the current Golden Lion family in the Frostwinter Kingdom. Milton did this ensure that the Golden Lion family could enter a phase of rapid development after he left the Kazan subcontinent. To Milton, these deeds were casually done. With the cultivation resources he provided to his family now, his father should become an epic knight ahead of schedule. The life energy of an epic knight would surge dramatically, and his lifespan would also increase significantly. Although it's not as outrageous as the level 1 wizards who can live for 200 to 300 years or the level 2 wizards who can live for 400 to 500 years. But living for over 150 years would not be a problem. Outside the Golden Lion estate in the core area of the Golden Lion family, Earl Arthur looked at Milton, who suddenly appeared in front of him, with a somewhat complex expression. 2 months had passed, and he had already become accustomed to his son being a powerful wizard. Although there's no barrier between them, and they interact with each other just as before. But he knows that the future of this little son of his is now beyond his imagination. "Are you leaving?" Earl Arthur spoke softly. Milton nodded. Despite being able to improve through simulations on a subcontinent, for Milton, it was still too small. He wants to become a level 2 spiritual wizard, attempts to break the limitations of his bloodline to become a level 3 bloodline wizard. Continuously staying on the Kazan subcontinent wouldn't work. Perhaps deep down, he was not a person who could settle down. The first few simulations out of the 6 told him that the wizard realm would face an inter-realm war in a few hundred years. In this inter-realm war, Milton never lived past the 2nd year. But these simulations were not entirely useless, at least they helped Milton to find a possibility to keep improving. Looking at Milton in front of him, Earl Arthur seemed to have gone back a few years. At that time, his idea was to have Milton travel the kingdom first, then return after the tour to take over the family's business. But unexpectedly, time flew by, several years passed, and his youngest son had become a wizard. But this time, his son is not going to tour the small kingdom, but to travel the wizard realm. Fathers and sons do not need many words. Milton wasn't leaving for good this time, but Earl Arthur was certain that when this youngest son of his would return, he wouldn't see the small Marquis family this time. Correct, his youngest son's emerging as a wizard has also stirred up his long-lost ambition. He knows that the current Frostwinter Kingdom is nothing to this young son of his, but he still didn't ask Milton to clear all the obstacles for him. What he didn't know was that Milton had already cleared some of the obstacles for him in secret. The present Golden Lion family, even if Milton left, it would be a simple task to sweep across the entire Frostwinter Kingdom. The Monty continent. When Milton set foot on this wizard continent again, he felt somewhat sentimental in his heart. This was the earliest place he set foot on the path of a wizard. In a simulation that took place many years ago, he used the spatial key to exchange a chance to practice the meditation technique. This continent was the closest wizard continent to the Kazan subcontinent. This continent was a level 2 wizard continent, controlled by members who came out of the Pure Yellow Tower. After draining all his potential in the Pure Yellow Tower, without any hope of advancement, he then came to this continent. The Pure Yellow Tower, as the large wizard organization that Milton wanted to join the earliest, was also the wizard organization that he spent a lot of time understanding after joining the Ouroboros ring in a true body simulation. Milton wasn't unfamiliar with the Pure Yellow Tower. Even the structure of this large wizard organization is very clear to him. Now, him joining this large wizard organization might be a faint possibility, but that's something Milton was no longer willing to try. It's not because there's no more attraction to him here, it's just that he has found a better target. In the border area of the continent, there were no people around Milton. Suddenly, the look on Milton's face changed slightly. Bloodline induction. Milton's face became a bit grave. He felt that his bloodline was somewhat hot. His leaving the Kazan subcontinent was not entirely because of a lack of growth opportunities on the Kazan continent. In fact, no matter where Milton was, as long as the simulator didn't disappear, he could still progress as usual. He left the Kazan subcontinent, largely because Milton didn't want to implicate the continent he had lived on for a long time because of himself. In his 6 simulations, throughout the simulated thousands of years, Milton had refined his bloodline to the limit of a level 2 bloodline wizard. It is fair to say that, even on this Monty continent, apart from that level 2 wizard who came out of the pure yellow tower who could contend with Milton, perhaps no other wizard could withstand even a single move from Milton. The current Milton, within the entire wizard realm, was not a weakling. But that was not good news either. After he refined his White Raven bloodline to the limits of a level 2 bloodline wizard, he faced a problem. That was the bloodline induction from those above him. Wizards aren't a gentle and kind lot, and this applied to bloodline wizards as well. In a situation where most of the knowledge and promotion methods are monopolized by numerous large wizard organizations, benefit is the main theme in the wizard realm. To the wizards with the same bloodline as Milton Cheney, who had refined his bloodline to the limit, he was a fat piece of meat. I need to join a large wizard organization in reality as soon as possible, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Joining a large wizard organization in reality is now an urgent matter for Milton Cheney. Because this not only concerns his future path but also his life. There would definitely be wizards in the wizard realm who had the same bloodline as Milton Cheney and were level 3 wizards or above. After all, the wizard realm is too vast. In what Milton Cheney already knew, there was a woman at the limit of a level 3 wizard with the White Raven bloodline. Those people could sense Milton Cheney's bloodline. Naturally, they would not let go of this fat piece of meat. However, the recent 2 text simulations have somewhat relieved Milton Cheney. He had 2 years left. 2 years of time. During these 2 years, he must join a large wizard organization in reality. Otherwise, simulations could not be carried out normally. Living only 2 years each time during simulations was a complete waste of simulation count. The simulation count left for him to try and error was not much anymore. He had to be cautious. Time passed, and the 2 months vanished in an instant. Text simulation count L start text simulation? Yes. In the next moment, a string of black fonts began to appear on the pale blue transparent light screen in front of Milton Cheney. 24 years old, you left the Monty continent, heading towards the Finland continent in the Toff Sea region. You successfully arrived at the Finland continent. After annihilating several wizard organizations, you met Ian from the Guardian Sea, who controlled the wizard continent as you wished, and told him your intention of joining the Guardian Sea. 25 years old, a level 3 wizard from the Guardian Sea personally came to start a trial for you, but went back disappointed. He was surprised that you could reach the limit of a level 2 bloodline wizard at an age of just over 20, but in the end, he still didn't start the second trial for you. 26 years old, you were captured by a level 3 bloodline wizard. 42 years old, your bloodline dried up, you died. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. Retain realm. Milton Cheney muttered in his heart. The improvement of retaining his realm this time was not significant, only his spiritual sea expanded a little. There was no response at all from the bloodline that had already been refined to the limit. This was normal. In this simulation, Milton Cheney did not refine his bloodline. Apart from absorbing 4 totems' hearts, most of his time was spent on cultivation. It's still no use. He was still captured by a level 3 bloodline wizard when he was 26 years old. There's a reason why wild bloodline wizards cannot become level 3 wizards. Once they reach the limit of a level 2 wizard, they will be captured and their bloodline will be refined. In such a situation, how could a bloodline wizard without any background possibly become a level 3 bloodline wizard? If he's lucky, he might still be left with his life. If he's unlucky, he would end up like Milton Cheney, dying from the depletion of his bloodline. In fact, apart from trying to join those large wizard organizations in the simulation, Milton Cheney also has another simulation method. That is, in the simulation, he washes away all his White Raven bloodline and starts to follow the spiritual wizard path. Doing so can allow him to survive for a long time, but the problem is, he can do this in the simulation, but it is impossible for him to wash away his White Raven bloodline in reality. He did not know how much he paid to go from a level 1 bloodline wizard to the limits of a level 2 bloodline wizard. All of this is what he painstakingly cultivated. Simulator, what about me? What about me? Moreover, this sort of survival in simulation has absolutely no usefulness at all. Perhaps he can become a level 2 spiritual wizard using this method in 2 years, but then what? Even tying a level 2 spiritual wizard together with a level 2 bloodline wizard wouldn't compare to one hand of a level 3 wizard. Do I really have to return to the Ouroboros ring? Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Returning to the Ouroboros ring will not be much better. The woman in the Ouroboros ring is not an easy character to deal with. Back then, he was only a level 1 bloodline wizard and she still wanted to absorb him. Now, he had already reached the limits of a level 2 bloodline wizard, he probably wouldn't last a few days before he withered. No, I must go to the Finland continent first, I must try the Guardian Sea. Milton Cheney made up his mind in his heart. There is definitely no going back to the Ouroboros ring. There are too many uncertainties about joining the Ouroboros ring in reality. The Guardian Sea is his first consideration. After all, it is the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm, and they never get involved in any strife. It's the best place for him to grow steadily and stronger. Chapter 130. Tustin, did you just see a white raven fly by? On a large seafaring vessel, a muscular man tapped the person beside him, voicing his uncertainty. You must be mistaken, there are no ravens over the open seas. Tustin shrugged and moved the large hand resting on his shoulder. Fancying men was one thing, but to use such a cliched pick-up line. Did he think I was a fool? From where in these endless oceanic expanses would a raven come from? It would be more believable if you said the cat in your cabin could dance. Is that so? I could have sworn I saw a flash of a white raven. The muscular man scratched his head, pondering. Okay, so you saw it. Give me a hand, in throwing these bodies into the sea. Tustin then moved aside, indicating towards the muscular man to help him throw the bodies into the sea. All right. Across the undulating sea, a white raven flew over the region. Until a continent appeared before the eyes of Milton Cheney. Finland continent. We're here. The white raven transformed back into a human form, disappearing above the sea surface. When Milton appeared again, he had already set foot on the continent. The edge of the continent, adjacent to the sea region. The coast was lined with enormous ships and sea vessels. True to its reputation as a pirate heaven, the so-called pirate continent Finland. Although this was Milton's first physical visit, he had been to the place several times in text simulations. Milton had no intention of hiding. If he wanted to meet the people of the Guardian Sea, he needed to make some moves. Hey, lad! A muscular man spotted Milton and began to speak with a gloating grin. Look at what I found, a lone young man with white hair. I can change tastes for a while. This was the muscular man's thought process. But the next moment, the grin on his face froze. Milton walked past him. A gust of wind blew by and the muscular man turned into a cloud of dust. Milton's expression did not change much. This continent was nowhere near as safe as the ones Milton had previously inhabited. The wizards of the Guardian Sea, who take control of the continent, did not care about anything, resulting in numerous wizard organizations growing uncontrollably on the continent. There were very few outsiders here, so naturally, some of the wizard organizations developed an arrogant and overbearing habit. This habit was not a good one. Milton planned to help them change this bad habit and adopt a good one. Looking at Milton's retreating figure and the man turned into dust, a group of people who were planning to circle around were dumbfounded. A wizard. A somewhat skinny middle-aged man with a dense beard on his face said solemnly. This statement brought some of the people next to him back to their senses. This wizard definitely did not mean a wizard apprentice. Apart from the long-standing wizard organizations on Wizard Continent, very few foreign wizards come to the Finland continent. The reason being the wizard organizations here greatly despise foreign wizards. Should there be any foreign wizards, they would unite against them. Because of this, Finland has become a place many wizards deliberately avoid. After all, I could cultivate peacefully, why bother coming to this controversial place to struggle over the meager cultivation resources? This wizard is causing trouble. Killing someone wit in a single sentence was excessive arrogance, even roar a wizard. Ignoring the wizard organizations of the Finland continent, didn't he? What they didn't realize was that the ones heading for trouble were not Milton, but the arrogant wizard organizations that had been domineering for over 100 years. The fact was that Milton did not consider the wizard organizations of the Finland continent as worth his attention. The only one he considered noteworthy here was the White Wizard of the Guardian Sea. Easton, send word back to the organization about the arrival of a mysterious level 1 wizard on the continent. The tall and skinny middle-aged man said, his gaze locked on the place where Milton had disappeared. He exhaled a sigh and shifted his gaze. He felt that this wizard was a bit unusual. Too calm. After killing a man, there was no ripple in him, and he didn't hide anything about himself. If a wizard didn't want them to find any traces, they would have absolutely no way of doing so. After all, among these people, the strongest had just died. His name was Kingsley, a level 2 wizard apprentice. Although he was also a level 2 wizard apprentice, in terms of combat power, he was inferior to Kingsley. A level 2 wizard apprentice trying to spy on a wizard was nothing short of delusional. But this wizard wasn't hiding anything, he killed a person and then proceeded inland. Something was abnormal about this. Although it is impossible for him to figure out the thought process of a wizard, he wondered, did he really not fear the wrath of the wizard organizations of the continental Finland? The Finland continent did possess level 2 wizards. If one of those decided to make a move, did the white-headed wizard truly have a chance to survive? The tall and skinny middle-aged man shook his head, no longer dwelling on the matter. He did not have the capacity to meddle in the affairs of the wizards. What he was thinking about now was whether he should escape to the sea. He had a feeling that something big was going to happen on the continent. Nuka, make preparations, we are setting sail. Nuka, who was also one of the persons who witnessed this spectacle, looked flabbergasted at hearing this. Nuka said, "Boss, we just came back, we haven't even counted our spoils yet. Never mind the previous haul. Sail first, bring the ship, call the brothers." He decided to leave the continent and set out to sea. That was the decision he made. He decided to follow his gut instinct. From childhood till now, countless times, his inner judgment had saved his life. If Milton Cheney were here and witnessed all of this, he might be a little surprised. Because this tall, skinny middle-aged man fit the profile of someone with special wizard qualifications. However, smaller wizard organizations might not be able to detect such special qualifications. Meanwhile, not far from the edge of the continent, a white raven flew back, perching on Milton Cheney's shoulder. First ring magic small displacement technique. Milton Cheney's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he held a magic wand in his hand. In front of him were rows of tower-like buildings stretching for miles. First ring magic earthquake. Milton violently slammed the dark star magic wand onto the floor. The magical power fueled by the wand was even stronger. In just a moment, several towers in front of Milton collapsed one after another. Compared to bloodline magic, spiritual system magic was undoubtedly better at large-scale destruction and warfare. The next moment, a catalog appeared in Milton's hand. A 50-page True Word Magic book. The True Word Magic book moved from Milton's hand to float in front of him. The floating True Word Magic book began to flip its pages automatically. Of them, 10 pages went from emitting a faint light to radiating a dazzling white light. First Ring Magic Earthquake X5. First Ring Magic Dark Flame Technique X5. The frequency of the earthquakes skyrocketed, and dark red flames surged from the pages of the book, flying towards the clusters of towers in front of Milton. There were no innocent people in the pirate wizard organization. So, Milton had no psychological burden when he killed them. Countless figures flew out of the towers, only to quickly turn into ashes. Suddenly, a vast surge of spiritual power emerged from the cluster of towers. The earth was still trembling, the flames were still burning. They only had been briefly halted. After momentarily resisting Milton's magic, it decided to attack him. Boom! The massive flow of spiritual power made a loud noise. Here it comes, the limit of a level 1 spiritual wizard. A faint smile spread across Milton's face. The magic wand in his hand and the True Word Magic book floating in front of him disappeared. Spiritual power transformed into a huge hand and violently struck the place where Milton stood. However, there was no one there. Donald, floating mid-air, looked terribly upset, with a light red magic wand clenched in his hand. Looking down at the desolate, destroyed buildings and countless charred bodies below, he felt a burning fury. 100 years of hard work, all destroyed overnight. Then he turned his gaze to Milton, who was not far from him and met his gaze. you. Before he could finish speaking, the white raven on Milton Cheney's shoulder began to change, blood flowed from its crimson eyes, and 2 bloodstains embellished the face of the white raven. Second ring magic Deathbird's Eye. A level 1 spiritual wizard, facing a bloodline refined to the limit of a level 2 wizard in the second ring magic. There was only one outcome: death. There were no other results, nor any variables. At this moment, Donald, who was just 1 step away from becoming a level 2 wizard, died under the second ring magic of Milton. Milton's expression remained unchanged. The white raven on his shoulder flew to Donald's side and brought his corpse to Milton. His spiritual power surged, and the spatial magic device left in Donald's spiritual sea was drawn out by Milton. Then, the corpse disappeared, appearing within Milton's spatial key. The corpse of a level 1 wizard limit was worth a lot. It could offset several text simulations. Milton, floating in the air, descended, and countless white ravens appeared around him. After appearing, the white raven swarm rapidly dispersed in all directions. After wiping out a wizard organization, especially a pirate wizard group, the rewards would not only include Donald's spatial magic device. Certainly, there would be a vault in a wizard organization. Even Donald couldn't possibly keep everything on him. White ravens flew back one after another, with things held in their mouths piling up in front of Milton. Milton's spiritual power surged, and these items appeared in his spatial magic device. Thus, a pirate wizard group, which had stood on the Finland continent for hundreds of years, was now history. Except for those outside, not a single person here survived. The first one. The white ravens disappeared, and Milton murmured to himself. To attract the attention of the Guardian Sea, wiping out one wizard organization was not nearly enough. Chapter 131. The fourth one. Gazing at the sea of fire in front of him, Milton Cheney mumbled to himself. The next moment, an old man in a white robe appeared by his side. The old man stood next to Milton without saying a word, his gaze also fixed on the sea of fire in front of them. "You wanted to see me?" Ian spoke up. Although it was posed as a question, there was a certainty in his tone. Milton stayed silent, prompting Ian to speak again. "The Guardian Sea is not for you." At this point, Ian directed his gaze at Milton, looking him up and down. A flicker of white light flashed in his eyes. "The most suitable wizard organization for you should be the Ouroboros Ring or the Black Lizard Scholars Association, not the Guardian Sea," Ian stated, as if he could see through all of Milton's thoughts. However, Milton didn't seem to care, his gaze fixed on the sea of fire in front of him. Even with the sudden appearance of another person beside him, he didn't show any emotion. The White Wizards, the most astute community of wizards in the wizard realm, most meditation techniques, magic, including methods of casting magic devices, are closely associated with this group. The Guardian Sea is the largest organization of white wizards in the wizard realm. If Milton wants to make long-term progress on the spiritual wizard path, break the limit of a bloodline wizard, or dodge bloodline induction, this is the organization to join. "I'll give it a try," Milton responded softly, his gaze unwavering. "Why? Is it because of the bloodline induction? You can avoid it by joining any realm-level wizard organization. It's not a must to join the Guardian Sea. With your talent, being on the brink of a level 1 spiritual wizard and a level 2 blood wizard at your age, you are among the most gifted in the wizard realm. Joining the Guardian Sea would unquestionably be a waste of your talent." Ian spoke softly, his gaze straying away from Milton. His tone was as if he was having a casual chat with a friend. Milton's expression remained unchanged, but he was surprised. It was not because the white-robed elder had revealed his inner thoughts. It was that a level 2 wizard was talking so much to him. You see, this elder had absolutely no need to say any of this to Milton. Everything summed up to this: your talent is great, joining the Guardian Sea is a waste. Milton had seen the old man more than once in text simulations, and maybe in those simulations according to the simulator these words were never shown. But why did he say those words to him? Since Ian has praised his talent, he should encourage Milton to join the Guardian Sea, rather than trying to persuade him to join other wizard organizations. This was evident from the simulation because, in the end, a level 3 wizard from the Guardian Sea came to initiate his trial. Was it simply out of kindness? Was he trying to prevent a budding talent from wasting his potential? Do you understand what the Guardian Sea is? At this question, Milton nodded. After joining the Ouroboros ring in his real body simulation, Milton tried to learn as much as possible about all the major wizard organizations within his limited time. Naturally, the Guardian Sea was not an exception. Even the Black Lizard Scholars Association that Ian had just mentioned, Milton had some understanding of. Like the Ouroboros ring, this organization focuses on the cultivation of bloodline wizards. Oh? Tell me about it. Seeing Milton nod, Ian became interested. The Guardian Sea, the largest white wizard organization in the wizarding world, is controlled by a level 7 wizard. The organization focuses exclusively on research and experiments without conquering any planes. That's it. Ian was a little taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. Is that what you call understanding the Guardian Sea? Well, to be honest, you're not wrong. You must have gone to considerable lengths to understand these facts. Nevertheless, your answer is too broad. If you summarize the Guardian Sea in one sentence, what you said is correct. As Ian spoke, he continued. Do you understand the White Wizards? Do you know why the Guardian Sea, despite having a level 7 wizard, doesn't conquer any planes? Or when it comes to experimental research, are you willing to spend hundreds of years studying a meditation technique that is utterly useless to you? During this period, you wouldn't have any time to practice the meditation technique or refine the bloodline. Ian paused, waiting to see how the young man before him would respond. Yet to his disappointment, Milton showed no reaction. Inwardly, however, Milton was mulling over a lot of thoughts, but he didn't show any of it. Spending hundreds of years studying a meditation technique with no use? Maybe his simulated self could do it. However, in reality, the chances are slim that he would spend centuries on research. Of course, there is no conflict here. Because he has the simulator. You should consider whether the Guardian Sea is truly suited for you. If you still choose to join after thinking it over, the Guardian Sea will certainly not refuse someone with your talent. Of course, the premise is that you pass the trial. As Ian spoke, a round token appeared in his hand. Tossing the token to Milton, Ian's figure gradually faded away. Only his last sentence remained. Once you have made your decision, use your spiritual power to activate the token. Holding the token in his hand, a glint of curiosity flashed through Milton's eyes. Chapter 132. The Provocation Method? Milton Cheney seemed to understand a bit why this old man talked so much with him. Since the decision was already made, Milton Cheney naturally didn't hesitate. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Milton Cheney, who had just finished a text simulation, activated the circular token given to him by Ian. Spiritual power flowed into the circular token, and the token started emitting a faint glow. After a moment, Ian reappeared before him. This time, Ian wasn't alone. Beside him stood a man in a white robe. Is this the person who doesn't want me to join Guardian Sea? He's brought him here in advance. Seeing a touch of speechlessness in Milton Cheney's eyes, Ian, whose face was taut, couldn't help but break into a smile. Laughing, he started, it seems you've made up your mind. My mentor will start the trial for you. It must be said, just based on this, one can tell how much Guardian Sea valued Milton Cheney. A level 3 wizard personally came to start his trial. Milton Cheney nodded, shifting his gaze onto the middle-aged man standing next to Ian. The man in the white robe, Potter, had a kind smile on his face, and he gave a slight nod. Young man, shall we start now? Let's start. Without hesitation, Milton Cheney answered directly. If he hadn't succeeded in the text simulation, Milton Cheney might have chosen to start the trial of Guardian Sea after the third true body simulation. But now, since the version of him in the text simulation managed to join Guardian Sea, there's no reason he couldn't do it in reality. Potter gave a nod, and the next moment, he held a book in his hand. Spiritual power swirled, and a dazzling white light emerged from the book. The landing point of the white light was, naturally, in Milton Cheney's direction. The moment the white light fell, Milton Cheney felt an intense warmth. The next moment, the scenery in front of him changed, and Ian and Potter disappeared. Seeing Milton Cheney enter the trial, Ian asked, Mentor, how likely do you think the lad is to succeed? Potter slowly shook his head, not uttering a word. How likely? Perhaps less than 1 in 10. But there's no harm in trying, he won't waste too much time. Perhaps he might learn something. It's been a long time since fresh blood entered Guardian Sea, and the old wizards were becoming rather dull. So who do you think he will replace? Bertatu, Sterling, Colin Palmer. Do you think it's possible? Hearing this, Potter shifted his gaze to Ian. I know what you're thinking, but the odds of what you're considering are about as likely as the wizard realm being destroyed. A ray of light appeared before Milton Cheney, and the world gradually came into focus. Teacher! Teacher! A voice came to his ears, causing Milton Cheney to open his eyes. He could see a young kid looking at him anxiously, and people beside showed worry on their faces. A wave of unfamiliar memories surfaced in Milton Cheney's mind. If his previous memories hadn't stayed intact, Milton Cheney might have thought he had time traveled again. It seemed he had entered the trial of Guardian C. After receiving his new memories, Milton Cheney began to speak softly, I'm okay, don't worry. You all carry on with your work. Hearing his words, the worried expressions in the children's eyes vanished, and they returned to their seats. Bertatu, I took over this man's life, didn't I? Milton Cheney murmured to himself. The life he now found himself in belonged to Bertatu, who was a guardian wizard, or to simplify, a white wizard. What about this world? Milton Cheney searched the memories in his mind. It was definitely the wizard realm, just not the one he was familiar with. Rather, it was the Genesis era of the wizard realm. There were no bloodline wizards in this era, and the path of spiritual wizard was still under exploration. The strongest people in this world were level 3 wizard apprentices. Indeed, the body Milton Cheney inherited was one of the strongest in this world. Suddenly, Milton Cheney furrowed his brows. He found that he couldn't remember the meditation technique anymore. His memory of the refining technique was also gone. This was an awkward feeling. Now, he knew he was Milton Cheney, and he knew he was currently undergoing a trial in the Guardian Sea. But the meditation technique and refining technique had vanished from his memory. As if they had been blocked out. Now, in his heart, the only memories concerning the meditation technique were those of the original owner's cultivation of the Guardian meditation technique. This meditation technique only supports cultivation up to the realm of an advanced level wizard. Those who are advanced level wizards outside of the trial are known as level 3 wizard apprentices. Up ahead, there was no way forward anymore. Milton Cheney tried to summon his attribute panel in his mind but to no avail. This indicated that this should be a false, illusory world. However, while here, Milton Cheney's sense of hearing and touch were very real. The next moment, an inexplicable memory suddenly came to Milton Cheney's mind. Is this, to pave a way forward for everyone in the wizard realm? Milton Cheney pondered in his heart. But how could that be possible? In the wizard realm, there are countless level 3 wizard apprentices just like him. And many years have passed since. Many wizards have sacrificed their lives and devoted many years to their research, but the limits of the meditation technique are still unbroken, and the way forward remains shrouded in darkness. Now, his task is to pave a path for the entire wizard realm and raise the upper limit of the meditation technique to that of a level 1 wizard. This is not just a difficulty, it is near impossible. Compared to this, the trial of the Ouroboros ring seemed as simple as child's play. After digesting all his memories, Milton Cheney pondered how to pass this trial. It was absolutely impossible for him alone to raise the upper limit of the meditation technique. Even if he had all the memories of his previous self, Bertatu, it would still not be possible. While thinking, Milton Cheney's gaze shifted between the students in front of him. These students were all orphans adopted by his original self. They all possessed wizard talent. In this era, there were fewer people without wizard talent than there were with it. In the wizard realm outside of this trial, this would be absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Milton Cheney's gaze landed on the boy who had woken him up earlier. His pupils contracted, as if he had just seen something inconceivably extraordinary. Having just received his memories, Milton Cheney didn't inspect the students in front of him closely. But now, with the memory of his previous life well adapted in his mind, the information of these students naturally surfaced in his mind. This name, and his looks. Milton Cheney had seen them in those records that symbolized the guardiancy during his time in the Ouroboros ring. The young boy, noticing Cheney was constantly staring at him, revealed an embarrassed smile on his face. "Mansur?" Milton Cheney asked softly, his voice unconsciously trembling. The called-out Mansur thought that Cheney was feeling uncomfortable due to him fainting and regaining consciousness earlier. So, he immediately asked, "What's wrong, mentor? Are you still feeling unwell?" Worry gleamed in his voice. It's nothing, continue your studies. Milton Cheney shook his head and said while regaining his composure. He rubbed his temples gently, but his heart was already in turmoil. Mansur Hall. The Guardian Lord is my student, and I was the one who named him. Nothing could be more unbelievable than seeing a future level 7 wizard. This child in front of him probably doesn't even know of the existence he would become in the future. The true owner of the Guardian Sea, an existence that stood at the very top of the wizard realm. A level 7 wizard. A level 7 wizard can be regarded as a person possessing longevity. As long as they do not want to die, they would never die. If Mansur was truly a person from the Genesis era and a student of his original self, Bertatu, then how long had Mansur been alive? From now until the time Milton Cheney was in. This period already spanned more than 10 million years. This young boy who was right in front of him, earnestly studying his courses. In the future, he lived for over 10 million years. Milton Cheney rubbed his temples forcefully, trying to clear the chaos inside his head. However, the sight of a genuine level 7 wizard as a child appearing before him still made his heart tremble. If Mansur was to become a level 7 wizard in the future, then what exactly was the identity of him, Mansur's mentor? It must be known that the meditation technique practiced by his original self was the Guardian meditation technique. And the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm after 10 million years was named Guardian Sea. Chapter 133. Milton Cheney was scribbling on a piece of paper. No good, there are too many crucial factors missing in order to advance the meditation technique to a level 1 wizard's level. In the next moment, Milton's spiritual power surged, and the ink on the paper gradually disappeared. Despite having many of the original Buddhist memories about the meditation technique, relying solely on these memories for further deductions simply isn't enough. The gap between a level 3 wizard apprentice and a level 1 wizard is just too enormous. Even the current limit of the level 3 wizard apprentice's meditation technique is something multiple generations of people have spent their entire lives deducing. In order to further advance the meditation technique, the first problem to solve is the force through which the meditation technique absorbs spiritual power. Between a level 3 wizard apprentice and a level 1 wizard lies a thick barrier. To break this barrier and rapidly expand the spiritual sea to the extent of a level 1 wizard in an instant is incredibly difficult. In the past, when Milton practiced the meditation technique in reality, he always thought this was normal, and the meditation technique should be like this. But now, when he is studying the meditation technique himself, he realizes that the meditation techniques practiced by everyone in the wizard realm outside the trials have all been deduced by the predecessors. It's just a pity that Mansur is still too young. He can't help me at this moment. Milton murmured to himself. He isn't sure whether Mansur was involved in the deductions of the meditation technique in the real history or not. But a future level 7 wizard would definitely not be an ordinary person. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. Milton sat cross-legged on a small bed in his laboratory, closing his eyes. Beside him was Mansur, who looked rather nervous. Over the course of 5 years, Mansur had matured quite a bit compared to before, but he still looked like a teenager. At this moment, there was a hint of worry in Mansur's eyes as he looked at Milton. Any slight miscalculation in the deductions of the meditation technique could potentially lead to the shattering of the spiritual sea. Milton, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Exhaling a turbid breath, Milton shook his head. It was still no good. Milton modified several meditation routes of the meditation technique, but there was no improvement in the speed and limit of practicing the meditation technique. Everything was still the same as before. However, lucky enough, even though there was no improvement, no accidents occurred either. One could only say that Milton's research these 5 years had been completely fruitless. Continuing down this path would only lead to more disappointment, especially since he was heading in the wrong direction. This one mistake had wasted 5 years. Milton's current body was already 70 years old, he has at most 80 more years to continue his deductive work. Mentor, was it still unsuccessful? Mansur, seeing that Milton's face hadn't changed, asked somewhat relieved. As long as Milton was fine, everything else would work out. Milton nodded. Mansur, how is your practice with the meditation technique? Mentor, I have already reached the limit of an intermediate level wizard, just a little bit more and I will become an advanced level wizard. Mansur replied. In 5 years, he had progressed from an individual who had never made contact with the meditation technique to the limit of a level 2 wizard apprentice. Furthermore, he had achieved this solely through the meditation technique, without any reliance on magic potions. Such talent truly befitting of a future level 7 wizard. Strive to become an advanced level wizard as soon as possible, Milton said. Mansur was undoubtedly progressing quickly. However, Milton had noticed an issue during these 5 years. The future steward of the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm had no talent in the research of the meditation technique whatsoever. It wasn't accurate to say that he had no talent in researching the meditation technique, rather, he had no talent in learning in general. If asked to practice the meditation technique in a regular manner, Mansur progressed very quickly. However, whenever Milton attempted to impart his understanding and research on the meditation technique to Mansur, it was as if Mansur was listening to a foreign language, completely unable to understand. Even though the rest of his students could comprehend the most basic and simplest instructions, Mansur alone could not. Milton wasn't sure if the historical Mansur also lacked this kind of talent. But after pondering, Milton thought it unlikely. Considering that Mansur could become a level 7 wizard and the steward of the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm, it was unlikely that he couldn't understand some simple knowledge when he was young. White wizards, as a group, couldn't become white wizards without talent. So there was only one possibility left. Limitation of the trial world, huh? Milton murmured to himself. This trial world was a test for him from the Guardian Sea. And his student Mansur was essentially the cheat of this trial world. If Milton could pass the trial by just tagging along, then the Guardian Sea's trial would be really worthless. So, it was highly possible that the world had restrictions, preventing him from using Mansur as a cheat. Milton nodded and asked Mansur to leave first. He then overturned his deductions and research from the past 5 years and began a new line of research in another direction. In a flash, 10 years had passed. Boom! An intense spiritual power burst forth from Milton's spiritual sea, sweeping across his surroundings. The spiritual power affected the reality, stirring up a fierce wind. Time passed, and this spiritual power gradually subsided. A hint of surprise flashed across Milton's face. It's done. However, the next moment, his brows knitted together once again. Chapter 134. The success was undeniable, he could clearly feel an improvement in his spiritual power, his spiritual sea had even doubled. But when compared to a level 1 wizard, this progress seemed more akin to expanding the limit of a level 3 wizard apprentice, rather than becoming a level 1 wizard. In simpler terms, if Milton Cheney's spirituality were made manifest at this moment, it would have transformed from 990 to 995. The limit was expanded, yet the status of a level 1 wizard was still out of reach. Should I risk continuing to research and extrapolate along this path? Milton Cheney pondered in his mind. He was uncertain whether he was on the right track. During these 10 years, he had consulted countless white wizards who were also at the limit of a level 3 wizard apprentice. Yet he gained little, as those people hardly showed any willingness to share their research achievements. Even those who had been most closely associated with his original self were no exception. Worldly constraints. If 10 years ago, Milton Cheney was only suspicious, then now he was sure. This was indeed the limitation of the trial world. He was obliged to elevate the limit of his meditation technique solely relying on himself. However, this was an impossible task, even if Milton Cheney summoned all the white wizards in the wizard realm. It would still not necessarily guarantee a 100% success rate, let alone the situation where he was alone. Is every individual who joins the Guardian Sea faced with trials of such difficulty? How on earth was Ian able to pass such an arduous trial back then? If Ian were here now, he would find it even more unbelievable. Because, compared with the trial Milton Cheney faced, his trial was child's play. No matter, there are only 70 years left. There's no turning back now, I'll just have to persevere along this path. Milton Cheney made a resolution. He had no time left for trial and error. His body could at most live for another 70 years. Time passed, and 30 years later, Milton Cheney was looking ahead, at a young man who was meditating on the meditation technique, sitting cross-legged before him. Mansur. At that time, Mansur had already reached the limit of an advanced level wizard, that is, the limit of a level 3 wizard apprentice. The next moment, Mansur opened his closed eyes. Milton Cheney's heart sank as Mansur shook his head at him. He had failed. It had nothing to do with talent. The problem lay in the meditation method. Milton Cheney ran his fingers through his somewhat messy hair. 30 years. Mansur, are you sure you didn't make any progress at all? Yes, mentor, it was completely useless. There was no disturbance in the spiritual sea. Mansur had a great deal of respect for his mentor. Over the years, he had been the student his tutor had paid the most attention to. And he did not disappoint everyone's expectations. He succeeded in reaching the limit of an advanced level wizard 5 years ago, hoping to offer some aid to his tutor. Hi! Milton clenched his fists tightly, but soon, he released his breath and relaxed. All right, you may go back. Mansur cast a worried glance at Milton before he saw the resolve in his mentor's eyes and left. Once Mansur had departed, Milton closed his eyes in deep agony. After a while, when he reopened his eyes, they were void of emotion. 30 years. TT hurts? TT heals so much. The present Milton could understand why the White Wizards, with their decades of ongoing research and experiments, felt so desperate when they finally discovered it was all in vain. That was exactly how Milton felt right now. For the past 30 years, since he made the hard decision to continue his research and extrapolation in the specified direction. Until now, 30 years had passed. Other than the fact that the limit of a level 3 wizard apprentice had been slightly raised, there had been no other changes. He had reached the end of this path, there was no possibility of further progress. Actually, 10 years ago, he had already reached the dead end. However, Milton was not willing to give up, believing that wizard talent would undeniably have some influence. Now that Mansur had also failed, Milton knew he should not have been wishful at the beginning. A level 1 wizard? He might as well forget about it. It's impossible. Milton seemed to be considering giving up. It was like in his previous life when someone gave a few books to a junior high school student and told them to get into the best university in the world within 3 years. If the student was not a fool, they wouldn't accept these books saying, I will definitely get into the best university in the world. Instead, they would probably look at the person offering them the books like they were looking at an idiot and say, are you stupid? How is that possible? What Milton was doing was undeniably harder than getting into the best university in the previous life. Only got 40 years left. Ridding his mind of the mess created by the failed attempt, Milton Cheney stopped dwelling on it. He was now eager to understand how he managed to extrapolate the meditation technique of a level 1 wizard in a text simulation. Did the simulated Milton have some hidden talents in this area? Milton felt his bodily functions were slowly beginning to deteriorate. 40 years would be the most ideal case, but realistically, Milton understood he was unlikely to live another 40 years. In the remaining decades, could he potentially extrapolate the meditation technique to the level of a level 1 wizard? Milton was not confident, as the failure after 30 years of effort had left him in despair. Now he was faced with a choice. Ultimately, Milton decided to pick up the original path he had previously abandoned. He would make significant alterations to the meditation route of the meditation technique. Although the experiments and deductions over the past 30 years had failed, they had provided Milton with a wealth of experience. Chapter 135. The only downside to this path was time. Perhaps he was running out of time. At this point, Milton Cheney had no more time to consider anything else. If he was short on time, then so be it. Even if he failed to join the Guardian Sea this time, he could blame no one but himself. He was too overconfident. He didn't expect that the trial of the Guardian Sea would be much harder than the Ouroboros ring. 12 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Humph! Milton gave a dull hum, his face showing a trace of pain. The next moment, his surging spiritual power gradually calmed down. It's finally here as expected. It's impossible for everything to go smoothly. Milton Cheney sighed inwardly. Upon introspecting his spiritual sea, he found several cracks on its surface. The forced alteration of the meditation routes has finally led to an accident. He had been lucky for 12 years, but the accident happened just when he was at the brink of grasping a clear path ahead. To heal the injuries of the spiritual sea, it would take at least 10 years for a level 3 wizard apprentice like him. He didn't have many decades left. This injury would undoubtedly shorten his lifespan. Failure seemed inevitable. At that moment, Mentor! Hearing this voice, Milton turned his head and said with a faint smile. It's Mansur. Why aren't you home accompanying Bella? You thought of coming to see this old fellow? Mansur scratched his head in response. I'm so old now, I can't be accompanying Bella every day like when I was young. Even after many years, Mansur still remained the young lad from before, full of innocence. Milton no longer worried about Mansur's future. After all, Mansur of the present was not the level 7 wizard standing at the peak of the wizard realm. Ah, mentor, I've been stuck at the advanced level wizard for so many years now. Do you know what realm lies above the advanced level wizard? Hearing this, Milton burst into laughter and instinctively blurted out. It could only be A. At that point, the smile on Milton's face froze. A flash of insight suddenly appeared in his mind, followed by countless inspirations. The burst of ideas, a special realm that even white wizards rarely enter. He realized that he had been limited by his thoughts. All along, he had regarded himself as an outsider and never integrated into this world. The advanced level wizard in this world was equivalent to the level 3 wizard apprentice of the future world. This was how Milton always thought. But now, a sentence from Mansur suddenly gave Milton some insights. But in the original era or the present, why must the realm above the advanced level wizard necessarily be level 1 wizard? Why couldn't it be a super wizard, an epic wizard, or a legendary wizard? Similarly, why couldn't the level below the level 1 wizard be level 4 wizard apprentice or level 5 wizard apprentice? Milton Cheney felt that his thoughts were gushing like a spring at this moment. Given time, he was certain that he could further the Guardian meditation technique by leaps and bounds. Even reaching the realm of the level 1 wizard was not entirely impossible. But did he still have enough time? The answer was unknown. How would he know without giving it a try? Mansur, I need to take care of something. As Milton spoke, the next moment, he dashed toward the direction of the laboratory. Watching Milton's retreating back, Mansur, who was usually rather simple-minded, showed a faint smile on his face, his eyes filled with depth. An interesting youngster. Milton still didn't fully grasp what the level 7 wizard represented. You could say that a level 7 wizard, with a single thought, could traverse the entire wizard realm and countless planes. Even whispering a level 7 wizard's name in one's heart could be detected. Whether in reality, illusion, or even dreaming about a level 7 wizard in a dream, it could be sensed. Some powerful level 7 wizards could even retrieve people from the river of time. Even among level 7 wizards, Mansur was not weak. It was impossible to describe in words how powerful such a being was. The next moment, Mansur's expression returned to normal. He looked around with a puzzled expression and then left. Time passed by, and another 12 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Level 5 Wizard Apprentice. Milton inspected his spiritual sea. At present, if he were to materialize his spiritual power into attributes, he estimated it would exceed 10. He, however, was still not a level 1 wizard. He remained on the realm of a wizard apprentice. Milton had named this realm a level 5 wizard apprentice. His spiritual attributes could now exceed 10 because the spiritual power in his spiritual sea was condensed, not because the spiritual sea had genuinely expanded. But he was sure that this was the correct path. Perhaps the path of spiritual wizard of later generations was the most perfect. But why should the Milton of the present deduce the most perfect path? Could one person's wisdom surpass the wisdom of hundreds of thousands of wizards across millions of years? Impossible. Milton had finally understood. The wizard path of later generations was definitely not deduced in this era. In this era, there were countless paths to become a level 1 wizard that had been deduced. Only that these paths were eliminated later on. The Milton of the present was to deduce an alternative wizard path and pass the trial of the Guardian Sea. However, he didn't have much time left. The wizard path that Milton had deduced had essentially no difference between a level 3 wizard apprentice and a level 5 wizard apprentice. It only featured enhanced spiritual power, but the lifespan hadn't increased. So, the time left for Milton was only about 10 years at most. Time passed, and 9 years later. Milton, with a solemn look on his face, nodded at Mansur standing before him. This was his last chance. If he failed, 100 years of research and speculation would be in vain. Mansur was also extremely serious. He sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Time kept flowing until an extremely strong spiritual power erupted from Mansur's body. This spiritual power certainly exceeded the current limit of this world. At the moment when the spiritual power surged from Mansour's body, a huge wave of joy surged in Milton's heart. He finally succeeded. An alternative level 1 wizard. This realm was the end of the potential of the path Milton had chosen. Level 6 wizard apprentice. The next moment, the sound of shattering mirror resounded in Milton's ears. Chapter 136. Milton Cheney's consciousness gradually shifted from being heavily clouded into alertness. Before him, Mansour had vanished. Instead, reflected in his sight was Ian, wearing an expression of shock as he stared at him. Even Potter, standing next to Ian, had disbelief reflected in his eyes at that moment. Potter surveyed Milton up and down, as if he were looking at an uncut jade. "Congratulations, you passed the Guardian's trial perfectly." Amidst Milton's perplexed gaze, Potter addressed him. He had passed the trial flawlessly. Within the 3,000 years he was aware of, among the 22 people who had merged with the Guardian Sea, Milton was the first. As for those below Milton, the best trial evaluation was merely of ordinary level. Milton nodded slightly. The memories of the trial gradually became somewhat blurred, but Milton could still recall the rough outlines. He could remember becoming Bertatu, he could remember successfully pioneering an alternative wizard path in the end. But it seemed like one person's memory had been wiped clean. Instead of pondering it any longer, right now, having successfully passed the Guardian's trial signified that he was about to join the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm. Just after the trial, your memories can be slightly conflicting. You can rest here for a few days, after a few days I will take you to the real Guardian Sea. The disbelief in Potter's eyes faded away and transformed into a light smile as he spoke softly. Before Milton had the chance to respond, Potter had vanished from the spot. Memory conflicts? It seemed as if he had not been affected by memory conflicts. But Milton didn't dwell on it, instinctively believing that the simulator had assisted him. At that moment, Ian leaned towards him. "Whose identity did you take in the trial?" spoke Ian, his curiosity clearly reflected in his words. "Prefect marks in passing the trial." It was hard for him to imagine who he could have taken the form of, and what tests he went through to achieve this. Generally, his curiosity would not have been so piqued, but this time he couldn't help himself, it was as if ants were crawling in his heart. Seeing Milton not respond, Ian asked once again. "I can tell you first, the person I substituted in the trial was Moskal, one of the earliest members of the Guardian Sea." Having said that, he looked at Milton with anticipative eyes. Milton glanced at Ian, seeing the curiosity in his gaze. Initially, he wanted to speak the truth, after all, this didn't seem like a secret. But when the words reached the tip of his tongue, Milton changed his answer. "Potassee Hall." The name wasn't made up. Instead, it was the name of a student of his original body during his trial. There were many students of his original body, so Milton randomly picked one and stated it. However, unexpectedly, the name that Milton casually threw out made Ian in front of him stop in his tracks. Ian moved his slightly stiff neck, falling into silence. "What's the matter?" Milton asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Observing Ian's reaction, was the student of his original body some big shot? But he clearly picked the most inconspicuous one. He hadn't even mentioned his most brilliant student, which was, who again? Milton frowned slightly, he had forgotten, he couldn't remember. "You just hit the jackpot." Gradually, Ian regained his composure, he exhaled gently before speaking. It's no wonder Milton could have passed the trial perfectly. So it turned out to be this person, it made sense now. Milton could sense the envy in his voice. Oh! Milton felt curious. It seemed that Ian knew the identity of this student of his original body. Ian's actions had successfully piqued Milton's curiosity. Knowing the curiosity in Milton's heart, Ian didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "Lord Potassee, Lord of the North Sea of the Guardian Sea, a level 6 wizard." A mix of emotions was intertwined in Ian's tone. He knew that Milton's future was beyond his imagination. TNE Waralan Sea's trial wasn't simply replacing TNE identity or a predecessor of the Guardian Sea at random. The intricacies of it, he was as yet unable to explain to Milton. There was also a slight shock in Milton's heart. When did level 6 wizard become so common that even the worst student he substituted in the trial had become a level 6 wizard? Just who in the world was this Bertatu Hall he replaced? Could he possibly be the ancestor of wizards? Milton's silence was interpreted by Ian as being too stunned to speak. After all, anyone who found out that the person they substituted was a legendary level 6 wizard, wouldn't be able to keep their calm. But what Ian didn't know was that Milton was indeed shocked. However, the reason for his shock wasn't because of Potassi. I know it might be a little hard for you to accept, but this is the truth. Once you truly join the Guardian Sea, you'll know what a level 6 wizard really is. Ian patted Milton's shoulder, speaking with a hint of emotion. Lord of the North Sea, level 6 wizard. Such an existence was something Ian would never be able to come into contact with. However, it might not be impossible for the future of the Milton standing in front of him. Upon hearing this, Milton gave Ian a surprised glance. What are you talking about? Are we on the same page here? And there's another identity of Lord Potassi that you would never imagine. As Ian stared at Milton, there was a glint of mischief in his eyes. It was as if he was saying, hurry up and ask me, if you ask me I will tell you. At this moment, he wasn't the level 2 wizard Ian, but an Ian desperately wanting to share some juicy gossip. White wizards have this side too. Milton couldn't help but feel a bit speechless in his mind. Chapter 137. Aren't white wizards supposed to be a group of serious, stern ceremonious individuals, solely focused on their experiments? What's the deal with this gossipy old man standing before me? If Ian could hear Milton Cheney's inner thoughts, he would likely say, would I be controlling the continent if I were really as you imagine? Nonetheless, Cheney nodded respectfully, feigning interest as he looked at Ian. Ian returned the nod satisfactorily, then with a mysterious expression he began, Lord Potassi is Lord Mansour's younger brother. That's it. What do you mean that's it? Isn't that enough? Oh, I forgot. You may not be aware of who Lord Mansour is. I know. You know. Ian looked at Cheney in shock. You're so nonchalant, aren't you shocked? That's a level 7 wizard we're talking about. I never said I wasn't shocked. But I absolutely can't see any signs of you being shocked. Ian looked serious. Cheney was starting to feel helpless, yearning to escape the old man. Who knew you were so verbose? I am shocked, but shock doesn't necessarily have to be shown outwardly, my inner world is surging. Really? Ian looked at Cheney skeptically. But unable to discern anything from Cheney's face, he gave up and shook his head. Recognizing that Cheney seemed uninterested in further conversation, Ian vanished from the spot. Watching Ian fade away, Cheney's expression gradually turned serious. When Mansour's name was spoken, Cheney hadn't immediately recalled what this name represented. But he remembered soon. After joining the Ouroboros ring during his true body simulation, he read about the name in a book about the Guardian Sea. A level 7 wizard, Guardian Lord, the helmsman of the Guardian Sea, the most powerful white wizard in the wizard realm. Adding to what Potter had said about the memory conflict earlier. Cheney had not experienced any memory conflict. Cheney initially thought the simulator was helping him, but now he thought otherwise. He suspected his memory had been tampered with. No, it wasn't just suspicion, Cheney was now sure. Something had definitely been erased from his memory. Although the memory affected by Ian's mentioning of that name had not recovered. He could guess at some things now. For example, the standout student who replaced the original subject in his trial, was probably this Guardian Lord, Mansour. And the person who erased some of his memory, may also have something to do with him. However, this does not seem to be a bad thing. Cheney felt, if all the memories from his trial had appeared clearly in his head now, it wouldn't be as simple as just a memory conflict. As time passed, 3 days went by in a flash. Potter reappeared beside Cheney, without Ian accompanying him. Have you adapted to the memory conflict? Potter asked, looking at Cheney. Cheney nodded. Although from beginning to end, Cheney had no idea what a memory conflict really was. Good, it's been a long time since we had a new member in the Guardian Sea, you're the second one in the last 1,000 years. The second one? Yes, you've met the other one already. Potter confirmed. By saying this, Cheney understood. Aside from the trial, he had only met 2 people in the Guardian Sea. If it's not Potter here in front of him, then it could only be Ian. But that also implies that Potter here had joined the Guardian Sea more than 1,000 years ago. In other words, this level 3 wizard has lived for over 1,000 years. A level 3 wizard can live that long? The next moment, Potter appeared before Cheney with a book in his hands. A white glow radiated from the book, encompassing them both. Then, Cheney and Potter disappeared from the spot. Cheney blinked, and the familiar surroundings vanished. He was now in a pure white ocean. Called an ocean, yet it was tranquil, not stormy, and wild. This is the third rift in the wizard realm, the southern sea of the Guardian Sea. The white ocean in front of you is actually the spiritual sea of the Lord of the Southern Sea. This is the spiritual sea. Cheney was startled, instinctively questioning. The vast expanse of this pure white region was unthinkable. Potter was telling him this is the spiritual sea of a wizard. What is an external spiritual sea? Cheney felt his knowledge was somewhat inadequate. He had joined the realm-level wizard organization in his true body simulation, but he still wasn't clear about what a manifesting spiritual sea is. Yes, the pure white sea area formed by Lord Torin's external spiritual sea. Only level 6 wizards and above can manifest their spiritual sea externally. Since the Guardian Sea rarely welcomes new members, Potter naturally had no objections to telling Cheney all he could. Cheney didn't say anything. He stared at the sea region in front of him. A wave rose in his mind. Another one. Torin Hall. A student of his predecessor in the trial. His current identity is the Lord of the Southern Sea in the Guardian Sea. Plus Potassi and Mansur. In real history, his predecessor from the trial had as students 2 level 6 wizards and 1 level 7 wizard. Chapter 138. How adept at teaching must one be to produce so many big shots? Looking at the calm white sea region in front of him, Milton Cheney's heart suddenly moved. He remembered something. In the first true body simulation, he had once taken a half-wizard potion in order to become a level 1 spiritual wizard. He still remembers everything that happened after taking the half-wizard potion. Back then, it seemed like he saw his future self. At that time, the sea region he was standing on was strikingly similar to this one. Except that the sea region here is white, while the one he was standing on back then was blue. But there was one thing he was certain of at this moment. That is, the sea region under his feet back then might have been the manifested spiritual sea. So my future self is at least a level 6 wizard. Milton muttered to himself. However, in the next moment, he dismissed this thought. Where his future self could grow had nothing to do with him now. So, thinking more about it is pointless. Seeing Milton lost in thought while looking at the white sea region, Potter beside him said nothing. It was only when he felt that Milton was no longer harboring any chaotic thoughts that he spoke again, "Let's go." The next moment, the book floating beside him again emitted a white radiance. The radiance turned into a spherical barrier enclosing him and Milton and transported them into the white sea. Milton felt as if he was being shielded from his surroundings and he couldn't see the view around him. But he could feel that his body was being protected by this spherical light barrier formed by white light as he dived deeper. We can't see everything around us. If the white barrier dissipates, we will fall into Lord Torin's spiritual sea. A voice came out from the darkness. It was Potter. Fall into the spiritual sea? Milton was somewhat puzzled. Does it mean that if the white light dissipates, they will be drowned like an ordinary person falling into the sea? Milton hasn't officially joined the Guardian Sea yet, so there are some things he doesn't know about. Potter was naturally aware of this. Just as he hadn't finished speaking, Potter spoke again. It's not like there's nothing in the manifested spiritual sea. On the contrary, there are many of Lord Torin's thoughts. Thoughts? Yes, you can regard them as things that Lord Torin imagined. These things vary enormously, they could potentially be a stroke of luck or complete disaster. The odds of the latter are greater. Milton nodded within the white light. Now he understood. It means that there were many things here that only existed in Torin's imagination. These things could be good or bad for them, with the likelihood of the latter being greater. The time flowed, neither Milton nor Potter spoke again. After a moment, the white light dissipated, and the scene brightened before Milton. "We're here." The book in his hand vanished. "Are these grids?" Milton couldn't help voicing his confusion out loud. Their current position seemed to be mid-air. Beneath them were densely linked grid groups. For anyone with a phobia of compact clusters, this scene was absolutely a treat. 10,000 palace grids. This is a small experimental zone in the southern sea of the Guardian Sea, also the place to formally join Guardian Sea. Potter said. Small experimental zone. Milton was somewhat stunned. Where's the small in this? Looking down from mid-air, Milton could hardly see the edge of these so-called 10,000 palace grids. Although he didn't count, he could tell that there were definitely more than 10,000 grids here. From Potter's words, it wasn't hard to infer that this Guardian Sea located in the third rift of the Wizard Realm was merely the southern sea of the Guardian Sea. It's already this extravagant with just a southern sea. How extravagant the whole Guardian Sea was! Also, what ancient secrets were hidden within this realm-level wizards organization that had been around for 10 million years? Milton did not know as of now. That's right, to officially join the Guardian Sea, there are some procedures, but they're not cumbersome, they're quite simple, you'll know shortly. Potter nodded. He didn't find Milton's reaction strange. When he first joined the Guardian Sea, the first place he went to was the North Sea. It was much more extravagant than here. And his reaction back then was far more dramatic than Milton's. Thinking of this, a trace of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. As expected of the lad who perfectly completed the trial, even after seeing this scene he remained so calm. The next moment, the 10,000 palace grids in front of Milton suddenly started vibrating. He suddenly felt his body becoming somewhat uncontrollable. As if he had been grabbed by a giant hand. By the time he regained control, he found himself in a white room. Potter was no longer by his side. All this happened in an instant, not even for the duration of a blink of an eye. A second ago, Milton was still floating in mid-air gazing down at the 10,000 palace grids below him. The next second, he found himself in one of the rooms within the 10,000 palace grids. Although Potter who was originally beside him had vanished, another person had appeared before him. A young woman. She seemed even younger than him. But considering what Potter said, this seemingly extremely young woman was at least 1,000 years older than him, if not more. I know, you can write it down, lad. Before Milton had a chance to speak, the woman before him spoke first. While speaking, she handed him a booklet. After handing the booklet to Milton, the woman resumed her work. Milton took the booklet and turned a few pages. They were blank. Just use your spiritual power to write your name on it. Don't worry, it won't affect you. The Guardian Sea won't snoop on your secrets. All right, no opportunity for me to speak. Milton activated the spiritual power from his spiritual sea and inscribed his name on the booklet. Also, no need, just write your name down and you're good to go. Oh, I forgot, you can just stand over there for a while. Someone will come and pick you up. Well, you can definitely read minds, can't you? Interrupted countless times, Milton stood to one side, book clutched in hand, a look of helplessness on his face. Chapter 139. Guardian Sea, Southern Sea, overlook Sea Island. Compared to the South Guardian Sea, which occupies the entire third rift of the Wizard Realm, there are very few members of the Guardian Sea here. Having been a part of the Guardian Sea for several days, Milton Cheney has met only 3 people. In the last true body simulation, Milton Cheney joined the Ouroboros Ring, which had many members. In terms of numbers alone, the South Guardian Sea doesn't even match a realm-level wizards organization led by a level 5 wizard. It's noteworthy that even the mere Sea Lord of the Guardian Sea is already a level 6 wizard. Mentor. Milton Cheney is already accustomed to the sudden appearance of the yellow-robed elder in front of him. However, Milton Cheney is still very respectful of his mentor. Whoever joins the Guardian Sea must choose a mentor. The structure of the White Wizard organization largely follows the mentor-student model. In the Guardian Sea, your mentor is the person you are most familiar and trustworthy. Milton Cheney's mentor, Bane, is a genuine level 4 wizard. However, it isn't the real Bane standing in front of Milton Cheney, but a magical puppet avatar. How are you considering, want to give up the traditional spiritual wizard path? Bane spoke in a gentle tone. Hearing this, Milton Cheney didn't answer, but appeared thoughtful. Although it hasn't been more than 10 days since he joined the Guardian Sea, Milton Cheney has learned a lot. For example, his mentor is now suggesting giving up the traditional spiritual wizard path. To be precise, he's suggesting that Milton Cheney should abandon the spiritual wizard path he's currently pursuing. There's a reason why the Guardian Sea is the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm, scorned by many yet highly sought after by others. Having the most spiritual wizard paths in the wizard realm is one of those reasons. There's no need to rush, you can take your time thinking about it. With your qualifications, it's very difficult to improve further on the traditional wizard path. Bain spoke softly. He values this student of his quite a bit, and naturally doesn't want Milton Cheney to take a wrong path. Bain's words were indeed true. If Milton Cheney insists on cultivating the wizard path he's currently on with his qualifications, the potential is extremely limited. But in the Guardian Sea, qualifications are not the only important thing for a wizard. Mentor, I'd like to think about it some more. Milton Cheney said. He didn't agree immediately. The reason is naturally that even if one wants to change the spiritual wizard path, it is a very serious matter. He decided to try a text simulation test first before making a decision. Are you worried about the potential of the wizard path I've chosen for you? Bain asked with a somewhat amused expression. Do you know which wizard path I cultivate? Hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. Mentor, you cultivate the magic device wizard path, Chloe told me. Magic device wizard, a unique wizard path in the Guardian Sea. This path, researched by a predecessor in the Guardian Sea, has a maximum potential of a level 5 wizard. Most importantly, this path has almost nothing to do with wizard qualifications. In other words, no matter if it's a special wizard qualifications or a level 5 wizard qualification, if one were to cultivate this wizard path, then everyone starts from the same line. Do you know what my wizard qualification level is? Milton Cheney shook his head. He wouldn't know this. Level 5, the same as you. Bain spoke with a faint smile. Being a level 5 wizard qualification and a level 4 wizard, no matter how you look at it, seems incongruous. But that's the reality. Although Milton Cheney had some guesses, he was still a bit surprised when Bain mentioned the level 5 qualification. Do you know why most wizards in the wizard realm choose the traditional spiritual wizard path? Because this wizard path has no potential limit. Milton Cheney said. To his surprise, Bain laughed slightly at his response. He said, who told Vu that the traditional spiritual wizard path has no limit? The limit of the traditional wizard cultivation path is a level 7 wizard. You would find this out yourself the more time you spend in the Guardian Sea. The potential limit of wizard paths is actually the aspect least worth considering. Even if the limit of this path is a level 9 wizard, how does it matter? There isn't a level 9 wizard in the entire wizard realm. At this point, Bain shook his head. His student is good in all aspects but is a bit too self-confident. Well, at just over 20 years old and with little life experience, yet able to become a level 1 spiritual wizard and level 2 blood wizard, it's normal to be a little self-confident. However, he would have to gradually correct this overconfidence of Milton Cheney's. Hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded and pondered. If Milton Cheney had to choose, he wouldn't opt to follow the magic device wizard path. The reasons are numerous. Milton Cheney's ambitions are large, evident from his true body joining the Guardian Sea. He feels that the potential of the magic device wizard path is too small. Yes, in his eyes, a wizard path with the potential of a level 5 wizard is too small in terms of potential. He doesn't want to waste time. If he has to switch to other wizard paths after cultivating to a level 5 magic device wizard, it would undoubtedly be a waste of a lot of time. Another reason is the conflict between the special nature of a magic device wizard and his external plugin. His simulator cannot retain physical items. That is to say, if he chooses to be a magic device wizard, then he can only rely on his real self to cultivate. Chapter 140. If Milton Cheney didn't have the simulator, didn't have the external plugin, if he was an ordinary person, then this wizard path would be a good choice. But the problem is, the magic device wizard path conflicts with his external plugin. Even if this wizard path has high potential, Milton Cheney would not choose it. So, you think the magic device wizard's limit is too low? Looking at the pondering Milton Cheney, Bain smiled and opened his mouth. Although this body of his is just a magic puppet, he hasn't lost his insight. He could still figure out some of his students' inner thoughts. Mentor. Who told you I want you to cultivate the magic device wizard path? Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Milton Cheney's eyes. Isn't it? Mentor, you are a magic device wizard, aren't you helping me choose other paths? Milton Cheney always thought that Bain was trying to get him to cultivate the magic device wizard path. After all, his mentor has gone very far on this path. But now, Milton Cheney found that he might have misunderstood. His mentor didn't seem to guide him to the magic device wizard path. Bain laughed a bit. It seemed that his behavior these days had led his student to misunderstand. Do you know what the most common wizard path practiced among the people of the Guardian Sea is? Bain suddenly changed the topic. Hearing this, Milton Cheney shook his head. He hasn't been part of the Guardian Sea for 10 days yet, so naturally, he can't know everything. The Guardian Sea abounds with many wizard paths, and he hasn't really examined which is the most practiced wizard path. But he assumed it should be the traditional spiritual wizard path. The White Wizard Path. Bain spoke softly, uttering these words. The White Wizard Path. Milton Cheney was somewhat surprised. Is there an exclusive wizard path for the White Wizards? This should be quite significant information. Why hadn't he heard about it while learning about the Guardian Sea during these past few days? Yes, this wizard path was created by the founder of the Guardian Sea, and its potential can reach up to level 8 wizard. Wasn't Lord Manser the founder of the Guardian Sea? Milton Cheney asked. It seems that he still has a lot to learn. There's still so much about the current Guardian Sea that he doesn't know. A few days is a too short time. If you want to understand everything about the Guardian Sea, it would probably take several years. Who told you that Lord Manser was the founder of the Guardian Sea? Bain laughingly started. This youngster, who just joined the Guardian Sea, was completely like an outsider. One of the great reasons why the Guardian Sea has become the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm is because of its founder. The one known as the ancestor of the White Wizards, Lord Bertadu Hall. A level 8 wizard who has already left the wizard realm. This student of his will come to know all these things after being a part of the Guardian Sea for a longer period. So Bain has decided to tell Milton Cheney these things now, as they're not really secrets. If previously Milton Cheney's heart would have been slightly surprised at times, then this time, his heart was truly shocked. Who? Bertadu Hall? Ancestor of the White Wizards? Level 8 wizard? These words might have surprised Milton Cheney when spoken separately, but combined they make it hard for him to believe. The guy who he replaced in the Guardian Sea trial, was the ancestor of the White Wizards? A level 8 wizard is not just simply standing at the top of the wizard realm. It could probably be said that they stand at the pinnacle of all the worlds. Such existence, even in fantasy, it would be hard to imagine how powerful they could be. Even in a trial, it would be unlikely. Have you heard this name before? Bain looked at Milton Cheney a little surprised when he asked. Milton Cheney has masked it pretty well, his face showing no waves. But the changes deep within his heart were still not hidden from Bain. He was after all a level 4 wizard, even if only a magical puppet avatar was here. Not knowing the founder, but knowing Bertadu Hall was a bit strange. Where did Milton Cheney hear this name from? While this isn't really a secret in the Guardian Sea, outside of it, few people knew about it. Even some grand wizards didn't know, let alone Milton Cheney, this wild cottage wizard. Yes, the founder you mentioned was my mentor in the trial opened for me by the Guardian Sea. Milton Cheney relaxed his emotions a bit, nodded his head, and answered. Bain's eyes brightened. A student of his? No wonder he could perfectly pass the trial. Although Milton Cheney had perfectly passed the trial, Bain didn't care about his identity in the trial. Although this isn't a secret, if he asked it bluntly it might make a bad impression on the student, so he hadn't asked before. Lord Potosi Hall. Before Bain could ask, Milton Cheney spoke first. Bain nodded his head, not showing any other emotion. The White Wizard Path is the wizard path I chose for you to switch to. It's much better for you than the traditional spiritual wizard path. Bain began. The traditional spiritual wizard path suits the majority of people and is the most popular wizard path. Being popular doesn't mean it's bad, but it has fewer restrictions. But fewer restrictions doesn't mean there aren't any. For people with poor aptitude, it's hard to achieve anything on the traditional spiritual wizard path. Chapter 141. Mentor, could you explain the path of the White Wizard? Milton Cheney's curiosity was starting to peak. A level 4 wizard had chosen a wizard path for him, one that was founded by the ancestor of the White Wizards. There was no reason for Milton not to be interested. Upon hearing Milton's words, Bain nodded. Ambition is good. He feared that Milton would be stubborn and insist on following the traditional wizard path. If so, he would be limited in the help he could offer his student. The White Wizard Path, as the name implies, is the path best suited for the cultivation of white wizards. What do you perceive white wizards to be? Serious, dedicated to experiments and research, undeterred by external distractions. Milton promptly answered. He voiced what he was thinking directly, there was no need for hesitation at this moment. In a way that's true, except that we are dedicated to experiment and research. The other qualities don't exist. The White Wizards are humans just like anyone else. How could they be completely undisturbed by everything else? Among all wizard groups, the White Wizards have some of the highest combat abilities. This is not only evident in the complex methods of White Wizards but also reflected in the path of the White Wizards. Bain began to explain. Milton nodded in agreement. Stereotypes can be harmful. Did White Wizards really have high combat power? Previously, Milton did not think so. However, since his mentor had said so, he would surely explain it afterwards. The traditional wizard path cultivates the quantity of spiritual power, while the White Wizard path focuses on cultivating its quality. To simplify, imagine having a bucket. The traditional wizard path involves slowly enlarging this bucket to hold more water. On the other hand, the White Wizard path involves making the bucket more sturdy, filling it with water, and gradually changing the water into lava. Bain continued. Milton was listening intently. His mentor's explanation was clear, meaning Milton understood quickly. However, this understanding left Milton more puzzled. Wasn't this the wizard path he created during his trials in the Guardian Sea? Although it must have been modified and developed up until now. But the principle is exactly the same as the meditation technique he deduced during his trial. Simply put, it's not about expanding the spiritual sea. The spiritual sea only remains the size of a level 1 wizard, and continuously refines the spiritual power. It's an alternative wizard path that replaces quantity with quality. And now his mentor tells him this wizard path is the path of the White Wizard. This is the wizard path with the highest potential in the wizard realm currently, it was founded by the ancestor of the White Wizards. How could he describe this feeling? Suffice it to say, at this point, Milton even started to suspect if he is the reincarnation of the ancestor of the White Wizards. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental. One coincidence can be ignored, but 2, 3 times become too improbable. But Milton quickly dismissed this thought from his mind. Because it's extremely unlikely. In his previous life, he had come from the Azure Star to this world, and should have no relation to the ancestor of the White Wizards. Then it was just a coincidence. Perhaps during the trial, Milton just completed the mission step by step. Even if Milton were not there, in the original history, the ancestor of the White Wizards could still have created this wizard path. The White Wizard path is the most suitable wizard path for White Wizards, and there is a reason for it. The research and experiments of the White Wizards usually don't require a large amount of spiritual power. High-quality spiritual power can assist White Wizards in completing many studies. And although the total amount of spiritual power is small, the higher quality of spiritual power allows the White Wizards to possess greater combat power. Bain said, explaining the merits of following the White Wizard path. Of course, this path also has its flaws. There is no perfect wizard path in the wizard realm. So, he wouldn't hide the path's drawbacks from Milton either. However, cultivating the White Wizard path is a slow process, and having a small total amount of spiritual power could lead to quick depletion if the wizard is drawn into a conflict. Still, compared to you, with a level 5 qualification, following the traditional wizard path, the White Wizard path is a quicker option. Furthermore, White Wizards rarely engage in conflicts with others. Therefore, the quick depletion of spiritual power is not necessarily fatal, since the greater the consumption, the faster the recovery. Bain shared everything he knew with Milton. Although he didn't follow this path, he was a White Wizard nonetheless. He wasn't unfamiliar with this path. Not every White Wizard follows the path of the White Wizard. Mentor, I understand. I will give you an answer within the next few days. Milton replied seriously. If Milton had had some reservations before, he was now quite sure that unless something unexpected happened during text simulation, he would most likely shift to the White Wizard path. This path has just too many benefits for him. The White Wizard path combined with that of the Bloodline Wizard, seems to be leading to invincibility. Bain smiled and nodded, and with a flicker, disappeared from the spot. Most of the level 4 wizards and above in the Guardian Sea rarely stay in the sea. Milton had no idea where they went. Only when he becomes a level 4 wizard will he find out the truth. The Guardian Sea must be the most peculiar realm-level wizard organization in the wizard realm. Here, there are actually very few people of a low realm level. There are less than 20 people below level 4 wizard. As for level 4 wizards and above, Milton was not sure about the number, but he knew for sure that it is more than 20. In other words, everyone here is an experienced wizard. Milton is the youngest person in the whole Guardian Sea. Looking at the spot where Mentor Bernard disappeared, a thought suddenly sprung up in Milton's mind. What would happen if I fused the path of the White Wizard with that of the traditional wizard path? If these two paths could complement each other and offset mutual weaknesses, wouldn't that result in a perfect wizard path with a large spiritual sea and substantial spiritual power? However, the very next moment, Milton dismissed the thought. Because for him now, this thought was too distant. If he could think of it, other wizards must have had the same thought. If level 7 wizards couldn't accomplish it, it would undoubtedly be a waste of time for Milton to attempt it now. Perhaps in the future, he might reach this level, but for now, it was too early for him to attempt fusing the two wizard paths. Chapter 142. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique? Retain technique. Milton Cheney made a decision in his mind, and the next moment, several unfamiliar magic structures appeared in his spiritual sea. It was not that he did not want to retain his realm, but that he had chosen to switch to the path of the White Wizard in this simulation. If he chose to keep his realm, his improvement would be minimal. However, the realm of the spiritual wizard path meant nothing to Milton at this moment, given that he currently had the safety net of being a level 2 blood wizard. The help that the spiritual wizard path could provide him now was minimal. Switching to the path of the White Wizard was necessary to him at this moment. I just didn't expect there'd be so many things to deal with after joining the Guardian Sea, Milton rubbed his brows and mumbled to himself. His initial reason for joining the Guardian Sea was actually to avoid bloodline induction. Now that he has achieved this goal, no one would dare to covet his bloodline. After joining the Guardian Sea, his background became astonishingly noticeable. It could be said that as long as he revealed his identity when walking across the wizard continent, nothing would dare obstruct his path. The Guardian Sea was his amulet. But joining the Guardian Sea didn't mean he had no responsibilities. While he no longer needed to worry about his personal safety, the intricately complex missions in the simulation made him slightly uneasy. Mentor. The next moment, Milton looked at Bernard, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and softly began to speak. He had grown accustomed to Bernard's unpredictability. Have you made a decision? Bernard nodded and softly asked, smiling. Yes, I have decided to switch to the path of the White Wizard, Milton replied. The path of the White Wizard did not conflict with the Bloodline Wizard path, so naturally, Milton had no reservations. The traditional path of the Spiritual Wizard provided too slow of an advancement for him. While he could make progress on this path, the pace of progress was somewhat too slow. This would greatly waste the time he had in the simulation, which was what Milton was concerned about. Each simulation was precious, and naturally, Milton did not want to continue wasting the time he had in the simulation on the traditional spiritual wizard path. Good. Bernard nodded, gave his arm a light swing, and a magic wand appeared in his hand. This was his mentor's lifeblood magic device, meaning that the Bernard in front of him was his true self. A genuine level 4 wizard was standing before him at this moment. With a gentle wave of Bernard's wand, both his and Milton's figures vanished on the spot. When Milton reappeared moments later, his eyes were greeted with towering bookshelves. The Watch Library. This was the place with the largest collection of books in the entire Guardian Sea. With all the books combined, there would be at least tens of millions. This place was incredibly vast, and the position where Milton was currently, was merely a corner of the library. How big was this library? Without exaggeration, it was at least equivalent to a level 3 wizard continent. The magic wand in Bernard's hand turned into a purple light and disappeared. He turned to Milton and said, "There are many meditation techniques in the path of the White Wizard, you can choose one later." Milton nodded when he heard this. Although he had already experienced it once during the simulation, he still had a slight sense of anticipation coming here in reality. The next moment, a book appeared in Bernard's hand. This book was very similar to Potter's book. Milton had joined the Guardian Sea for over half a month now, so he was naturally no stranger to this catalogue that suddenly appeared in his mentor's hand. The Book of Truth. Milton mumbled to himself. The Book of Truth, standard equipment for members of the Guardian Sea, and the symbol of a member of the Guardian Sea. However, Milton didn't have one yet. Because he had joined the Guardian Sea for such a short time, his Book of Truth had not yet formed. Several purple lights poured out from the Book of Truth in Bernard's hand and flew into the bookshelves in front of Milton. The next moment, 6 catalogues flew out from among the bookshelves. These 6 meditation techniques have the highest potential among the White Wizard path, you can choose one, Bernard said. While he spoke, the 6 meditation techniques that flown out from the bookshelves were suspended in front of Milton. Milton casually took one. As his hand touched this catalogue, a series of memories appeared in his mind. White River Meditation Technique. Level 7 Meditation Technique, screed through generations of wizards like Scars, Neville. Fast cultivation speed, disadvantage is that it easily stirs up the spiritual sea. This is. Try another one. Standing next to Milton, Bernard softly interrupted. Milton nodded and let go of the catalogue he had been touching. The brief introductions of the other meditation techniques appeared one by one in Milton's mind. Twilight Meditation Technique. Roland Meditation Technique. Each meditation technique had undoubtedly a potential that could reach a level 7 wizard. In other words, these meditation techniques could all support cultivators to become level 7 wizards. However, as Bernard, Milton's mentor, had said, there was no point in reaching the limit of potential on the wizard path. These meditation techniques, after countless wizards' painstaking efforts over millions of years, were now simply floating in front of Milton. Chapter 143. Milton Cheney was feeling a sense of poignant gratitude. Only now did he truly understand the wisdom of the old saying, one generation plants the trees, another gets the shade. Pulling back his hand, Cheney laid his fingers on the last meditation technique. The next moment, a slightly simpler memory than before appeared in his mind. Guardian Meditation Technique. Created by Bertatu, the founder of the Guardian Sea, without modifications, potential unknown, defects unknown. What is this? Yes, it was indeed the Guardian Meditation Technique. Cheney was certainly no stranger to this meditation method. After all, this was the very technique he had cultivated in the trial world. But the description that appeared in Cheney's memory about this meditation method puzzled him slightly. Potential unknown? Defects unknown? How could the meditation technique practiced by the ancestor of the White Wizards have an unknown potential? If Bertatu became a level 8 wizard with this meditation technique, then this meditation method should surely be a level 8 meditation technique, right? Cheney felt he still had much to learn. What is it? Seeing the confusion in Cheney's heart, Bain asked. This Guardian meditation technique seems a bit different from the others, Cheney said, subtly expressing his inner doubts. This meditation method was created by the founder, but no one has practiced it. As you can see, much about this meditation method is still unknown, Bain explained. Cheney asked humbly, why is that? Wasn't the meditation technique that Lord Bertatu practiced supposed to be a level 8 meditation technique? How could its potential be unknown? Hearing Cheney's question, Bain replied, this meditation technique wasn't the one that the founder practiced. At these words, Cheney was taken aback. He was certain that, in the trial, he had chosen to follow in Bertatu's footsteps and had unquestionably practiced the Guardian meditation technique. But why was his mentor now telling him that the ancestor of the White Wizards had not practiced the Guardian meditation technique? Wasn't the Guardian meditation technique created by the founder himself? So Cheney asked again. Who said that a creator must practice what they create? A powerful White Wizard may create countless cultivation methods in their lifetime. Are they supposed to practice each one? Bain chuckled a bit. His student was still too green, judging things only by their appearances. Bain continued. This meditation technique is a bit peculiar. Maybe it's because I'm not on the path of the White Wizard, but as far as I know, no one in the Guardian Sea has ever practiced it. At this point, a hint of puzzlement flashed across Bain's eyes. A level 4 wizard was rarely left with doubts. If his memory served him correctly, he had only heard of this meditation technique before, without ever seeing anyone actually cultivate it. But why was this? Even if its potential was unknown, it was a meditation method created by a level 8 wizard. How could no one cultivate it? It seemed that in the coming days, he would have to ask around among his friends. No one has practiced it. Hearing this, Cheney was even more puzzled. A meditation method created by a level 8 wizard and yet, no one in the Guardian Sea has cultivated it. This was far from being normal. This was not simply unusual. This situation seemed impossible. The Guardian Sea had been in existence for over 10 million years. During that time, there was no telling how many had joined the Guardian Sea. Not one person had cultivated the Guardian meditation technique. This in itself was an improbable situation. Even if this meditation method was flawed, the very word guardian held enough intrigue to attract many. Cheney's heart skipped a beat as he came to this realization. Could my arrival have affected it? It's not surprising to see this thought cross Cheney's mind. After all, this situation was just too extraordinary. Cheney now had a new theory. In the original history, Bertado indeed founded the White Wizard Path. However, what Cheney extrapolated in the trial world was something entirely different. Cheney had a wild guess, but he was rather uncertain. Because the guess was just too incredulous. If it was a level 8 wizard at the source of it all, then perhaps his crazy guess could indeed be correct. Are you selecting this meditation technique? Bain, who was standing by, asked. The expression in Cheney's eyes faded as he nodded in confirmation. He had to verify his hypothesis himself. Although the other meditation techniques were fine, Cheney felt that the Guardian meditation technique was the one most suited to him. All right. Bain didn't say much more. Everybody has to walk their own path. He wouldn't stop Cheney's decision. As his mentor, all he needed to do was to guide Cheney onto the correct path. As for how his student chose to walk along that path, and how far he could go, were all up to Cheney himself. The next moment, the other 5 meditation techniques floating in front of Cheney disappeared. Only the catalog representing the Guardian meditation technique remained floating in front of Cheney. Infuse your spiritual power into the meditation technique without resistance. All the memories of the technique will appear in your mind. Bain's voice came. Cheney nodded. Cheney instinctively closed his eyes. Because at that moment, a strange and overwhelming memory began emerging in his mind. In reality, the memories of the Guardian meditation technique were starting to gradually overlap with the memories of the Guardian meditation technique that he recalled from the trial world. Chapter 144. Time passed. A moment later. Milton Cheney opened his eyes, a spark of understanding flashing within them. Indeed. His conjecture was correct. This meditation technique, to be precise, was one he had created himself. Yes, this meditation route from a level 3 wizard apprentice to a level 1 wizard was exactly the same as the Guardian meditation technique that Milton had deduced in the trial world. There were no differences at all. Milton was very familiar with the meditation technique he had derived, and it was naturally impossible for him to mistake it. Because this was the result of his personal experiments time and time again. Once you've received the memory of the meditation method, you can start transferring to the White Wizard Path. If there's anything you don't understand, just activate my magical puppet avatar, said Mentor Bernard. The next moment, a magic wand appeared in his hand. With a soft wave of the magic wand, Milton Cheney's figure disappeared in the middle of the watch library and appeared on Overlook Sea Island. Mentor Bernard was nowhere to be seen now. Unfazed by his mentor's mysterious vanishing, Milton Cheney was not calm at this moment. Even though he didn't know why his simulation had chosen the White River meditation technique, he didn't have to follow the same path in reality. His guess was accurate at this moment. This implied someone had changed reality due to his trial, without anyone realizing. The performance of his mentor was the best evidence. His mentor was a bit perplexed but had detected no anomalies. It was important to remember his mentor, Bernard, was a bona fide level 4 wizard. How powerful a wizard of that level could be, even Milton Cheney himself didn't fully understand. Nevertheless, such a powerful entity failed to spot even a minor abnormality. Only Milton, being part of all of this, understood what an inconceivable thing this was. The meditation technique he had personally deduced in the trial world had appeared in the Watch Library in the Guardian Sea in real life. The technique had been in the Watch Library for already 10 million years. In the trial world, because of the limitations of that world, Milton had created the Guardian meditation technique all by himself. No one, other than him, had participated in the actual deduction experiment. Sending backward a result of a trial conducted 10 million years later to 10 million years before, this was beyond Milton's imagination. Such a great power could only be possessed by those level 7 or level 8 wizards standing at the pinnacle of the wizard world. Indeed, Milton believed that even those level 7 wizards might not be capable of this. When illusion merges with reality, how could he possibly calm down? Whew! Letting out a sigh, Milton Cheney decided not to dwell on this anymore. It was too complicated. Even though he had confirmed some of his guesses at this moment, but he decided not to think about it any further. What he should focus on now was to start transferring to the White Wizard path. Then gradually enhance himself through simulation. Once he was at the top of the wizard's world, then everything would reveal its nature. At this moment, he could just be a level 2 bloodline wizard, no matter how much he pondered over it. The next moment, Milton Cheney's figure dashed and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was back in his dwelling place, deep in Overlook Sea Island. The whole island was huge, but Milton was alone on it. Until he received the Book of Truth, he couldn't go to any other place and just had to wait here. However, this brought a benefit. That is, in the early period after he had joined the Guardian Sea, he wouldn't be disturbed by a variety of missions. So he could concentrate on transferring to the White Wizard path. Switching from a traditional wizard path to a White Wizard path wasn't difficult. He just needed to abandon the previous meditation techniques and start cultivating the Guardian meditation technique. All of the meditation routes Milton Cheney had cultivated had to be broken down. Spiritual Sea might experience some turbulence, but with the help of Mentor Bernard's avatar, it was no trouble for him. Time fleeting, 10 more days had gone by in the blink of an eye. In the center of Overlook Sea Island, Milton Cheney was meditating with his eyes closed and Bane stood beside him. A large amount of spiritual power was swirling around Milton Cheney. The next moment, Milton's spiritual power began to convulse uncontrollably, shooting off in all directions. Mentor Bernard, who was standing aside, gently waved his hand, and all the restlessly surging spiritual power gradually calmed down. Good, you can directly break all the original meditation routes and forcibly transfer to the Guardian meditation technique. Mentor Bane said. As Mentor Bane spoke, a few cracks appeared out of thin air in Milton's spiritual sea. But the next moment, these cracks closed and everything returned to normal. Boom! Another vast spiritual force sprang up from the depths of Milton's spiritual sea, causing it to shake restlessly. However, this turbulence didn't last long and slowly began to calm down after a small while. This time, Mentor Bane did not intervene. The reason for the peace in the spiritual sea was because he had successfully transferred to the Guardian meditation technique. He succeeded. The turmoil of the spiritual sea disappeared. Milton Cheney introspected into his spiritual sea. His realm was still that of a level 1 wizard, with no changes, although because he had switched meditation techniques, the total amount of his spiritual power had reduced somewhat compared to before. However, the quality of his spiritual power had actually become stronger now. The Guardian meditation method was a meditation technique that he had deduced in the trial world, so when he cultivated it, there was no obstructed feeling. After a successful transition, Milton Cheney felt all the more relaxed. The next moment, he added a section of memory to his mind. This was the memory of the subsequent meditation path after the successful transfer to the Guardian meditation technique. That is to say, his meditation technique was not merely for cultivating him until he became a level 1 wizard. Someone supplemented him with the continuation of this meditation technique. And who this person was came without saying. No longer introspecting his spiritual sea, Milton Cheney slowly steadied his spiritual power. Seeing this, Mentor Bane, standing off to the side, smiled and gave a nod. Just as Milton was about to speak, all of a sudden, a series of loud screeching noises came from a distance. No change occurred to Mentor Bane's facial expression and his eyes brightened. Come, let me show you something interesting. The next moment, Mentor Bane waved his hand and he and Milton disappeared into thin air. Chapter 145. All Milton Cheney heard was his mentor's voice in his ear. The next moment, the familiar scene before him vanished, and his body appeared over a white sea region. A calm white sea area appeared before Milton Cheney. Bane was standing by his side, watching the space above the white sea with interest. Milton turned his head to look where Bane was looking, but found nothing. Thinking about the loud scream before, Milton had a hunch, as though he was reminded of something. As expected. The moment a rift appeared in the white sea and above, Milton could confirm his hunch. People beyond the realm. A pair of red hands came out of the rift, slowly pulling it open. With the rift gradually widened, transparent space turbulence gushed out from the rift. Milton's face became somewhat serious. However, his mentor next to him did not show any change of expression or say anything. This blood descendant has found the wrong place. Bane chuckled. The moment he spoke, the blood descendant he was talking about completely ripped open the rift and squeezed in from beyond the realm. The blood descendant's body was now completely visible to Milton. Isn't that a vampire? Or should I say, a vampire? Nov. L. B /JNN. Upon seeing the blood descendant's complete form, Milton was a little surprised. This so-called blood descendant really resembled the vampires in his memory. Only that its face was not pale but red. The small rift behind the blood descendant closed automatically after his entrance into the third rift. The moment he was sizing up the surroundings and turned his gaze to Milton and Bane. A large white fish jumped out of the sea beneath him and dragged the blood descendant into the sea. Everything from the appearance of the blood descendant, to him being dragged away by the fish, happened in a blink of an eye. Milton hadn't even reacted when everything before him disappeared as though it had never existed. The South Guardian Sea is located at the third rift of the Wizard Realm, such events are inevitable. What you just saw was likely a scout from the Bloody Sea Realm, you'll encounter them more in the future. The Bane puppet by Milton's side spoke. Upon hearing this, Milton's heart stirred slightly. Bloody Sea Realm? He was no stranger to this name. It had appeared many times in his simulations, shortening his potentially longer-lasting simulations greatly. But those were all in simulations, and more importantly, text simulations. This was the first time Milton saw someone from the Bloody Sea Realm in reality. Also, hundreds of years later, the Wizard Realm was to experience a large-scale war that stretched across the realm, the impetus of which would be the Bloody Sea Realm. Is this Bloody Sea Realm very powerful? Milton asked. Which was actually redundant, for a realm arguing for a war with the Wizard Realm would naturally be strong. But, since Milton asked, it meant he had his reasons. Upon hearing Milton's question, Bane nodded. The top vampire ancestors in the Bloody Sea Realm are equivalent to level 7 wizards in the Wizard Realm. Bane explained. This statement meant a lot. The simplest interpretation was that the most powerful individuals in the Bloody Sea Realm were on par with those in the Wizard Realm. Aren't they afraid of inciting the wrath of the Grand Wizards in the Wizard Realm by observing so blatantly? Hehe, you call that observing? Bane chuckled. The next moment, he continued, the infiltration of the Wizard Realm by the Bloody Sea has been going on for over 100,000 years, they're probably growing impatient. If this continues, I'm afraid the Bloody Sea Realm will be the first to initiate the inter-realm war. Upon hearing this, Milton was shocked. The accuracy of his mentor's prediction was undeniable. Milton had discovered through simulation that the Bloody Sea would provoke an impactful inter-realm war in the Wizard Realm in about 100 years. All level 2 wizards and above in the Wizard Realm would have to participate in the war. But his mentor had made these deductions himself. And the timeline was also accurate, hundreds of years were indeed within a millennium. As expected, one's perspective influenced their judgment. Then why doesn't our Wizard Realm preemptively initiate the war? Wouldn't that increase our chances of winning? Milton asked. The curious little fellow. Nevertheless, this was no secret, therefore Bane had no intention of withholding. So he began, the Bloody Sea Realm is a good place, it'd be a shame to waste it. As he spoke, a habitual smile appeared on Bane's face. A chill ran down Milton's heart, but it disappeared quickly. Previously, Milton thought the Bloody Sea Realm was at least on par with the Wizard Realm, or even stronger, or else why would they dare to forcibly initiate a cross-realm war? However, based on his mentor's words now, the Bloody Sea Realm had clearly been infiltrated by the Wizard Realm for hundreds of thousands of years, and in the end, they were forced into a corner and launched an inter-realm war against the Wizard Realm. And Milton's role in the text simulations was acting as cannon fodder on behalf of the Wizard Realm in this cross-realm war. Yes, cannon fodder. Apart from the major wizard organizations in the Wizard Realm, the rest of the wild wizards were all cannon fodder in this war. No one cared about their lives or deaths. It was brutal, but it was the truth. After all, in the Wizard Realm, in the eyes of these realm-level wizard organizations, these wild wizards were just blood-sucking bugs clinging onto the Wizard Realm, with no use at all. Chapter 146. Can they help the Wizard Realm conquer the plane? The answer is no. Can they develop powerful meditation techniques? The answer is still no. Since they're of no use, it seems being cannon fodder in an inter-realm war would add some color to their lives. Milton Cheney stopped speaking, his gaze lingering on the spot where the blood descendant had just been dragged into the sea region. You've successfully transitioned to the White Wizard path. What follows next is a long period of meditation for advancement. As for your bloodline, we'll probably have to wait a few more years. Every 100 years, the realm-level Wizards organization holds an exchange meeting. It's been over 90 years since the last one, so if you're interested, you can attend the upcoming one. Bane said. Before Milton could respond, Bane's figure disappeared from the spot. This magical puppet avatar also needs to be sustained by spiritual power, so most of the time, it remains in an inactive state. Milton glanced at the horizon of the sea region in front of him, and likewise disappeared from the spot. By the time he reappeared, he was deep inside Overlook Sea Island. For the Grand Wizards, time is the least valuable thing, but for Milton Cheney, time is his most valuable asset. Because time is the key to his plug-in. Although it seems difficult for the current Milton to make any further progress on the bloodline path, his potential on the White Wizard path is limitless. Given 1,000 years, he was confident he could become one of the top wizards in the wizard realm, purely through simulation. After all, his 1,000 years, if calculated, would amass to hundreds of thousands of years. Time slipped away and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Center of Overlook Sea Island. Milton calmed his slightly trembling spiritual power and introspectively looked at his spiritual sea. His spiritual sea was significantly more profound than before. His spiritual power had nearly been completely refined by him. By now, he had tread 1/3 of the path to becoming a level 1 wizard. Don't think this is too slow, because this is actually incredibly fast. Milton is confident that he could become a level 2 spiritual wizard within a year. One advantage the White Wizard path holds over the Bloodline Wizard path that is irrelevant to others, but beneficial for Milton, is its lack of constraints. If he is given time, he will become stronger. Unlike the Blood Wizards, who have many limitations such as bloodline constraints, refinement methods. These are all restrictions for the Blood Wizards. Others might not think these are benefits. After all, most people struggle to refine their bloodlines to the limit in their lifetime. Because they lack time. Milton is different. If there's one thing he doesn't lack, it is time. Mentor. Seeing Bane suddenly appear before him, Milton called out softly. Not bad, it seems that the Guardian meditation technique is more suitable for you than I thought. Bane glanced at Milton and spoke with a mild smile. He attributed Milton's rapid advancement on the White Wizard path to the Guardian meditation technique. After all, no one has ever practiced this form of meditation before, so no one knows what effects it has. Since this meditation technique is recognized for its rapid progress in the early stages, Bane didn't find Milton's rate of improvement strange. Even if Milton does have some secrets, Bane has no intention of prying. After all, Milton is his student, and who amongst wizards doesn't have secrets? Being able to reach level 4 wizard from a level 5 wizard qualification, he must have more secrets than others. Let's go. Your Book of Truth has been generated. Bane said. The next moment, a magic wand appeared in his hand. Bane's presence here in person indicated that this journey of Milton's won't be an easy one. With a wave of his magic wand, Milton and Bane disappeared from the spot. Milton's eyes refocused on a new scene, now becoming familiar to him after being spontaneously transported by his mentor numerous times. In front of him stood an ancient tree so tall that it seemed to reach the sky. When Milton looked up from the bottom, he couldn't see the top of the tree. Here is the Tree of Truth. Go pick your Book of Truth. Eastern Fantasy. Bane stated from one side. The next moment, a green light sprinkled down from the ancient tree onto Milton. A vibrant green scene appeared before his eyes. Is this the crown of the giant tree? Witnessing the scene before him, Milton mumbled to himself. The next moment, a robust tree branch, like a tentacle, stretched towards Milton. On the tip of this branch hung a book. Milton was not unfamiliar with this book. It was undoubtedly the Book of Truth. Milton knew that the Book of Truth is artificially generated, but he hadn't expected that it would grow from a tree. This seemed rather absurd. Brushing off his unset emotions, Milton placed his hands on the Book of Truth. The next moment, the Book of Truth emitted a soft blue glow. Thereafter, the Book of Truth liquefied into a blue beam of light and shot into Milton's spiritual sea. Milton instinctively closed his eyes, a strange memory appearing in his mind. This memory was concerning the Book of Truth. A moment later, Milton opened his eyes, a faint blue light flashed and disappeared. Book of Truth. Some delight filled Milton's heart. However, the next moment, a wry smile appeared on his face. Now that he had the Book of Truth, he was officially a member of the Guardian Sea. Consequently, he wouldn't be able to avoid certain things. Chapter 147. The instant Milton Cheney's surroundings blurred, he vanished into the canopy of the Tree of Truth. Bain appeared in front of him. Seeing Cheney, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He was Cheney's mentor, the guide on his wizard path. However, in this world, there was no such thing as love or hatred without cause. Even though he was Cheney's mentor, it was impossible for him always to help Cheney for free. Cheney was his student, who would naturally become his excellent assistant in the future. Mentor. Bain nodded with a smile. With the Book of Truth, you don't have to stay on Overlook Sea Island all the time. You can choose a place to stay in the Sounds of Sea Pavilion. You can even return to the Wizard Continent despite leaving the South Guardian Sea. However, I do not recommend leaving too soon. Bain said. The next moment, his spiritual power surged, enveloping Cheney's body. Both of them disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, a massive tower appeared before Cheney's eyes. The Sounds of Sea Pavilion. This was where members of the Guardian Sea resided. That meant, Cheney was not the only one here. However, as vast as this place was, it would not be easy to run into other members of the Guardian Sea. After all, most members of the Guardian Sea did not stay here. Although members of the Guardian Sea did not participate in conquering planes, it did not necessarily mean they had to stay within the wizard realm. On the contrary, due to the unique nature of the White Wizards, they often needed to venture out. You can choose a tower for yourself. Most of them here are ownerless. I'll take this one. Cheney said, looking at the massive tower in front of him. Bain bringing him here was enough to indicate that this place was ownerless. Bain said, summon the Book of Truth in your spiritual sea and let the Sounds of Sea Pavilion register your Book of the Truth. This place will then belong to you. Cheney did as instructed. The Book of Truth floated in front of him as his spiritual power surged. The next moment, the Book of Truth automatically opened, a blue glow emerging from it. The glow promptly flew into the tower in front of Cheney. A moment later, Cheney felt a connection form between this tower and his Book of Truth. It was a strange feeling. It was as if he could return to his tower at any time, no matter where he was. If he were in the Third Rift, Cheney could return by summoning the Book of Truth. But if he were outside the realm, that would naturally be impossible. Cheney willed, and the Book of Truth floating in front of him closed. His body appeared in the interior of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion. Bain appeared by his side. You can stay here for a while. After mastering the Book of Truth, you will need to complete some tasks for the Guardian Sea. The tasks are not complicated. You can summon the Book of Truth and enter the task space. If you encounter any issues, feel free to activate my magical puppet avatar. Bain said. After finishing his sentence, he disappeared from the spot. Cheney's new residence was sizable, complete with a plantation room, library, and laboratory. It met most of his needs. Of course, if there were large-scale experiments, there would be a teleportation magic array linking the 10,000 palace grids of the South Guardian Sea. As the largest White Wizards organization in the Wizard Realm, the Guardian Sea was crowded with countless private and public experimental zones. The White Wizards focused on knowledge and research, not combat. But since Cheney crossed into this world, he hasn't spent many years yet. In the Guardian Sea, the largest White Wizard organization in the Wizard Realm, he may be following the most orthodox White Wizard path. Still, he was genuinely an outsider. In terms of research and experimentation, Cheney still had a lot to learn. A powerful wizard's strength could not solely be reflected in the wizard's realm. There were many pure combat wizards in the Wizard Realm, but these individuals rarely made it to the end of their path without stumbling. Cheney had a simulator which allowed him to simulate his advancement. Simulation could retain realm and technique, but not knowledge. If the enhancement of the realm can be accomplished in the simulator, his reality should naturally embark on the pursuit of knowledge. His journey now had not started late. One could even say he started early as he was still not 25 years old. Bain ignored Cheney's age because age did not matter in the wizard realm. A 25-year-old wizard was no different from a 100-year-old wizard in Bain's eyes. Cheney's joining of the Guardian Sea was indeed part of his consideration. Otherwise, he could have joined a realm-level wizards organization entirely comprised of combat wizards. They surely would not reject Cheney, who has already reached the limit of a level 2 bloodline wizard. Knowledge. Cheney's gaze was somewhat complex. Since he crossed into this world, he had always been considering getting stronger, advancement. But the most fundamental thing of a wizard was always put on the back burner. What kind of group were wizards? They were selfish, cruel, and for their goals, lives were just numbers in a wizard's eyes. Benefits were the main theme revolving around the wizard realm. Built. This group had wizards in the Genesis era who blurbed their lives and used their lifelong knowledge just to improve their meditation realm. In the meantime, knowledge. No doubt it was the key wizards used to unlock the world, the lever to pry the world. When he was weak, Cheney thought about getting stronger to survive better in this world. After growing stronger and becoming a level 1 wizard, Cheney was still not satisfied. He wanted to grow even stronger so that his time in this wizard world would not have been wasted. In the past few years, he joined the Ouroboros ring in his true body simulation, and the Guardian Sea in reality. But now, after going through so much, Cheney understood. The enhancement of a wizard's realm was never achieved overnight. To go further in this world or on the path of wizardry. Knowledge. This was the universal key that Cheney was crafting for himself. Chapter 148. Within the sounds of Sea Pavilion. Milton Cheney sits cross-legged in the library, eyes tightly shut. In front of him, several books automatically turn their pages, light radiating faintly from the words within. Cheney's spiritual power delicately flips through the pages of the books before him as though guided by a hand. The additional memories in his mind are gradually integrated by Cheney. The next moment, Cheney opens his eyes, and each book in front of him flips to its last page before closing. Hi! He exhales turbidly. Cheney stood up, digesting the chunks of memory newly formed in his consciousness. Having possessed the Book of Truth for nearly a month, Cheney has spent this period in the sounds of Sea Pavilion. In reality, Cheney neglected to practice the meditation technique, opting instead to acquire as much knowledge as possible. Of course, another reason was that the progress of Cheney's real-world practice of the meditation technique was too slow. Meditating for a short period of time brought little benefit. It would be a waste to not utilize the external plugin. Therefore, Cheney decided to primarily acquire more knowledge in reality. The simulator was his main battlefield for improving meditation. After all, his simulated self never tires, he can meditate for 23 hours a day. The next moment, the Book of Truth was summoned from his consciousness sea, floating before him. The Book of Truth opened and stopped at a certain page. Suddenly, as though bathed in a field of shooting stars, Cheney's consciousness was transported into a pale blue space. In this pale blue space, Cheney was alone. Bands of flowing light weaved and spread through this space like small snakes, flying indiscriminately in all directions. Filter level 1 to level 2 missions, thought Cheney. The next moment, the myriad streaks of light disappeared, leaving behind only a few dozen smaller bands, which continued to dart around the space randomly. Correct, at this moment, Cheney's consciousness was situated within the task space of the Guardian Sea. This was where individual members of the Guardian Sea accepted tasks. Join the Guardian Sea, obtain the Book of Truth, practice the meditation technique, and learn limitless knowledge as one pleases. Of course, this does not come without a cost. Although it's not so much of a cost, every Guardian Sea member is expected to take on the Guardian Sea's tasks. Within these, some tasks are inordinately complicated. Tasks that take hundreds, even thousands of years to complete are quite common. However, as a newcomer to the Guardian Sea, Cheney, his quota is lax. These incredibly complex tasks have little to do with Cheney at the moment. Accept task. As soon as this notion surfaced in Cheney's mind, the dozens of shining bands of light phased by, one of them flying towards Cheney. The next moment, the pale blue space vanished, and the familiar library appeared before Cheney's eyes. The floating Book of Truth in front of him revealed a series of lines on a page. Cheney's expression remained unchanged while the floating Book of Truth shifted from lying flat to upright in front of him. Upon seeing the information on this page of the Book of Truth, "Lucky," Cheney murmured to himself. The Book of Truth, floating in front of him, closed and transformed into a beam of blue light, diving back into his spiritual sea. The task-seizing process within the Guardian Sea was random and did not allow for selection. Whether a task is easy or challenging is left to luck, but once accepted, it must be completed. Cheney, a level 1 wizard on the White Wizard path and level 2 Blood Wizard on the Bloodline Wizard path, can only be assigned tasks within the level 1 to level 2 range according to task space. The Mutum Plane, Hui. Cheney was unfamiliar with the location of the task, but the content was not complicated. Gathering materials was one of the simplest tasks in the task space of the Guardian Sea. Moreover, this task had a long duration, thus providing ample time for Cheney. With the Book of Truth, he could now leave the third rift of the Wizard realm. Whether using the plane channel to reach other planes or returning to the Wizard continent, Cheney was capable of both. Unfortunately, he was on a level 1 wizard on the White Wizard path. Therefore, many functions of the Book of Truth were not yet available to him. However, even the most basic Book of Truth had a multitude of uses. Accept tasks, exchange information, teleport. These were the functions of the Book of Truth that Cheney could utilize. Cheney would have to continue studying further knowledge in the following period. Self-study was the most apt method for Cheney to acquire knowledge at the moment. In the initial years after joining the Guardian Sea, most of Cheney's time was spent on self-study. After some time, his mentor Bernard would begin instructing him on more advanced topics. For Cheney, time has always been precious. At present, there is still a lot of knowledge he can learn within the Guardian Sea. However, the opportunity to participate in experiments was still a long way off. Typically, new members of the Guardian Sea would only gradually begin participating in minor experiments after 100 years. Of course, the description of minor is from the perspective of the Guardian Sea. As for Cheney's current state, he still cannot access the experiments, deductions, and simulations of the Guardian Sea. The Guardian Sea was more like a platform provided for him. Here, even his mentor Bernard wouldn't continuously supervise Cheney as a babysitter would. Chapter 149. Milton Cheney was relying on himself. This form of laissez-faire is the fundamental structure of the Guardian Sea. Eastern fantasy. Of course, it would not be entirely laissez-faire. As the largest White Wizard organization in the Wizard realm, it is extremely difficult to join. Under these circumstances, each member of the Guardian Sea is, in fact, a precious resource. An absolute laissez-faire approach would no doubt waste the talents of these extraordinary individuals. If the Guardian Sea neglected its members after they joined and did not assign each one a mentor, it would be irresponsible. Firstly, every person who joins the Guardian Sea must choose the right path. The wrong path is a waste of life. With the presence of higher-level wizards as mentors in the Guardian Sea, they will naturally not allow new members to go astray. Secondly, this is also a kind of trial. If one becomes complacent after joining the Guardian Sea, with no ambition, then there is a great chance that they will be expelled from the Guardian Sea. Of course, this probability is very small, because those who pass the trials of the Guardian Sea are generally not such people. In such a situation, after a few decades, the higher-level wizards would personally teach their students, imparting knowledge and wisdom. When the students' knowledge meets the required standards, the true face of the Guardian Sea will be revealed to them. At present, Milton Cheney has just joined the Guardian Sea, and is still in the laissez-faire stage. However, the whole process of the Guardian Sea nurturing students, Milton Cheney has already gone through in a text simulation. Otherwise, he would not have felt so overwhelmed with tasks after joining the Guardian Sea. However, it is difficult for Milton Cheney to repeat the events of the text simulation in reality. It's not because Milton Cheney is being rebellious. It's because there was no external plugin in the text simulation. But he has an external plugin in reality. After 10 years, 100 years, he isn't clear about how much he can grow. Therefore, it is difficult for the real-life Milton Cheney to mirror the life he had in the simulation. Because after each simulation, he undergoes new changes. And this change will become increasingly unpredictable as the number of simulations increases. The explanation is simple. Just like one text simulation initiated by Milton Cheney now, and another one initiated by him a year later, the experiences in the simulations will definitely not be the same. Just like 6 years ago when Milton Cheney was on the subcontinent, no matter how much he simulated, he could never come into contact with an organization like the Guardian Sea. This change makes it impossible for Milton Cheney to completely foresee the future. As long as he is part of it, the future is in constant flux. If we were to invoke the butterfly effect as a metaphor, then Milton Cheney would undoubtedly be the butterfly at the storm center, stirring its wings. The Book of Truth reappeared. Manifest information related to the Mutum plane. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Mutum? I have some recollection of it. This plane should be a masterless small plane. But it's still somewhat dangerous for you. Are you planning to go now? Bain, who was by Milton Cheney's side, spoke out. Milton Cheney nodded his head. The missions from the Guardian Sea are better completed sooner rather than later. Having scouted the path via the text simulation, there was hardly any danger. If everything went well, Milton Cheney would be able to complete the task and return in a few months' time. A Level 1 mission was still quite easy for him at this stage. All right, since you've decided, complete the mission quickly and return. Unclaimed planes within the wizard realm often burst into wars. You're quite unlucky. Missions that usually involve gathering materials happen mostly in the realm beyond. This should be your first time leaving the wizard realm, yet? To Milton Cheney, what he thought to be fortunate was considered unlucky by Bain. Although such missions can be completed quickly with a short time cycle, they come with certain risks. For example, a task like Ian's would require him to stay on the wizard continent for decades. Such a mission is easy, as there's no danger whatsoever. Yes, Mentor, I have never left the wizard realm before joining the Guardian Sea, Milton Cheney replied. This mission was indeed rather fresh for him. The mission took place not on some wizard continent within the wizard realm, but inside a small plane beyond the wizard realm. Although it's referred to as a small plane, this refers to its relative size compared to the entire wizard realm. In comparison with the whole wizard realm, the Mutum plane is insignificant. But to someone like Milton Cheney, even a small plane can be considered a world of its own. At the very least, it's equivalent to a dozen or so wizard continents. Take out your Book of Truth. Bain commanded. Despite it being a Level 1 mission, Bain was still somewhat anxious. Milton Cheney was his first student, and currently, his only student. In the past, he was too engrossed in his cultivation and coupled with the few newcomers to the Guardian Sea, who were all old men. He had not taken any students so far. As his first student, Milton Cheney naturally received some preferential treatment. Bain decided to give Milton Cheney an extra insurance. Upon hearing Bain's words, Milton Cheney took out the Book of Truth. The next moment, a thin strand of Bain's spiritual power surged forth, drilling into Milton Cheney's Book of Truth, transforming into a mark in one corner. If you encounter a problem you can't solve, activate this mark. Chapter 150. Bernard spoke up. His activated Demon Silk mark is capable of dealing with all the troubles that Milton Cheney has encountered. After all, the Mutum plane is merely a small plane. If he has the intention to conquer this plane, it wouldn't even cost him much. Understood, Mentor, Milton responded. Milton nodded. His mentor Bernard has been very good to him, even in the text simulation, his mentor had helped him countless times over the centuries. Milton put away the Book of Truth again. The Bernard in front of him waved slightly, their figures enveloped by spiritual power disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, they were within the void. Regardless of knowing where this was, Milton did not show any emotions. A middle-aged man with his upper body bare. Upon seeing Bernard, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed a hint of surprise, seemingly puzzled by Bernard's presence here. Of course, this surprise was hidden from Milton. In his eyes, the middle-aged man in front of him was a man of constant composure, with no change in expression. The next moment, the middle-aged man spoke. Bernard, weren't you in? What brings you here? Listening to those words, a trace of surprise flickered in Milton's eyes. Because he could hear the middle-aged man speaking, but some sounds were blocked. Moreover, this did not seem to be the middle-aged man deliberately concealing, but rather, Milton himself couldn't hear. Orlando, open the plane channel to the Mutum plane, Bernard spoke, offering no further explanation. In front of Milton, he usually had a lot to say. But at other times, his words were generally concise, rarely bothering with a second sentence if could be said in one. As Milton understood it, he was trying to be aloof. The man Bernard named Orlando, the bare-chested middle-aged man, showed no reaction after hearing these words, as if he was already accustomed to this. He shifted his gaze onto Milton. Countless symbols slid past his eyes, unseen by Milton. The next moment, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Good lad. Your student? He asked, glancing at Bernard. Bernard remained stone-faced, not uttering a word. Watching this scene, Milton felt a bit strange in his heart. Did his mentor have a grudge against the middle-aged man in front of him? He remembered his mentor enjoyed being mysterious, and he was usually talkative amidst normal times. Orlando shook his head, a slight smile hanging on his face. As if he had thought of something. "Old man, are you trying to show your authority in front of your student? I've known you for so many years, I know what your fart tastes like." But Orlando didn't expose him. After all, the old fellows of the Guardian Sea were mostly the same group of people they would bump into from time to time. Giving Bernard a face was not unacceptable. "Come with me, lad," Orlando said with a smile. Then, he turned his head and walked towards the deep void. Milton looked at Bernard, who simply nodded, signaling him to follow. However, the moment Milton took a step, he suddenly felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. A staggering figure almost pressed him down, and Milton quickly steadied his body. His bloodline heated up slightly, and the pressure on his body gradually decreased. Milton looked at Bernard speechlessly. Indeed, seeing Milton stumble, a hint of amusement flashed across Bernard's face, instantly vanishing. Ignoring his irritating mentor, Milton, who had adjusted to the gravity, followed Orlando's back figure. The void was still. There was no flow of time here. Milton moved swiftly, steadily following Orlando. A moment later, a platform appeared in the void. Milton followed Orlando onto the platform. "Relax your mind, I'm going to open the plane channel for you," Orlando said. Milton nodded on the side. He gradually relaxed his tight spirit. Soon, a void channel appeared before Milton. "Step in, summon the Book of Truth, wrap your body with spiritual power. If you want to return to the wizard realm, just activate the last page of the Book of Truth, and it'll fetch you back. The lad is still too weak. If you were a level 2 white wizard, you could move in and out of small planes on your own. Eastern fantasy." Watching Milton standing in front of the plane channel, Orlando unusually talked a bit more. Due to the special trials of the Guardian Sea, there were fewer newcomers joining. The current Guardian Sea was either filled with old fellows, or those who had not become old fellows yet. Just like what Ian told Milton in the beginning, the Guardian Sea is not the best choice for all wizards. In fact, no matter who wants to join the Guardian Sea, they would be told the same thing Ian said to every beginner. The words would just be a little different depending on the individual. Just as Milton had the impression, in the wizard realm, apart from those who truly understand white wizards. Most wizards perceive white wizards as a weak group of wizards who are dedicated to experimental research. If Milton hadn't truly joined the Guardian Sea, his initial understanding about Guardian Sea would have remained one-sided when he joined the realm-level wizards organization, the Ouroboros Ring, during the true body simulation. Sometimes, stereotypes can truly affect a person's judgment. Whether this person is a wizard or not. The next moment, Milton nodded, released his spiritual power to wrap around his body, let the Book of Truth float in front of him and stepped into the plane channel. The void channel vanished the moment Milton stepped in. Milton felt as if his body was flying in the sea. Everything around him was retreating rapidly, the forbidden void began to flow. After a while, a beam of light appeared before his eyes. The light was bright, and clear. Suddenly enlightened would be the best phrase to describe Milton's feeling right now. "The mutum plane. I've arrived."